Hello, my dear. How you doing? Thanks for popping in. Is it I can't even say your name right. Lourice. Welcome, sweetheart. Thank you for coming in. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you, my dear. How you doing? How's everything going with you, my dear? I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for coming, sweetheart.
I want to monitor that.
I appreciate you. I'm going back. I just checked it a minute ago. Hey, what's up, Joel and Spike? How y'all doing? Thank you so much for stopping in. I probably missed you guys because everybody got something going on all over the place, so you know how that go. What's happening? What's moving and what is shaking? How you doing? Thank you so much for coming in. Hey, Christine, how you doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's it going? What it do? What it do? Thank you for coming in there. I hope you are doing well. Shout out to you and your channel. Shout out to everybody in their channel, huh? Christine. So who we got up in here? Yes, Christine. Shout out to you, my darling. I hope you are doing well. I appreciate it. What you got going on? Everybody got lives going, so sometimes we all be popping around. What's up, my dude? Hey, how you doing? Sports cards, what's happening? You've been throwing down over there. I've been checking you out. How's it going with you? He said, shout out to everyone else in the chat. He said, shout out to everyone else in the chat. I know that's right. What up? What is up, bro? How you doing? I seen you in that live last night, man. It was nice and chilled. What is going on with the peeps out here in the world? How's everybody doing? I appreciate you stopping in. I just started this thing back up because I had something popping earlier. And what I've been trying to do is I've been trying to have 4 and 4 because I got so many people in different time zones that we all can't catch up with each other properly. So I've been trying to split it up. It's not trying to run and do it off, trying to rush into watch hours and that kind of thing. Is just hard because every time I get these lives popping, I get so many people that hit me up on Instagram and they're like, I missed you and when can you do it at this time? Just to hang out. You know what I mean? And it's been hard. So what I do is I just crank it up and let it rip. That's the only way I can really get at everybody because it's, so much stuff going on. It's hard to catch up with everybody because, like we know, we all only got 24 hours in the day. He says it is a good idea to give everybody the notification again. Yes, that's true too. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why I keep saying that I'm trying to figure it out because I always, and the thing that's so weird too is different time zones and stuff, and then also people are doing different things. Some people may, not be able to hop on because they're going out to dinner, they sleep, they're not feeling well, they got a second job. I mean, the list goes on and on. I don't know, you're going to use just the shell that yours came in?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you see mine, don't think it's nothing. Mm-hmm. So with that being said, I be just trying to get it how I live, brother. You already know how it is. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing.
If I get the chance, I need you to sign in over here too. Yeah, different.
I mean, you can use it anytime you want because once I open, they gotta stick it in the fridge anyway. So. Say it again. Oh, Rruk. Oh gosh, I gotta get that out. I'm sorry. Okay, what's up, Robert? How you doing? Thank you so much for coming in. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate it. I came over to you, but I see that you don't have content, and I keep going over there forgetting. I came to chill out with you and hook you up, and I apologize that I keep forgetting that you don't have the content there, and that's all good, though. We do our thing. You know what I mean? Some people just set up channels just to chill with people and to support others. So I get it, but I keep on forgetting that. I went over there again today, and I'm like, oh, I forgot Robert don't do content. Okay. He's just chilling. I know that's right. Sometimes I kind of wish I didn't start doing it because it's it's a lot of work. That's why a lot of people want to, get monetized because the work that you have to do on this too, man, it's work. And it's enjoyable. I'm just saying, it's work. But it's fun work. I mean? Definitely got to get it how we live either way. Just chilling back here, getting ready to enjoy something to eat. Hope all y'all are doing well and living your best life. Into. I know folks work and different people going to bed, waking up, afternoon. I mean, what's happening with everybody? I know how that is out here, though. This is what we call life, y'all. The only thing we can do is get it how we live. A lot of times people don't realize. I'm sorry, let me hurry that up. I had put the thing in wrong. What's happening, people? I try to start off nice, cool, and calm because I don't know who can come back and who got to go and who's in a hurry and all of that. So I try my best not to come in swinging, you know what I mean? Because I don't know what people are doing. There's a lot of folks out here got lives going and stuff like that. So I try my best to, you know, be available here and get myself around. Hey, Crystal, how you doing? Christine, you still popping? Thank you. Appreciate it. I just had to get me a new computer, so I'm trying my best to set it up because I had one. I just bought a brand new one. Oh boy, I just bought one in November, and already I dropped it 2 times, and I grabbed the screen the wrong way and messed that up. So I've been having an HDMI cord hooked up to the TV, and it's been a nightmare. So that's what that is. Now I'm setting up my new computer, but I'm still running this off of the old because the new computer wouldn't set up on time. It won't be set up on time enough for me to start this live like I'm doing. Hey, Crystal, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming. You back up? Is that right? Yeah. Okay. My throat is dry. What's happening, Crystal? I'm trying to figure out because I know when I was talking to you earlier. You were getting ready to go to bed, and now you're back up again. So it's the time zones, huh, sis? Crystal. Thank you for coming, Crystal. Thank everybody for coming. Friendships are priceless, you guys. Priceless. Like I said, I usually come out swinging, but I'm trying to chill it out a little bit because I know how to deal with, when you have certain crowds of people, everything ain't for everybody, no shade. It's just that, over here, I'm willing to talk about just about any and everything. So I watched who's in the crowd so I know, if these are the kind of folks that like to, get down on it or have a different type of content that speak to other people and what and where, you know what I mean? Because I know with me, I got a lot, and no disrespect because I'm a big grown woman myself, but I got a lot of people that are a lot older than me, and I like to have some type of respect, if you know what I'm saying. I went in deep yesterday and the day before. So whenever I see, even though there's going to be people watching you in the bushes or people that you may not know that they're watching, but if they don't make themselves present, I mean, it is what it is. But if I see somebody that I need to, I feel like they don't like, they may not be good with the content I'm talking about, then I'll change the beat up right quick, you know what I mean? Because we all like the boogie, a little bit of rock and roll, a little bit of country. Come on, a little bit of rap, let's get it. So I try to be mindful of who's in. Just like last night, we was all turning it up, and there were certain people that came in the live, and I had to change the beat. Because everything ain't for everybody. And I have a crowd that turns all the way up, you know what I mean? And see, with me, ain't nothing, off limits over here. card, ain't it? Did you see it at the top? The 1631. I can find it. Right here. I think this is the tail long, you know. Watch it, 'cause I got that. What's happening? See how it is when you got like really nobody talking. So that's why I said I watch what I say, because certain crowds of people behave differently. Like right now, people not really saying too much, so I don't want to be the big mouth over here. So I'm not going to be saying too much of anything myself. I don't want to start a conversation off with folks that's on a different, you know. Is it the one for the same one for the? It's good to mix up. You never know what we're gonna talk about. That's what I'm saying, and I want to make sure. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect, but I promise you, I got a lot of retired people coming in here, and I try to watch. You know, I don't really be cursing down crazy and nothing, but I'm just saying, you know, a little respect. You know, when you go to grandma's house. Yeah, Aaron is talking the name of my tune. He know what it is. He said, always good to mix it up. Never know what we're going to talk about. See, that's what I'm saying. I like to keep it real. And see, the thing is, also you can tell, when you got a crowd, whether they interacting with you or not. You know what I mean? Like right now, no disrespect to anybody for whatever reason. They want to pop up, don't want to stay, don't want to talk. I don't mean it like that. I'm just saying you can't be by yourself. You have to have people engaging with you so that it can be a conversation. You know what I mean? Because I had a live going here yesterday, and it was lit. A whole bunch of key players was, not key players, but cool people that get along. We all found a good conversation to talk about, and we all just kept hitting it, and it was popping. You know what I mean? And like right now, it looks like it may just be me and you, Aaron. And we can chop it up too. With the flower?
No, with that background.
Which email was it under? Was it
I sent it to you on this one.
on your okay. Yeah. Yes, he said on silent. He said on silent. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Like right now, I'm here. Do they flavor? They said the flavor wasn't right. Like right now, I kind of feel like I should just be on silent because there's not a lot of, interaction other than me and you. But as long as you want to chop it up, I'm good. I can, talk myself out of the ditch. I'm good. I can talk to myself and answer back. Who gonna check me? Oh, hey, what's up? What's up? How you doing, Uncle Burpee? Thank you so much for popping in. I appreciate you. And I've been checking you out very often in your content, and you've been doing it up with the burpees and out traveling around with all that good food. What I'm doing. What's going on, Uncle? He said he got it going on silent. All right. It's all good. I thank you so much for stopping in. He said, aloha. All on silent will be here till you're done. Oh, wow. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Unc. And I promise you, I know you've seen me over there because you know I got your back. You're probably one of the realest people that I met on YT that's really going. There's a lot of good people out here, so I don't want to disrespect anybody, but I promise you, I've been checking out your content, and I love when you go around and try all that good food, and I like when you take them long drives. And obviously you getting it in with the push-ups and the burpees, man. That's incredible. Oh my goodness, that's incredible. You got it going on. I appreciate you coming through. You're awesome. And I am glad that we met with people all the way around the block. 'Cause I'm learning a whole lot about, and even from you, especially Uncle, about, watching, how you deal with people on here, because I realize that sometimes you have to stick with people that got your back. And a lot of times some people are on here and they'll come with you for a minute and then you don't hear from them again and you're busy running back to them and they're filling up, because I barely get my notifications, and when I do, it's always the people that really aren't there. And, and I'm not trying to be mean or rude, I'm just saying. So I thank you so much for speaking on that and keeping me in line with that, because sometimes I get a little turned up with the wrong crowd. He sure definitely do. Yes, he does, Aaron. Who said that? You like him? Remember, I was going to get more than one. Yes. Yeah, he be hitting it up, Aaron. And I'm going to tell you, too, there's another guy that be going around here. I don't know if you know him, but his name is Rob. He be eating at good places, too. And I noticed, too, Aaron, there's a lot of people that I visit, and I don't see you at certain places. Because I know we all branch out different places and stuff, too. I'm just trying to keep it copacetic and behave and, chill out. And do what it do, and everybody make friends, back each other up, stay positive and strong, and live your best life. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times over here, the main thing that I do, I need to start doing mukbangs, because I'm eating right now, so I'm trying not to be smacking. But at least if I say it's a mukbang and I'm on camera, it would make more sense, huh? Yeah, just try to keep it real. Don't want to, rub nobody the wrong way. And like I said, we talk about everything over here, so it's not necessarily gossiping, it's just having conversation about the reality that we live in called life. Yeah, me too. And that's what I try to do in my life, even though I do speak about trolls and issues, because that's what it is. That's part of, the good. But I know I have met a lot of people, good people. Now also, even in my personal life, I like to write down a lot of times, what's happening, so that I don't allow a lot of the negative to outweigh positive stuff. You just take it, you know what I mean? You accept it and you move on. Because if you meditate too much in the negative in the wrong way, I'm not talking about having open, talk about it, but I'm saying allow it to affect you emotionally. You end up, downtrodden. So I try my best to, speak about it. And one thing I can honestly tell you is that a lot of times when I start these lives, okay? Mm-hmm. I started off like that with letting that computer, you know, do its thing. And if you don't get a chance to add the music, at least I'll have my people. You know what I'm saying? Plus, we supposed to be. Go ahead and eat. I know you gotta eat. We supposed to me and you supposed to be working on getting me some different backgrounds, girl. We ain't done nothing yet. I got the live open if you don't mind. I'd like to respect y'all because I know y'all ain't into it, and I don't want y'all to feel like y'all can't talk, you know, the way you want to at home because I got the world possibly listening in. You know. Hmm. Right. Exactly. So that's gonna be the change for tomorrow. He said, "Yep, I met some awesome." Yes, we all do. So what we gotta do is make sure we just stick by whatever works because you know this thing here. I've been watching with this YT thing. You know, even though this is a situation where you decide to come on camera or on YouTube, it's different in your personal life. Like I just say, if you got a boss that's kind of mean to you, or you got some negative coworkers, that's something that you have to put up with until you can have a staff meeting, or basically not to be rude because it's not that simple. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you got to get another job. That's stuff that's not fully in your control. But even though somebody may be negative towards you, you can control how it makes you feel. You get what I'm saying? But with YouTube is something that you decide to come to and you have full control on coming to it or not. And then also if you got issues with people, you know, they got the timeout stuff and all that. They got the block. And then they got the last ditch effort is the report. So people can't allow themselves to fall apart. That's serious on YT because you make a conscious decision to come on here. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that this is not forced on you. And and you're supposed to get out here and enjoy yourself. Now, of course, we're gonna have a lot of negative people. That's gonna be the naysayers running in and out with drama, trolling. But I got some people in serious situations where this trolling has went past trolling and then went into stock, and then that's when you got to do something legal about it. But for the most part, nobody is forced. Even a lot of people that I know that do YouTube as a business, those folks have to be proactive on it because that's their only income. But for most of us, I think for a lot of these people too, before, they had YouTube, they paid and all of that kind of stuff, people already had a job. I'm still paying back, student loans from college. A lot of people may want to do YouTube, but like even for me, whatever I went to school for, I like what I do. So even if I got any kind of way with YouTube, I still want to do what I'm still paying back loans for. So you get what I'm saying? Because I like it. It's not just, I'm gonna get on YouTube, I can do whatever the hell I want, and blah, blah, blah. It's not just that. It's more to it because I like what I do. Some people may not like their job, and I'm sorry that happens, but for me, I don't feel that way. Also, we got a home hustle here too. And see, because what I'm working on right now is trying to change the whole beat in my life because I done changed it up a few times. And now I'm going to change it a little bit more. Because I had different, stuff that happened where I had to change the shift, and then I had some issues, and then I had to split it to work in 2 different jobs to make a whole, which is 2 different 4-hour jobs to make a whole. Neither one of them offered the proper insurance, and the only opening that came up is a 12-hour shift. And that's what I got going on now, and I'm not liking it too much. It's just too long. I feel, and I'm capable of it because I've done it, and I've done longer than that throughout my life, but I'm ready to do something different now. And obviously, what I'm getting ready to change up has nothing to do whether I get monetized or whatever the heck on YouTube because I was already standing. My bread is buttered daily by God anyway, so I don't look at that. Plus, I'm a grown woman. I make my own way. I got a stable income. I got a wonderful family. We split all the bills here, so I'm not stressing running down people like that. You understand? Become famous on YouTube, but there's nothing wrong with making this a successful business. So please, I wish everybody will listen to me when I speak about this. I'm not knocking nobody's hustle. I'm not saying not to get your watch hours up.
get your bananas up, all that, do all of that, but don't forget who you are and what you came here to do. That's the only thing I'm saying. But other than that, for me, friendships are priceless. Even people don't even know that I got another hustle on here. I just don't put all my business out there. They don't even know if I got another channel with some family and that's off the chain and we making some good coin. They don't know all that because you know what? Sometimes the right hand can't know what the left hand is doing. So you gotta, you gotta be calm with it. You know what I mean? Have patience. But I'm not on here just for that because I'm stable with the grace of God. With the grace of God. I can honestly say that, so I don't know what people be doing out here, bugging out and whatever they got going on. I'm not here for that. I'm here for a totally different reason. There ain't nothing wrong with being monetized and making it something lucrative. You know? But I want to have my friends near and dear for real, and not make this just about I'm trying to get some money. That's the truth. That's why I keep saying, and I'm not disrespecting nobody, I promise you. I don't care. It's not my business how people decide to do their channels or whatever. This ain't a channel for me. This is just a hangout spot. One thing about this, I keep telling people, I was in this live a couple of months ago, right? And I've been to this live for, quite a few times, and a new person came in. And that person came in and they were only there, they've been coming for about 2 weeks. I'm new here, bop. And they were saying that it's their birthday, and people were celebrating, for them and doing the emojis and stuff. And then the host said, well, since it's your birthday, if you give me your address, I can send you a gift and a card. Now, even though this is the host and you're in somebody else's live, you don't know this person enough to, to give away your address and everything like that. It's not, that's dangerous.
Why we used to get 2 tacos instead of 1?
Yeah. So as I was saying, this person, grown people in their 40s and 50s, are exchanging their personal address and they don't even know each other. And I'm not telling people if they don't got the stranger danger warning in their life and that they don't realize the stranger dangers for us adults. We can be manipulated in a marriage. You could have been married to somebody for a whole bunch of years and they switch up on you. You never even knew that side of them. But I know that I got another person that I watch and they wanted to show off their house. And they were outside showing their house the whole house number. You can see what the house number is, the street sign, the license plate number on their car. And then by them saying, oh, I live in Ohio, and I live next to, I live a couple of blocks away from the biggest, super Walmart center here in Ohio. So do you think that it would take a whole lot for a person to be able to listen to what you just said? They seen the number of your house. They know what your cars in the driveway look like. You don't think if the person can figure that out and come to your house if there's some type of dangerous or weirdo? And I'm not painting a narrative to be negative. I'm just keeping it real. This is the stuff you teach your kids not to do. So when you get big and grown, the danger still can come your way. I don't care if you feel, oh, I'm a big tall man or girl, I got this, honey. If somebody come flying up in your house, you may not be home. It might be your wife, kids, your mom and them or somebody. Or maybe somebody that come in you home and they pull out something and knock you right out the way with, carrying a weapon. You know what I mean? And I'm not joking. I'm serious. And I'm not trying to play no games here, Yeah, I don't understand how they do it, I promise you. And there's a lot, no disrespect. There is hundreds and hundreds of people that I watched here. And, they get offended when you tell them, like I'll say, for instance, I was saying, you got to watch out. When you're in somebody's life, you got to be careful because there's a lot of people in here and you're giving out your job where you work at. You know what I'm saying? You're saying you work at McDonald's, you live here. It doesn't take us. People don't understand that everybody that's with you is not necessarily for you. There's a big difference between the two. Some people like to hang right up under you, you know what I mean, as if they care about you, and they have a whole nother hidden agenda, unfortunately. It's just how it goes. So, and even with me, I promise you, I live off the grid because I got some issues in my life that I'm dealing with. And I always say that I'm not a victim, I'm a victor, right? But I have to stay underground and off the grid, period, for that reason. But even if I didn't have that as an issue, I still would not be out here free and willy on YT. This is not how you do this. People are strangers. People catfish you. People trick you. I've been tricked by family and friends. Come on. So a strange person you don't even know. And what's so weird about it too is that it's nice to be able, because once I get this straight, hopefully I can get on camera. But for the most part, do you know how many people that have been on YT just doing their thing, didn't disclose none of their personal information? They got a whole bunch of subscribers and stuff, but they don't even know that one of the people that you have is a subscriber that's a neighbor that live right down the street from you, because see, they know your face. They see you in your local grocery store, your Kroger's. You understand what I'm saying? But you don't know that they're on as one of your subscribers as a female, and it's really a dude hating on you. You get what I mean? Weird stuff. You know what I mean? And this is not stuff that you just hear on the news or SUV. It could happen to any of us. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're awesome. I hit the like button. Thank you, sweetheart. You are awesome. Colombian princess. I got you, sis. What it do. And we are just basically just chatting it up and talking about stranger danger for adults. YT danger. You understand what I mean? Wally weird danger, not just Holly weird. They've been getting weird in a lot of these Walmarts and other places, you know what I'm saying? But I keep trying to tell people, you got to be careful when you get on here, not to get too friendly. And see, like with me, I used to run a little bit of a business where I had an open line, and it was like a 1-800 number that I did. And I'm getting ready to do it again, but I promise you, even on here, all of these people that are computer geeks and hackers, I promise you, you won't run up on me, because I live underground. I don't even have a P.O. box. Names change. People can't even run up on this. And it's not just because of the issues with YT, but in the world, I got some stuff going on. But I keep trying to tell people, stop sitting up here thinking because you got somebody that you've been cool with on YT a couple of months and a couple of years, you don't even know who you're talking to. You don't even know for real that is that person unless you see them, live, and they're talking to you. and you got to make sure. But to me, that's still not enough to call somebody your friend deeply and giving them your address and all that kind of stuff like that. And I'm not telling nobody what to do, but I think a lot of us as grown folks think that we're so powerful, which we are, but at the same time we can be weak. Because I'm gonna tell you like this: you can have your husband at the house, you can have big old grown sons and stuff that can protect you, or they can protect themselves. But if somebody come and cap you first, there ain't nothing you can do. I'm sorry, I'm not playing games. If people have a plan to come in and do a home evasion, and you got that big strong husband and them sons, and y'all licensed to carry, look like I am, you feel me? You still can get got, because you're dealing with a weirdo, and you're on here telling all your business, so they kind of know what your routine is to do a house evasion. They're gonna come up in the house before husband. Your husband's a police officer. Hey, they can come up in the house on him and sneak, bro. Pop. And it's done. And I don't mean to be negative, but I know what this is. I've seen it happen. I've been in some weird stuff myself. I live in this thing called life. You get what I mean? So we have to watch what we're doing here. We have to watch what we're doing here, because there's too many people getting too friendly, and then they're getting too turned up on YT, and you don't even know if some of the people on here that's the coolest, did you even really know that that's really who they are? You get what I'm saying? I had somebody on here, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not going to be I don't like to be the type to throw a rock and hide my hand, so I'm not going to call nobody out, but I put it to you like this. I had female some years ago when I had an actual channel. Rruk is a hangout spot, but I had an actual channel, and it was booming to where I was getting up to like 10K. I was doing good. You know, I still got that, but it's locked down. Now explain that. But anyway, the girl was doing, YouTube. And, she came up in one of them, because I do a little bit of cooking and a little bit of hauls too. So she came up on, I think it was one of the hauls, I'm not sure. And me and her been rocking, I'll go over and see her haul, and, she cook a little bit of food, and we corresponded pretty good. He said, I haven't told anyone locally that I got it. Neither have I. Sports cards, I'm the same way. Neither have I. And I think some of it you got to watch it. It may be for the best, because it could be somebody around you acting like they're cool and sneak up on you if you don't got people you can trust like that. I don't blame you. Sports cards, because that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, we just gotta watch what we're doing here and chill back, because a lot of times you don't know who you think you know. You know what I mean? And it's a crazy world out here, and we always are quick to tell our kids about stranger danger, whoever got kids, and not even being necessarily a parent, but family member, younger male, cousin, female. You got to know what the game is out here. If not, you get played like a deck of cards. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't seem to understand that, but you can tell by their actions that they're wilding out, because you don't definitely know who you're talking to. And this is not stuff, I promise you, this is not stuff that just happened to young kids. I've been seeing a 30-year-old man, a 20-year-old girl, a 40-year-old man get caught up in the trap and get robbed and played. I've seen somebody gone off to college and thought they was chilling with a bunch of roommates and got played. I've been around people that I thought was my friends and stuff, and they Mickey'd me. I'm going to be raw with you. I ain't got to play no games or perpetrate lie, none of that. I'm going to tell you the people you thought you've been knowing for years. All the while was secretly hating on you and plotting on you. And it's not to be like, scared of everybody in the world, but watch what you're doing, though. You understand what I'm saying? Rome wasn't built overnight. Pay attention to what's happening out here. All these grown people I'm looking at, I even got somebody on here in their 70s running around here like a teeny bopper, like they don't have no clue of what's going on, running around here giving their address out to everybody. People saying, I want to send you something for Christmas and stuff. At least if you're going to do that, which I don't even want to do that, go and get a damn P.O. box. Go get a P.O. box. You don't even have to have that under your real name. You understand what I'm saying? You can get you a P.O. box, so if you want to do that, you'll be a lot safer. But people are not doing that. They're sitting here telling you about all of their business, what day they get paid on, everything but the social security number. You get what I mean? So I just feel like we just got to do a lot better than this. And I think people trying to be YouTube famous, which is not the same as somebody being famous in another way, even though we got a lot of YouTubers out here that have these big channels with millions of subscribers and stuff. They still haven't hit the fame of somebody like Sonny Corinthos from General Hospital, Lil Wayne. You ain't got that kind of money. You ain't in the money like that. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Exactly. How you doing, Squirrel? Thanks for stopping by. You know what I mean? So we have to be aware of it. And some people got, people that they're comfortable with giving their address to get certain mail and gifts and stuff from. You just got to be careful and know that you know. But I feel like to be on the safe side, get a P.O. box or don't even bother do it. Because I'm telling you, I learned a whole lot of different stuff out here just by being too open with the wrong kind of people. It's already bad that you got to watch out for folks that you know. I'm doing good, Squirrel. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. Thank you. You're awesome. I am chilling out and everything is going very good. Very good. Just talking about some things that because I think what we need to pay attention to is that once again, just because we are grown, it doesn't mean that we're exempt from being played and taken advantage of. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, it can happen to us. And even with me, I done been through a lot of stuff in my life. And like I said, I got some serious stuff right now while I'm not on camera. And I done been played as an adult and know better because there's been people that's been up under me that I thought was my friend, family, and friends. And they showed a different side of them. And I didn't know it. I didn't even see it was coming. I didn't even see it coming because they played the game good and they set me up for failure. So, if we can be, victimized as adults, kids can, but a lot of us grown folks, we should know better. We all should know better than that. I don't care about it on here. You sound crazy up there. No, so let me stop. Let me go on there and have fun. But yeah, so I just say that we all need to keep talking about this a little bit more on YT because for the most part, the folks that I'm dealing with around here seem to think that everybody is cool just because they've been subscribed to you for about a year. They got to know everything about you, and sometimes that stuff right there can be very, very dangerous because we don't seem to take a chance. We don't sit back and think, you know what, I better watch out for that. That person right there, I don't know. You know what I mean? We definitely got to watch out. And I mean, in that, not even just that, too, in your personal life. I got so many people that I hear about different stuff that happens to them, and folks be thinking that they were around, I was at my friend's house and I was chilling, and they set you up. And you didn't see it coming because that's how people like that play games. We got, some, experienced cons out here, you know what I'm saying? Just to keep it, copacetic and just be grown and mature and just pay attention to what you're doing because you can't call yourself teaching kids stuff if you're still making the same mistakes yourself. You have to know who you're dealing with. Fine, okay, yes. As much as I love my wife, I don't trust no one on that level. It's just common sense. Thank you. And when I talk about that, I get a lot of people, and what's the thing about it is that usually, like, if I have this conversation and I have a certain amount of people up in here, people want to argue with you. First of all, you don't have to be in the live. If something's said that you don't like and you don't agree, you don't have to be here. But how can you get mad at somebody just telling you? And I'm not talking like directly or giving anybody advice. I'm not a preacher. I'm not a politician. I'm not none of those things. I'm just a person talking about how I live. I'm getting it how I live. And when I speak like that, you got, I got friends that I met and it feels like family to me, so I don't mind. Well, that's up to you. But why are you arguing at me when you came over here and we're just talking about the reality of stranger danger? That's all. And that's not just you to have that talk. This was kids. It's happening to adults. There's been people that's been married for years and somebody want to off the other for insurance money. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? Just simple things to talk about. You never know. And then, I don't know if anybody here is familiar because there's a lot of people that may not be active in the live, but they're in the bushes, if you know what I mean. But, you ever heard about all of these things out here that people do to each other? And you try to look at it and say, that's them. That's it. Nobody's exempt. Nobody's exempt from anything happening to them or any kind of crime. You could be a big, strong man, 6'2", built, a police officer, anything. And if somebody sneak up on you, it goes down. You know what I mean? So we just got to all be aware of what's going on here. And I promise you, with YT, I don't see how folks feel comfortable having people all up in their whole entire life. People got minor kids and stuff that they're putting on camera with all that kind of stuff like that. putting people in danger. You're pulling up right outside your kid's school. You got to look at where you live at. There's only 2 high schools, and you talking about your daughter 15 go to this school. If you got somebody weird that's creeping and stuff, and not even letting you know that they're a subscriber, just watching you in the background, you can go right there and do something. You know what I mean? And this one woman here, I seen her doing a live, and she had been coming to see me for a while. So she had a live going, and I decided to jump in the live and check it out. And the first thing, you know, that they were talking about was she has a lot of trolls, and you know, some of them 6 months, 4 months, 3 months, and that she just let them stay. And then she started elaborating on what these trolls are doing. And she got one troll that had said something very disrespectful in a sexual manner about her 5-year-old daughter and threatened to take her life. And she said, hey, a view is a view. And I'm not going to do anything. You know, I'll give them time out sometime, but this social media, this is how it's supposed to be. This is how you make money. This is how you do business. So I'm not going to do anything about it. I don't have a problem with it. And I'm like, you really are, that you're serious? That somebody has made threats towards you and your family, and you're okay because, you know, a view is a view, sub for sub. All right, you know. And I had a friend. Well, I won't say like in a personal way. He says, "Oh, thank you so much, Unc. I appreciate it. Thank you." You know, and I'm going to tell you what somebody that I thought was a YouTube friend. Like I said, I had been knowing this woman, you know, on YT. I never got personal ever with her at all. And she, whatever she wanted to put out about her business, but I don't get down like that. And what happened was, she came over several times to my little bit of hauls and stuff. This is when I had an actual channel. And then, you know, after she came and checked me, the little bit of food and stuff I do, she decided, you know, that she was going to just stick by and keep coming through. So I said, okay, cool. You know, we talking backwards and forth on YouTube only, and I got some people that can hit me out on the gram. And all of a sudden I said, you know what? Well, since she's been cool, let me go over here and check her and give her some support as well. So I started going over to her channel, and I watched a few of her hauls and her cooking and things and that, and everything that seemed to be cool. I thought it was cool, you know, and that went on like that for, you know, years. We were just that kind of cool. How you doing? Yep, girl, nothing personal. I ain't got this husband. I got this aunt, uncle, none of that. What city, state you live in? What's your zip code? What's your area code? Nothing, ever. She has elaborated on a few things about herself, but I never took her outside of me communicating with her on YouTube like I do anybody. And let me tell you what ended up happening. Since I switched over to Rruk of all, she had popped up. He said, and things like this is social media, everything can be fake. Yeah, definitely, Unc, definitely. I promise you. And let me tell you what this girl did, which I didn't even know. So she kept on tuning in to me. Unc, that was so good. I love when you come in and say some positive stuff like that. Thank you so much. So I thought everything was fine with her. And when I left my actual channel to come to Rruk as a hangout spot, I pretty much let everybody know. He said, I'm still around. Thank you, Squirrel. And I said to her, I said to all of the people, I let them know that, you know, that I'm moving on, and that I got a new spot, and if you guys are interested, please come through. And the content is going to change because I'm doing this by myself, and the people I was with, I'm on my own. And she came and popped up on me 3 or 4 times here, you know, throughout the time that I've had Rruk here. And then all of a sudden, I stopped hearing from her for a while. And then she popped up. She started popping up again, you know, saying hi. And I'd go over and check her out, and it was cool. And then one of the videos that I had up, it started like this. Now, you guys, if y'all ever, and I'm not trying to force nobody to go look at no content. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to explain. I don't come on camera. I got maybe a couple of videos that you can see me full body, but I got on sunglasses and a mask. That's how I travel in my personal life, not just to do no YouTube video. But anyway, when I do my hauls, if I do my cooking, you only see my hands. If I do my hauls, you probably can see the bottom part of my mouth and just, you know, my chest area, nothing else, because I'm right up on it. So she started saying stuff like, you know, oh my gosh, damn, you looking sexy. And I'm like, well, how is she saying that I'm looking sexy and the only thing she can do is really see my hands and possibly my chin? You know, and I'm like, wait a minute now, because us as females, I always tell another woman, oh, girl, you look good. That's a cute dress. Oh, girl, you looking sexy for your husband. We talk like that. Oh, you cute. Hey, sis. Hey, girlfriend. What's up, beautiful? Give you a heart emoji. I'm not in a sexual manner with that at all. And not to disrespect nobody, but I'm a heterosexual woman. And I don't judge anybody orientation. I'm just saying she knew that from what me saying, if you got somebody in your life. So she knew that I wasn't like that anyway, and I don't care that she was, and she always advocated that she was married. So she started saying little things like that on the halls, which, like I said, she couldn't even see me. But you, girl, you can work with them hands. What hands? What hands? What you seeing me doing? Holding up a piece of steak, a loaf of bread? So I started saying, what the heck is wrong with her? And, she was leaving them kind of comments. So I went over to her and I said, I don't understand what kind of way you're coming off on. I don't know what you're trying to do here. I basically was going over there to say that and not even comment with her at all or communicate because it was getting kind of weird. She's back again. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you, Black Widow. I appreciate it. So I'm saying, I'm just going to go over here. I'm not even going to watch her content because now this is getting a little creepy. How are you telling me that I'm looking sexy? And first of all, you don't even see any of my body parts. You've never talked to me like that before. And like I said before with us females, I always tell, oh, you look pretty, girl. And I even said to girl, that's a sexy dress, girl. But it's not in a sexual manner. And she started doing that. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go over here and I'm going to straighten this out. So when I went over, I wasn't going to watch her content at all. I was going directly because that's the only way that I knew how to get a message to her. And I didn't want to say nothing negative on her page and for her, her subscribers to see that she got something going wrong. So I said, hey, I got a question. I said, pop up over my spot so I can, or hit me on the gram so I can ask you something. You know what I mean? And I left it at that, but she never did. But so when I seen that she didn't respond to me, I decided to go back to her page again to see if she typed something back in. She never did. So I decided to watch the video that the comment was under, and it started being like this. Hey, join my membership. If you want to see something more, I'll take it off. So I'm saying, wait a minute. So I removed my comment. Then I went back over to the Instagram. Now she done set up on Instagram, and she used folks on YouTube to make a fans only page. And now she's turning on all her female friends in the sexual way to try to get you to pay to see her. You know what I mean? So what I did was I just basically shut that down and blocked her. I didn't curse her out. I never spoke negative about her name. Even though y'all hear me talking, I'm not calling nobody's names out. I don't like to throw a rock and hide my hand, but I'm just saying I'm professional and I'm grown. But she turned up completely on me. And what she was doing was she started off with some type of prostitution situation. That's what it was. She built up like she was doing hauls and chilling on YouTube just to get the people and then turn on you to see if you're willing to get involved with her in a sexual way. And I promise you, it shocked me because I thought she was, just doing videos like me. So I just let her go because I realized that's what kind of person she is. But that was disgusting to me because for her to be a female friend on YouTube, and like I said, I don't know her, so I can't be too surprised. But I tell you one thing, she played the game pretty well, and I thought it was real nasty. You know what I mean? For her to start that kind of stuff like that. And I promise you, she done got herself in a whole lot of trouble because she done violated so many YouTube rules. Now she done took it to Instagram. And, I don't deal with it no more. But I know the last that I've seen anything with her, she was getting in trouble over there under investigation and stuff like that because you're being explicit over there with sexual and acting crazy and stuff. So that's what it was all about. She wasn't doing no YouTube channel. She had the channel, but she basically was doing to set up a fans only page for herself and then use the females that thought they were her friend as some kind of sexual way to come on to them. And I I don't play games like that. You know what I mean? And I just realized that, this is getting crazy out here. People are out here wide open. So if you got anybody that you think is cool, take a second look at what they're doing. Because sometimes you all invested in somebody and, you really don't know them. Watch yourself. And like I said, I never get personal. Even if I didn't have this situation that I got going on in my life, I definitely still would not, disclose so much of my business like that to everybody. It's not the place to do it. I got enough family and friends around here that know enough about me that I don't have to run into all of that. You just got to be careful. It's just hard. This is crazy. That's wild. Yes, exactly. I'm done with it. I'm not gonna deal with that no more. And she has tried to come hit me up a few times, and what I did was, I had to shut it down completely on Instagram and on YT. I'm not that girl. There's no way that I could ever get involved with anything like that. And like I said before, if she said to me, period, as a person, listen, I got my fan page and I would like your support, and I say, no, I don't support that kind of stuff, and that would have been it. But instead, she started trying to come on to me, and it was weird. That's why I said, you don't know what's going on here, and it's not just kids that's being tricked, because I don't feel that I was necessarily tricked, but I just feel that, we, just like how all of us is talking right now, and I come...
Questions her intentions.
Yeah. Exactly, question her intentions. Exactly. And the thing is, that right there, she should already know, because she looked like she, just turned this into a whole situation that she could find the right kind of people that want to do that. And they started off with all that fetish and stuff like that, and I'll take it off for $3 more. I'm like, are you serious? Honey, if you're doing all of that, honey, $3 ain't gonna hit it, girl. Let me tell you something now. You need to work it. If you're gonna be doing all that, man, listen, for $3, shh. Honey, listen. I done seen people out here on drugs that get more for it than that. You're trying to prostitute on a platform like that. Do you know how much trouble you can get in? Just nasty. Yeah, gutter. So I learned quickly what that was all about, and you know what? She it's to the left. Even though I don't deal with her no more, they have a lot. They had, before she got in trouble, they had a lot of suggestions about her, and whenever you see it like pop up in the corner, you could tell she barely got anything on, and it just was a matter of time that YT caught up with her and shut her down completely. Because she was doing something that's illegal, and then she tried to take it to the gram and got smashed over there. That's why I said I don't know how to do this thing with the folks out here, because a lot of people be asking me a lot of questions, and I always try to let folks know that I'm global first of all, which is it is who I am. It is how I live. When I say global, I could be in the States for 6 months and then go to the country, and I'm talking about across the water. I'm not talking about just right next door. I'm talking about out in Puerto Rico. I could be gone, ghost, because that's my life. That's where I'm from. That's who I am. So I do it moving. You know what I mean? But I don't get too personal about anything. I don't bring in anything about any husband. You know what I mean? Any kids, if you got any, none of that. I try to keep it copacetic, and I got a lot of people that want me to come on panel and stuff with them, but I explained that it's certain questions. So if I came on the panel, I'm not going to be on camera, and there's going to be a guideline of what you can and cannot ask me. You know what I mean? And I don't want to come on somebody's panel trying to chill and make people feel that I'm weird, because I'm not going to be telling you what city, no nothing. If I'm in the country, am I in Jamaica, where I'm not doing none of that. Because I already know that I have to stay off the radar, and then because I don't do stuff like that on YouTube, just know that I'm... Exactly, it's not. No, you can't even do that.
Yeah, I'm from New York. Yeah, I'm from here.
Exactly.
You can't even do that no more.
Nope.
You got weirdos trying to search you up from what state you said, and then trying to look in your background to see if they recognize the location and try to find your ass.
Exactly.
You gotta be famous for somebody that want to harm you.
Exactly.
It's a weirdo.
Exactly.
Assassination with you. They don't care what you got.
Exactly. That's my family member talking. And that is so true. It don't got nothing to do with you being famous. People can just be fascinated with you.
It's a creepy obsession. It's weird.
Exactly. And that is it. That is it.
No fan. They're just pretending to be one, but it's really more than that.
Yeah, sick.
Probably trying to take over.
Exactly. Sick.
They want to be you.
Yeah, in a sick way too, because like you said, you don't have to. Because the first thing people are constantly quick to say, "Well, I don't know what they worried about that for, because she broke, she ain't got nothing." They don't go by that. If you're dealing with a sicko, you're dealing with a sicko. Hey, what's up, Nick? How you doing, beautiful? Thank you for coming in. Hey, girl. Hey, what's happening, sis? We talking about this craziness out here.
Yeah, but when you're dealing with a sicko, even if someone else
regular person will probably look at that person and be like, but she ain't got nothing going on. She ain't doing nothing. But the sicko's like, she has everything I want.
Yes.
Like, damn.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said you can't get on here and free willy like that.
The sickos and the weirdos are looking at you like you have everything they don't, and they want to take it from you.
Mm-hmm. And you know, and not to be disrespectful, because I have to say it allegedly when I say it, but y'all know that story. She said, it definitely, yes it is out here. Yes it is. I tell you, yes it is.
People are getting,
yes, Nick. The people, yeah. People,
and it needs to be put out there.
Exactly. Just like with that, you know, and I have to say it allegedly with the YouTube stuff, but just like that, that stuff with, what's her name in real life? Selena, what was her name? Selena? The one, the singer. Oh gosh, not the young Selena, but the older one from back in the days. I forgot her name though. Yeah, Jennifer Lopez played the movie of her. Do you see how the lady that had everything, that worked with her side by side, an older grown woman that was like a grandmother or mother to her, end up killing her out of jealousy of this girl when you was like her right-hand man? You know what I mean? You got to look at that for real for what it's worth. You know what I'm saying? And even with me, I had somebody, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and like I said, I don't like to throw a rock and hide my hand, but I was watching somebody's live about a month ago, and they were up in their live, I mean, cussing, I mean, I'm talking about the F you, and I mean, you know, the gutter talk of trash talking, no disrespect, and it didn't bother me because that's their business. But when I did the live last night and I said a few choice words, people got all in their feelings, trying to act funny and talking about, oh, you know, and I'm like, well, I don't understand. Do you need me to pull up your video? Because what I said, and I keep trying to tell people, what do you say when you say pussycat? What happens when you take the cat off of it? Because see, you know, when you go to the gynecologist, they call it a vagina. Excuse me, and I'm gonna be raw, y'all, and I'm gonna step off that. You feel me? I'm gonna step off that. And this person tried to act like they were so thrown back by that after they done cussed and called people MFers and all of that, which I didn't care. So I don't know why. And then if you said shit, okay, what is that? Damn, what is that? You see what I mean? But they want to try to act like that they're over you. And then I've been noticing two people be listening to you in the background, and then they decide to pop in your live when they want to come in and try to say something when they've been listening all along. Or I got a lot of ones, which is so corny, you guys, because we're all unique, we're all different, we all can eat. You understand what I mean? We all bring something different to the table, because if we were all the same, it would be, no, it's not a competition. You do your thing and I do mine. It may be for YouTube. Now, the YouTube people, the CEO and all them people that's paying you, for them it's competition, because they feel like, you know what, Rruk ain't hitting on nothing, but this girl over here is popping. We can make more money off of her. Well, you go ahead, because I'm still, you know, going to get what I got to get at home, because I done went to school and I got a career and I got a life. You understand? Still paying student loan, so you can't stop this, because I was somebody before I even came on YouTube. But at the same time, people are supposed to be homies, and they're in competition with you, and then you see them, they don't say nothing, and then they hide like they didn't see your video. But then when you go watch their next video, they're using the same content as you. I don't mind it. I'm not a content creator, but I'm telling you, you can't be me. You understand what I mean? And I can't be you, and I like me. So if you're friends, no, you shouldn't want to be somebody else, because you don't know what's in my shoes. You understand what I'm saying? They're my shoes for a reason. You can't walk in them. But why would you even want to do that? Especially if you call yourself trying to be friends and stuff. We all doing our own thing, but don't try to come knock me, because you was turning up in that live, and I had a family member that I called in the room, and they was shocked. Because, you know, you started off with some church stuff, which I didn't see. This is the whole thing. These people are saying that they're super Christian. They are baptized and filled with the Holy Ghost, and they're above you, and they're more God-seeking than you, and then they get on there and turn up, and then they come and check you out, and then act kind of funny. And like I said before, don't feel like, oh, well, she's upcoming now, she's going to be my company. I ain't going to be shit. I'm going to be me. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not going to be ish. This is not a competition. You've been doing your thing, wagging your tail. Why can't I wag mine? I don't know what you're doing here, but you can understand this right quick. I'm watching all these people do this.
You're in a competition with yourself.
Yes. Yeah. My family member just said, you're in a competition with yourself and you're still losing. You get what I'm saying? Nobody cares about none of that. Nobody cares about none of that. And then it's for you to supposed to be friends with somebody, and then you come trying to knock boots and stuff like somebody playing some kind of game. And I watch some little slicksters that keep popping up like little roaches, termites coming out the wood, acting a fool, and you're supposed to be friends. This ain't nothing here, yo. Even if you go over and look at the little bit of cooking I do and a little bit of hauls, this is nothing professional. I don't got no lights, camera, action. I am totally computer illiterate. You understand what I'm saying? I just get it, set it up, and start trapping my mouth and talking real right off the top. I ain't got no scripts here, nothing. The only time that I read off of something is because I put down a lot of cliches that I read, seen in the Bible, stuff I made up on my own, and then I'm just straight shoot it out. I'm not doing nothing special here. You over there editing. You got special nice stuff going on. Why are you coming over here trying to trip on me? I ain't doing nothing. And then faking the funk. Want somebody to come to every little thing that you put up, but you ain't really backing nobody up. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't nobody playing no games. And then this is another thing too, no disrespect. But a lot of people are jumping on YT and they're not checking out the background of who run YT and bop, 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 bop. And once again, there was like a lot of heavy conversations in a lot of people's chats, about this person that is the CEO, and that they're very nasty and they're shooting people down and they're disrespecting people's channel, and they think because they're rich that they're exempt, and they lost a child just recently. And the example that I was trying to make, that I was talking about, was that we're not exempt by anything just because we got some damn money. Do you honestly think when we get up in front of God, he's going to say, Rruk, you're going to hell, but Lil Wayne is going to heaven because he's famous and you're not? You get what I'm saying? Yes, Southern, yes. You know what I mean? Do you think that's going to be like that? Do you think, honestly, God is going to put you in a special place because you was Sonny Corinthos on General Hospital all your life, and you rich, and this person over here getting food stamps and ain't got no job or disabled? Do you honestly think that's how God sees us, no matter who you think you are? You're going to be down on the same level as me. You understand what I mean? And so I don't get where all this foolishness is coming from. But that lady that is the CEO, she's not the CEO no more. But she has been running racket here. And I don't care if nobody come here, oh, you better watch who you're talking about. Because if they hear you talking about them, they're going to shut you down. Shut it down. You understand what I mean? Shut it down. Because like I said before, who was I before I came on YouTube? How do I even get a signal if I don't have no kind of income to be able to come on YT to even be running my mouth and talking? She says $1 trillion and doing dirt to God. Amen. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Nick. And that's what I kept saying. And I was using that for a synopsis, because this person is running around trying to play judge and jury over people's lives because they're millionaire, trillionaire, and running, this type of business here, which this is a big business. And this person just experienced a loss, and it was horrible. I felt bad. It was horrible. A young son, I think about 19 years old. I spoke about it last night. And when I was saying that, I wasn't trying to be negative, honey, because you don't want me to start talking about burying kids, honey. I can write a book on that too. Let's just keep it real. But what I was saying is, do you understand? Money is not going to stop it. There is no way around your death. When your time is up, your time is up. Sometimes you can be as rich as you want to be, and you can even have the money to say, well, you know what? I need I need a liver. I need a kidney. So since we got money, we can buy one. We don't have to get on the waiting list. But if it's not in God's will, it don't matter where you get it from. If it ain't in God's will and your number is up, I'm calling you. He said, I'm calling you. You can't stop this. And that's what I keep saying. People don't understand when you try to talk. And I can tell when people pop up in your live and act kind of nasty. And you know what kills me too is that when people keep trying to tell you who they used to be, but you can still see that same person standing in front of you. Very nasty, fake nice 1 minute. Your mask come off the next minute. You're back in and out, dibbing and dabbing. I see you. You didn't fool me. Just like this one lady, oh yeah, I used to drink. No, I can tell you was a drunk and a crackhead. No disrespect, I'm not judging you, but I can tell. I know this on a professional level. Yeah, I can tell what you are and where you've been. You talk that talk, but see, you got to remember, what you did was you're saying certain stuff and painting a certain type of narrative, but how you get down and live shows really who you are. I'm sorry. I am so sorry, Southern. But you gave yourself up because the stuff that you're talking about, that's not even in typical of a behavior of an alcoholic. That stuff you talking about is the head. You understand what I'm saying? And then you talking about, yeah, because I used to be back, but now I'm saved. Yeah, I used to be. Well, first of all, the same cons that you used when you was tricking out there, you understand what I'm saying, is what you're doing to try to manipulate people to join you on YT, because you're using people as if you're trying to be friends with them, but you just want somebody to build this cozy bed for you to lie down in, and then you want them to kick rocks with open-toe shoes. She tried to play me like that, and I set her all the way straight. You understand what I mean? You know how when they pull you over and you might have driving and drinking, and they tell you to walk that straight line, she got on that line. I had to put her on the line. You got the wrong one, sister. I don't know what kind of hustle you did when you was out here piping it. Maybe you was, hustling a couple of smokers or whatever, but honey, I'm clear and precise. The game you running, I'm not doing nothing. Tried to tell me in one of my life, oh, well, if you join this, it's going to be $7. If you join this, it's going to be, I'm not doing nothing. I came over here to say hello, and if I want to go further, I will, but I didn't. Don't try to force me. But I can tell the hustle that you're doing. You may have hustled some of these road runners out here that you was with, these lot lizards and stuff that you dealt with when you was out there on that pipe. But see, with me, I'm not in the game because I can tell. You know how when people say they change, yeah, praise the Lord Jesus. I remember back in the days, child, and talking some good stuff, but then you can tell how they're trying to scam and run on you, that's what they did before, and they ain't done with it. And I got 2 or 3 people, oh yeah, I used to be mean and stuff, and now that I found, you ain't changed, sister. Listen, brother, you haven't changed. I used to I used to who? I still see that person in you because you get caught slipping every time because you haven't perfected your craft. You get what I mean? You haven't perfected whatever kind of game you're running. You're transparent, honey. Yeah, watch yourself, because there's some people that's more skilled than you that is gonna knock it right down. And just be talking all kinds of stuff like they're running people and I'm so nice and quiet and this all I do. No, I can tell that, the family members you got, that's a script that you're running. I can tell that you're not who you say you are. A lot of times people are so quick, well, when I, was raising my kids or because I got kids, I'm a this, I'm a that. Let me tell you something. You can run around here and call it whatever you want to call it. But one thing I can tell you is that when you have kids, and when they get grown or when they get a certain age where they comprehend things, they're going to tell you what kind of mama or daddy you were. You can't paint no fake picture. They're going to tell you. They're going to tell you, no, that wasn't right. Every time I needed something, you wasn't there. And Mom, I came in there, you had a different guy in the house all the time. Oh, that was your uncle. No, he was my uncle, now he's my daddy. You see what I'm saying? If you're talking about, yeah, it was all right because he helped pay the rent and all, that's not what the child is seeing. Hello. That's not what the child is seeing. They're seeing somebody in there walking through the living room in their damn drawers that they don't even damn know, and you ain't home or damn sleep, and you don't even know who this man is. It's just because you done met him out one night. Now he's staying with y'all. And then you try to make it look like in front of the kids. Well, I was with Brian, Mike, Sam, Johnny, Uncle Paul because I needed help with the... No. That's not what a kid understands at that age. You understand what I mean? They don't understand that at all. She said, uncle, yes, friend, homie, everything but the lover. You know what I mean? Or the bed warmer. And then run around being somebody else's bed wench and think your kids are not going to be affected by it. Your kids will tell you what kind of parent you are. And if you got some kids that really see how it is, my mother struggled and worked 2 or 3 jobs, and my dad, he was working a job, and they're going to call it out what it is. But then, they did the best they could, but then they always were drunk all the time, too, though. I remember that, too. Yeah, they were good parents, too, the best they could, but then when they brought that alcohol in, they changed that script to a whole nother dialogue. So I was in the house with somebody that had cooked dinner good, and Dad came home, and we all ate as a family, had movie night, and then, later on that night, they both was drunk and cursing us out and bugging out. There's 2 sides of a coin, honor and shame. You understand what I mean? So with that being said, you ain't played nobody. That's the stuff that I keep trying to tell you. Y'all folks don't seem to understand that when you're trying to play somebody, you got to remember a lot of people got, that sense in them. Some people may not, but a lot of people got that sense that they can tell that you're trying to run game. And that's the same thing that's going on over here, too, with these people running around here from pillow to post on YT, running a con story of every live. I got some ones that every time I see them in somebody's live, they're over there with that same story, dumping sand in somebody else's yard. The same story, trying to get people to feel sorry for them. And even if they do have something wrong with them, you don't got to use that as a crutch so that you can get over, work your content, do your thing, and do it moving. You ain't got to pretend that all of this is here because I got this problem, and when I ache and I have to deal with this, okay, all right. You done turned this live and stuff into something totally different. We understand where you're coming from. We backing you up. Put your content out. We got you. We're going to check you. That's not enough. They got to go through it, and then the whole live start this kumbaya moment, because nobody can get past that's all you came here for, when obviously you got some kind of insurance that you may need to go see a therapist, possibly. Don't bring it all and drop it on somebody's lap. Watch what you're doing, what you're saying, and how you're acting, because sometimes you can tell when somebody's using that for a hustle. Because I'm going to tell you, this person came into my life and they were talking, I've been listening to you, and I decided to finally join in because I feel like I can come over here and talk to you, because I'm going through a lot of stuff, and I got medical problems, and I'm sad, and I don't got no friends, and I'm talking, and several people in the live is trying to help this person come up to some comfort, hoping they can make them feel better and stuff. They said all of this stuff, right? And then they just kept saying it. I'm sick, I'm sad, I'm this, and I'm that. And I'm not judging nobody, because it could be mental health overall with that and physical problems. But I'm just saying, this peak, this hustle. So they kept saying all that kind of stuff. Okay, everybody loving you up. I'm talking to you, I'm loving you up. And this was a couple of months ago. Finally, the person said, well, I got to get ready to go now. I said, okay, listen, you take care. Everybody else was saying take care. And then before we knew it, they said, okay, I gotta go. And then they would leave. As soon as somebody else would pop up in my live, they jump back and laugh. Hi, Sam. Hi, Mary. Hi, Janet. All right, you guys, I gotta go. Now I'm going silent, Rruk, and y'all, I'm doing something in the background. I gotta go. And every time somebody new came in their live, they magically pop back up. So you know what it is, Southern. You know what they were trying to do. And I'm going to tell you what happened. So after they called themselves had left, I decided while I'm still doing the live, let me go and pop up over their spot. Well, they're over there running a whole live themselves with 4 people on the panel. And I thought you said you didn't know nobody and didn't have no friends. You ain't got to do it like that, sis, brother, uncle. You don't got to run no game like that, because I already peeped you. You see what I'm saying? Don't do that. Don't do that. That right there is a shame too, because you're a sellout. And anytime you use stuff like that to try to manipulate people, you better hope that if you don't got nothing, you get something, or what you got getting worse just because you're trying to game on people. And they were doing the whole live. And then I've seen them and other people live. And I promise you, you know how it is when you got a song that you know, and when people sing the song, you can sing right along with them, whoever the artist may be. If you're listening to the radio, CD, or whatever, you can sing the song right along with them. That's exactly how, if I see her and other people live, I can tell you what she finna say next. And everybody's live, yeah, hi, I've been watching you, I think your lives are nice, so I'm a new friend here, but I don't know that many people. That's how it first started off. And then somebody, yeah, welcome, hey, welcome, how you doing? Yeah, okay, that's all right, you got friends now. And then the next step is, yeah, because I'm lonely and I'm sad. And I went to somebody's live and I read her verbatim everything that she had already said in my live, and I read it, and I said, oh my goodness, I'm able to go to like yes. Yeah, she said almost a copy and paste. I seen her in several people lives, and she said and did the same thing in several lives, and I promise you, I started paying attention to this particular person, because when I go to the live, as soon as I see the name, I started looking up under what they were writing. And they had the same, it's like almost like they're reading from a piece of paper. Hi, my name is Sally. I'm Betty. I'm Linda. I'm sad. I'm alone. And that might be mental health, but I'm just saying. But how did you, so what did you flip out of it and got straight enough to do a video yourself? Something ain't right with that. You know what I mean? And like I said, I'm not knocking nobody for maybe having some real mental health issues and struggling with friendship, but that person wasn't being honest though. Because they, if you look at their videos and stuff that they got up, they're doing their thing. Even if they got something medical going on for real, it ain't sunk in and sunk down the way they did it. They use that, if it's real, to manipulate friendships and gain subscriptions and gains. And like I said before, there's so many people out here, they're hustling this thing. I promise you. I gotta hit people to certain channels to look at these people on here, and you know that you're actively doing an auction for subscribers, and people are sitting up here going along with it, and I don't, as far as I know, and us looking into it, that's illegal. And it's going to be a matter of time before these people end up getting shut down. You know what I mean? Because the stuff that they're doing, I don't think that it's worth it. And I think in the long run, if you take your time and build a channel or whatever you're trying to do on here, you can do it legal. But you mess around and see, people don't understand that you can't keep on doing these YouTube channels and think, you know what? If I screw up this one, they shut me down, I just make up another one with a new name. Well, the thing is, if you ever get yourself to the point where you get monetized, right? And you get shut down, you can't get a new social security number, so watch yourself. Stay in your lane. You get what I'm saying? See, people don't go, they don't think that far because their head's in the fog. So they don't think that far. And they just think they can just keep going and going and going. And then there's been also, people don't even understand. I got a lot of people that has been banned out of, in the United States. You understand what I'm telling you? Banded out, put out, and people don't understand the outlaw is not just for Clint Eastwood movies. People have been, folks don't even travel and understand what's going on in life, yo. People have been put out. I've known some people that then came from different places and got put out and never to be able to come back. And there's some people on YT that got shut down. And the only way that you can say, you jump around and say, oh yeah, they shut me down. I got this couple that jumped in my live one day and lied and said they was friends with so-and-so. And I seen them in the live. Nobody warned me about it. And I went over to check this person out. A few of their videos. I checked out a few of their boyfriend's video, and they seemed to be cool. And then I went back again, and I watched how the one of the videos that they put up, it was a good regular video, and then they went into some soft porn. So I can see why y'all keep getting y'all channels shut down. And then I have a friend that reached out to me and told me, listen, them people that you had in the live, that chick and her boyfriend, they're bad news. You see what I mean? So you got to look at what people coming to do. They're trying to get you caught up in the trap. You know what I mean? Caught up in the trap so that your name would be linked in with their name. And that person got the nerve to come in. And I knew something wasn't right the way they came in the live, because they just started subscribing to everybody. Like right off the bat, I subscribe. And people in the live was like, is that all you came to do? You didn't speak to nobody? You didn't speak to the host? Is that all you came to do? Because first of all, I'm not interested in no new subscribers. Some people said, I don't have a channel. And I don't like the way you're rolling. So with that being said, you coming in here, you playing games, and you think people don't see who you are. They seen you when you was walking in the door. They seen you right off the bat. You thought you was coming in, skip to my Lou, invisible, Wonder Woman with the damn, the invisible jet. No, you seen, noted. And like I said before, people be thinking that when you in these people's lives, that anything somebody gonna say, that you gonna know about it. But once again, when I do the lives, I get my phone dinging off. I'm looking at it right now, dinging off, telling me different stuff about, that person there ain't right. Watch yourself. This ain't this. This ain't that. Real talk. For true. It is what it is, but it is the truth. And I keep saying, I don't know why folks think they can just come over and pop it with everybody, because every person ain't the same. Every person ain't the same. A lot of times, if you look at it for what it's worth, you may think you running the game, but somebody's more better at it than you. Or you may think that you're running the game, and you run across somebody that got it popping differently than what you got. And they're cons and hustlers, and they're greater at the game than you. You may be thinking you're running the game on somebody that's going to come in, and you know what I'm saying? They said, don't never write a check that your AZZ can't cash. You know what I'm saying? It goes down. That's why I said you get out here and play these games, these silly games, you win silly prizes. You're trying to hurt somebody, you end up hurting yourself because you got somebody that's deadly with it. They ain't going to play that game. Somebody that cold cock you. Somebody to sit up here and report you enough to where your channel is shut down. And I mean shut down. I ain't talking about coming back as the fourth personality that you got and all that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about make sure that you don't function and pop over here again. And here goes somebody else here too. Let's chill. and achieve watch hours together. Let's get the bananas. Let's sell some bananas. Man, what are you talking about? This thing just popped up. Let me see. I'm gonna make sure I ain't subscribed to know these people. I ain't got time for it. Because I can see what kind of game y'all running here. I'm finna get ready to let this go. Y'all definitely ain't the people for me. They're just setting up a whole bunch of panels of people that just trying to come in and do a hostile takeover. I'm definitely not wanting to be a part of this. I can see this is somebody that's fairly new to me for a couple of months, but you know what? They played the game to get in the door, and now their true colors are showing. Now, so I see how you operate on here. There's no need for us to have any kind of connection. So as we speak right now, I am deleting this person, and it is done. I'm not going to say anything negative about them. I'm not going to hate on them in secret or any of that. I'm done. I'm not interested in being involved with anybody that's rocking like that. Because you know you're dirty. Let me get ready to unsubscribe to this right now. I'm glad it popped up because see, this person was acting like they were cool, and now I see that it's all a game. And see, you on somebody else's channel, free and willing. And I got to go in here and make sure they don't even bother to come back over to me either. And like I said before, I don't know how these people's numbers are the way they are, you know, within a week. So what's the matter? Oh, this one woman that was subscribed to me, I can see that they got this panel set up, bananas, let's get apples, let's get oranges. Man, I'm like, what the hell are you doing, girl? Please. I'm done with that. I knew something was seeming too phony and too over. Oh, hey, Rruk. Oh. I'm like, She said, LOL, not catching them while you're in the live. That's what I'm saying, yes. I see what's going on with this person, I promise you, and I there's something I want to say, right? But I'm not going to say it here. And I would love to be able to tell you, Neek, and I'm sure you're aware with it, but I don't want nobody to get a misunderstanding because I'm from a mixed background myself. But if you say the wrong thing, people get in their feelings. They're thinking it's discrimination, it's blah, blah, blah. But I tell you this right here, male order bride, that's all I'm going to tell you. Male order bride, a lot of clowning around because all them people came running up on me. I got one man that came up, all that crap, and that's all he wanted to do is let me shut up. Anyway, sit his butt up there and get you and everybody in your life to support him, and then now that he done got monetized, you ain't seen him no more. Extremely fragile. Yes, it's crazy. And my whole thing is, how do you get in your feelings when it ain't none of your damn business? If you on somebody else's spot and you don't like what they're saying, because a lot of times people get in their feelings because what you're saying is true and it touches base. That's why they get mad. You know what I mean? But when they're going to talk about somebody else, it's different. You know, and I always say it ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. You feel me? That's what it is. You don't want to face the fact, but I got people keep talking about sponsoring me. I'm not tricking off with nobody. Sponsoring who and what? I'm not sponsoring. Sponsoring for what? And this is what I've been watching. A lot of people have been being conned by these sponsorships too. You know, trick or hoe. You know what I mean? I'm going to say it just like that. Not ho, 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 Merry Christmas. Trick or hoe. That's what's been going on. Because people even, oh, can you sponsor me? I'm looking for a sponsor. Sponsor us. Go ahead and find one. Go ahead and find one. Look on. Because that's the only reason why you came over here is to sponsor you for what? What are you looking for? What kind of game you playing? And I've been watching these certain women. They could be in no disrespect, and I'm gonna say this: any race, purple, green, yellow, any nationality, and you are somebody that's 27 years old. Why is your husband 57? And y'all from different parts? What are we doing here? Let's stop acting silly. Come on, stop it. Long one in instead of my regular. It won't let me get in unless I do this whole long one. I can't.
What's the long one?
I can't hear you. Yeah. Yes, it is. It's making me know. Yeah, the long one. This is I'm gonna have to set it back right, but now I gotta do this whole thing again. I gotta fix it. Before he goes to the yeah, this one here. It's not letting me do how I usually sign in on that one in the computer. Yeah,
You just have to change it back.
yeah, and I meant to do it. I think because we haven't got to that part yet.
Yeah,
But I gotta remember which one it is. Oh, it's the main one, right? This is a lot of typing. I just want to see where I'm at because I just got this new computer because my other one is broke. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on here, man. You can't really clear all this stuff here on this YT. Sometimes they make you not even want to be bothered because you got too many dysfunctional people with too much craziness going on. So what you got to do is you got to get in where you fit in at and find your little spot and rock it. Other than that, you'll be caught up in a bunch of drama constantly. Everybody out here just seems like they've lost their mind. I don't know what the hell's happening to people here. And I don't know why two people feel that they can come up on you and run game when they know that you don't get down like that. That's the stuff that I'm not understanding. They know you don't rock like that and they still keep trying to try you. You know what I mean? I don't get that. That's silly, LOL. You know what I mean? It don't make no sense. And I've been watching this kind of stuff like this, and I like the way you said this yesterday, Nick, when you said about people know how to go and flood certain people's lives when they're doing lives. It's almost like a conspiracy, like a setup. And I got like probably, I'm going to be honest with you, it's probably like you. He said Uncle Dan. It's probably you and, I'm trying to think. It's you and somebody else. I got my guy, he ain't here. I think he might have left. But you and sports cars, and I'm sure there's a few other people. They don't run to all of that KISS ASS stuff. They're kindly popping around to where they want to be. They know who they are. They don't care about clicking, fitting in, kissing up, none of that. And see, that's how I am too. Because I'm at the point right now that I got certain people that think that I'm going to run with this bunch of people over there. And like I told you before, this is what's killing me. And I wish people would stop talking about it and not really understand what they're saying, like how we talking. How do you guys feel? I said before, you got these cliques. She said I called out. And some people act like See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Because if you look at it for what it's worth, I'm going to say this. Okay, I'm going to give you no disrespect. Real talk, and I talked about this the other day. I had this woman that kept coming to visit me. She popped in the lives for a little bit. She came over to a little bit of food, a little bit of haul, and I started seeing her about 5 or 6 times. And I said, you know what? Maybe I need to go check her out. And when I seen her, she was at 300 people. This was just a couple of months ago. And she just had a stream that she was talking, yes, my kids, and, you know, I work. And, you know, she had a few people there, not many. And she just seemed like somebody trying to get this stuff together, trying to get over to the States, whatever she was doing. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying this is how it was. It seemed like it was, you know, it was all right. So as I started going to visit her a couple of times, I started seeing a lot of unusual activity. And like I said, where's she at right now? From 2 months ago, she had 300 people. Now she had 18K, and her that it's like roaches. You know, roaches crawling, massive amount. Or if you go down in the sewer where the rats is at, and they start, you know how the men start doing work in the sewer, and you see the massive amount of rats going. That's how the lives are now. And she's up to 18K from 2 months ago, only being 300 people. And see, that's what I was going to tell you too, and this is what I keep saying, and no disrespect. I got like a few people that try to address me about my verbiage because of skin tone and don't even know what color fully you are or what you mix with or what you appear to be. But they try to word me like when they mention it, oh, that's Rruk, yes, she do it like it. No. You're scripting what you consider a certain way, a profile that a person's supposed to be because of some tone here. And you got to totally twist it all the way up because you know why? Yo hablo español también and yo lo sabe que yo lo dice. Vete para allá, tú no sabes nada. You see what I'm saying? Don't come with it. Don't. Script it. And I've been listening to a lot of folks describe me inappropriately, and it's based on they can see a little bit of skin because you're doing something with some hauls, so they get to see your hands, and they just size you up. They don't know if it's a bad tan. They don't know what it is. They just know. And then when they hear you talk, they assume just because you rock like this, it's like that. And it's not. That has nothing to do with it. But see, that's what you call profiling. So I know exactly what you're talking about, Nick. And I'm telling you, there's a lot going on here. Because like I said before, if you sit up here, you know what I mean? If you sit up here, right, And like this woman, like I said, with that had 300 people 2 months ago, and now she got 18K. If you sit up in her live and watch, now be honest now, all of these people, now she got 18K, now you know everybody ain't gonna be watching every live and there all the time, but when she do her lives, she has a good probably 100 people, honestly, I can tell you, that's running through there like, you know, fleas on a dog's back, for real, she do. But the thing is, each and every one of those people that done met and supposedly mesh in together and be friends and meet up with each other, none of them, half of them people are not coming to the other folks' live. They're only going to Big Mama. You know what I'm trying to explain to you. Those people, all of them subscribers that's going on there, how come only 5 or 6 come to you, but she got 100 going at a time? Why is she so special? And I know men that are doing this and women, every video they put up, I don't give a damn if it's a second, a fart, a burp, everybody that's underneath Big Mama, because she's the FBI, the YMCA, the CEAAO, everybody runs to them every time they make a video, but yet they don't respect each other and don't even see what the hell's really going on. Because if you got this clique, why ain't all of us just as much friends where we're all of us are coming to each other videos the same way we do that one individual person or these 2 people over here? It's a setup for failure, and people don't realize that folks are pretending they're helping you out and they're really using you more than what you're getting from it. They're setting you up to build them up. And that's something that I've been noticing here too, and that's why I said what I'm going to sit back here and do is I'm going to get from under this crowd. I got a few people that I'm going to do a shout out to as decent as a friend, and then I'm stepping off. I'm stepping off, and what I don't like too about this certain crew of people, like right now, I have about a good 6 people that have been coming to my lives, and we have made good friends. And then when another certain person come in and see that I'm cool with that person, now they want to run over there and act like they're helping them build up their channel. You never paid attention to them. I had several lives. I can pull the crap up right now and show you that this person spoke to you and you didn't even pay no mind and never spoke back to them. But once you see that we cool, now you want to be cool with them. So now you're running over 8, 9, 10 times. Oh, we got to get so-and-so together. We got to help. You ain't got to help ish. You didn't pay that person no mind until you seen that we all chill out and have a good time. So now you want in on it. You're running around here, and it seems to me like I'm seeing somebody that lived a life of being a nerd, a punk in the lane, and never got off their feet. And now that they're grown, they're trying to find some lost childhood to rebuild their life because they finally got a few people to notice them other than a brother or sister or a couple of little friends from around when you were younger. Nobody paid any attention to you. And now that you're grown and you found something on YouTube, a lot of desperate, low levels that's looking for a come up. Because you got to look at it for what it's worth. You know what a flop house is. A person rather be in a flop house than sleeping outside on the bench or under a tree. You get what I mean? Because to them, that's a come up. But that's exactly what's happening. There's nobody that's going to come on here like they're rocking somebody, like they're the president and all that kind of stuff. You can't treat people like that. I mean, a lot of people accept that behavior, but people got to watch what they're doing. Because I got a lot of folks, even back when I had an actual channel, that I had to get away from because of all of them titles and stuff like that. Oh, my wife is the CEXXY, and my first cousin is the WYAXZ. All of that stuff right there comes with a price and is whacked. You gotta watch that kind of stuff like that, because that's more of a cult than it is friendships in a group. It's a cult. You feel me? It's a cult. And like I said, the cult leader, everybody is bound down to that cult leader, but they don't have the same respect for each other. And that's a problem. And I keep telling people, y'all gotta stop doing that, especially all these people on here. Y'all old as y'all is, y'all running behind another man or a woman younger than you, trying to get something from that. You don't know how to rock your own world? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I keep saying people keep on trying to profile me in a lot of ways, and that's not who I am. It's not just about because I keep it real, but because they want to assume what you are and size you up that way, and that's not really even what it is either. It has nothing to do, because I to be honest with you, whatever race that I am or could have been, I would be the same person. That this is how I get down. Period. My personality, it belongs to me. So I don't understand how people figure to size you up by something like that when that to me has nothing to do with it. But they will call you out because see, this is the difference of like even us having a conversation right now and saying, "Yo, that chick tried to play somebody, tried to run game." Honey, and I ain't with the game. And then you get somebody else to come on from a different situation. Well, I thought Sally and them was my friends, and I just, we're gonna work it out. So you got to be the loud, big mouth one, and da da da, because you're able to keep it real. So now we're profiled by, whether it be gender, orientation, or whatever have you. You're wearing a label now. You see what I'm talking about? And that's not what it is. And I keep trying to tell people too, when they start that stuff, no disrespect, all of this lives matter, that lives matter. I never went with that because I noticed the people that's trying to run these programs, they done rip the programs off and they treat the people of the same as them worse than a stranger would. So we got to watch out for all those topics like that because I've been watching a lot of people too fold up under that type of stuff too. When you're treating your own folks bad. So you can't even try to blame it on nobody else because you're the one that's the author of this book right here. You get what I'm saying? You're the one that's rocking the body. Nobody else didn't have to come in and do it because you're doing it yourself. A lot of people want to say, oh, this person gets me. No, you buried yourself. You didn't know your self-worth and you came in slithering. You understand what I'm saying? We know what snakes do. And that's sad too. And I'm talking about people from way back in the day, years ago, and a few new people that I met not too long ago. It's like people are running some kind of competitive game out here trying to hurt and harm for no reason at all when everybody can, be on the same playing field with everything. I don't understand it. I look at this and I said, this is a situation where people are just as crummy here as you can be in your personal life. They don't hold back on YT. I mean, they do they do the honeymoon moment when you first meet them. And then after a while, the mask starts coming off and then you see what's behind the mask. And it's like, oh, okay. Oh, is that so? All right, okay. I see you, I hear you, loud and clear. That's what it be.
Hello.
I got that good deep voice. And I started looking at it and I said to myself, I said, you know what? Let's just start sitting back and just looking at who you subscribe to, because it's already hard enough where you are not getting notifications from the people that you want to hear from. And then you got your whole, when you do get notifications, it's a bunch of people you realize that y'all haven't been clicking, that haven't been involved. You may have been going to them and it's one-sided. So then you got to say, you know what, I don't need this. I don't need to do this. So I'm going to let them go. You know what I mean? And if, it's like a boomerang, but boomerangs come back. So when you throw it out, it either comes back or it don't. So once you see that it ain't coming back, then you don't fling it in that direction no more. And that's basically how I've been doing it. I've been sitting here, taking my time and cleaning this out so that I can make sure that I'm not wasting my time anymore. Because I've supported a lot of people over the years, new and old. Like right now, this is a hangout spot. But when I had a channel, I supported a lot of people that didn't even, have nothing to do with me at all. And I decided to stop doing that because you're wasting your time and your energy. And it is what it is. So once I started doing that, I cleared out a lot of mess, and I just recently did 11 people. And I got to holler back at my brother because he told me, if you did 11, if you know what I know, it's going to be a whole lot more. So I got to reach out and touch somebody so that I can make sure that I'm getting, I know what it is, because a lot of times people be out here backstabbing you and you don't even know it. You be thinking you down and you rocking with somebody, and in fact, the joke is on you, so to speak. You know what I mean? Because you thinking that everybody's cool and it's Gucci, and all the while they're backhanding. You know what I mean? They're playing you and you didn't even know it, and you sitting here laughing and thinking y'all homies and y'all cool and don't even know what hit you. So I just sat down and I said, you know what? And I'm not going to keep playing the games either, though, with the folks that you keep thinking 1 minute, okay, well, they don't come to me no more, so I'm going to stop coming to them. They pop up, I pop up. I'm not going to keep doing that too many times. They said 3 strikes and you're out. I got a few strikes in me. But after a while, I'm going to let that, dead dogs lie. I'm not going to keep on playing the game backwards and forth where you thinking somebody got your back and they don't. They keep coming, they keep going. And it ain't a case of somebody's on medication, they sick, they got something mixed up, they're confused. It ain't even that kind of party. It's people that just really ain't got your back. And when they feel like they want to reach out so they can have somebody to come over and bring up their ratings or whatever they're trying to do, then they know you. You know what I mean? So I said to myself, I'm not going to sit on here and do this because I got so many other people to deal with, and I also have my own personal life and stuff that I have to tend to. So if I waste my time on all of these, negative people, is a waste of time, and time is something you can't change or get back. So I'm sitting down here, and I just did another person, so now I'm at 12. And I got all them numbers, which is not really a lot of numbers, but there's it says 3,000 and something people. You feel me? So with that being said, I got a lot of work to do. Because, see, I'm not finna stay up in none of this. I mean, they can count me all the way out. You understand what I mean? Left for dead, do it how you want to. But, it ain't gonna be me. I want out. And I want out quick because people running around here, changing friendship like you're changing your underwear. For the ones that do. You get what I mean? It's time to, take this all the way out. Do what needs to be done. Pay attention. Be grown up about it. Know your worth and what you're here to do and keep it moving. And I don't know if anybody's still around and alive because I don't want to talk nobody to death or nothing, but this is just some schooling on how it gets to be on YT, you know what I mean? And a lot of people be thinking like, when you come on and you talk like that you about some drama. But it don't be me because a lot of times people paint the narrative of what's going on when they join live. And I just, I feed in my part that I know and what I've dealt with. And we just keep hustling and bustling. Everybody know what's happening. You know what I mean? There ain't nothing, nothing left to the undesirables. It is what it is, And I think I'm going to get ready because I think everybody is busy or maybe they're in other lives, which is awesome. And I got some people running on my phone and stuff too, but I'm going to get ready. I think I'm going to check out on this one because I think folks are busy. And you know how it be. We all had it running yesterday and stuff. And you can't expect the party to be the same every time, you want to throw one. It is what it is, So I am going to get ready. I don't know if anybody's here or not, and I respect everybody and I appreciate everybody's time, but I'm getting ready to sign this bad boy off. I don't know what's going on, but I know Neek was here for a minute, but I think Neek is gone. Oh, she said, you doing, sports. Oh, you there too. See, I didn't know. I just figured everybody was doing their thing, and let me get off. I don't know if you've been hearing me talk, but man, we doing it up over here. He said, have a good evening. You too. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my homie. I definitely will be seeing you sooner than later. And like I said, whatever conversations that, get started up, we go with it. It ain't me just sitting over here because if you ever listen to me when I'm doing these lives, I got family here too. So it's not like I'm sitting here on a Debbie Downer trip and, trotting down. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about what we all talk about, what we all living through, And like I said, I had this live going already earlier, you guys. I think I put in 5 hours earlier. So right now, I'm like at the 2 hours and like 13 minutes and something mark. You know what I mean? And I try my best not to have it. I try to do it, if I'm going to do it, to catch everybody in all the different time zones. I try my best to do it where I do 4 hours, you know what I mean, and break it up. And that usually helps me hit up everybody in every time zone that I can possibly squeeze in. But I can tell that a lot of people that wanted me to do it like this are not here right now, and that's probably because they got something to do or something came up in their life, and I get it. So I'm going to get ready to boogie on. I don't know if Neek is here, but I thank you so much for coming, Sports Cards. You are you are a rock star. Let me stop. And Neek, I thank you, beautiful sis, for coming in too. And I am going to, and I watch when I get off here, I'm going to have people that's going to hit me up on Instagram and be like, girl, I was just trying to get home. I was watching you in the car, but I couldn't really respond because I was driving and bop, bop, bop. And why did you end the live? You know, and I'm not saying I'm all no famous and none of that, but that usually is what happens here. You know what I mean? But, that's the way the cookie crumble. I'm trying to leave it. Whoever want to come back in for a few more minutes, I'll give it a few more minutes, and then I'm getting ready to rock the body. You know what I mean? And get back somewhere and chill and do it moving. I just want you all to know that you guys are the reasons why I do this and that we're all important, and I appreciate it. I appreciate everything. And I thank Unc so much because I know he said that he was, checking it out, and I appreciate that. And I hope people don't get the wrong idea about me because I go all the way in. Also, too, people, this is what people don't seem to understand. I notice about YT. Folks will get on here and they'll hear me talking and they act like I'm talking to myself. But if you look in the comment section, you'll see what's really good. You will see that people are talking with me, and some people have started up this said conversation. You know what I'm saying? It's just not me. It's just that everybody come in and they talk about a lot of stuff, over here, and they start the conversation up, and I go in, or sometime I base something on the subject so we'll have something to talk about. And I promise you, it's not all negative stuff. Oh, it ain't no good. I can tell you a million good things about YouTube, about personal life, about marriage, and a bunch of bad on either side. Like I said before, honor and shame is two sides of a coin. For real, for real. Okay, I'm going to get silent now, you guys, and I'm going to see if anybody want to come back in, but I'm going to stay silent and I'll peep back in just so nobody don't feel that I left them hanging or anything like that. And then it's time to really, go for the gusto. It's time to really, really rock and roll and be up out of this piece, So, this thing is finna go silent right quick. I'm going to give it another 10 minutes so that, everybody know I ain't diss nobody, because I got like 2 or 3 females that told me they was coming back, and I don't want them to think I was rude and, I closed the store and they didn't get their bread and milk. Let me stop being silly. All right, so I'm going to go silent here for a minute, and I'll check back in, because I got like maybe, I think 3 females and 1 guy that said they were coming back. So I will be here, you guys. I'm just going to be silent for a minute. Or I'll let it be on while I'm looking at some other stuff here. Open up another tab. Doing a little bit of shopping. She said, oh, you still here too? Okay, see? That's why I don't like to mess around and shut down. I said I don't want to shut down the store before everybody get their bread and milk. I have another friend that was on here too, and they said that they were checking out at Walmart. And they said they'll holler back and please don't end the live. So I'm trying to hang in here because I don't want to seem boring or repetitive. But we have to talk about it, y'all. We have to talk about all things life. Okay. I'm just looking at this right here. I noticed too, a lot of these places, y'all, that used to be, some of them somewhat all right to shop at. A lot of these places are starting to be oh, hey, what's up, Paul? How you doing? Thank you so much for coming in. Hey, and hey, and ha. Just got off. Oh, you just got off work? Feeling all right? He said, chilling now, long day. Oh, I know how that can be. I mean, I hit up on that 12, honey. I get out there and knock that 12 out, and boy, ooh-wee. I mean, it looks good on the mortgage payment and all that, but man, you feel it when you feel it. And I was just talking to these guys about, folks and things and times and schedules, and everybody got it going on. Oh, you speaking to everybody. That's nice, Nick. Thank you so much. But yeah, we just
we rocking it low key, but yet we chilling. You know what I'm saying? We doing our thing over here, just a little something, something. Cause I mean, there's been a lot of lives going left and right, and people. So many people are friends from, certain communities that folks be trying to get around. And see, with me, I got separate communities, and I think that I want to keep some of it separate so that there's not too much clashing. Because a lot of people be saying, well, can you do your live here, because I'm having a live and we know the same people. And I wouldn't ask nobody to do that, you know what I mean? You do what you want to do at whatever schedule. Now if I got some friends that's real friends and say to me, listen, Rruk, I'm doing the live and I want you to be able to participate fully, then I'm like, okay, I can do that. But we don't want to get silly now. It's just like sitting around in the room, kicking it with your friends. That's how I feel too, Nick. That's why I come and chill like this, because you get to live your life. You get to live your life just like with me. I just, had something to eat. I got another tab opened up where I'm doing a little bit of shopping. I got a family member right here that's chilling. Oh, I appreciate it. I be having fun over at your spot too, Paul. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And I like chilling too and keeping it real, spreading the love, positivity. Because you know what my thing is too, that a lot of people don't understand, is that I like to talk about all things life, because I'm living it. And there's not nothing that's off limits for me just because I may not have experienced it personally. But I'll say it like this: something that I may have not been through personally is personal, because if it happened to you, it happened to me. You understand what I'm saying? We're all brothers and sisters. I don't care how people want to look at it. Oh, I don't have faith, I'm not religious, I don't believe in God. Okay, I said we're still all brothers and sisters. And for the ones that do believe in God, if you say that he's your father, and I say he's my father, whether I'm purple, green, yellow, that makes us all siblings. So if I can sit here and say, oh, I'm looking at the news, oh, that's them poor people, well, that's my family that happened to. You know what I mean? Brother from another mother, sister from another mister. So yes, it happened to me. And you can't sit back and think that you can live this life and never get hurt. There's nobody that's going to come into this life and never get hurt. You understand what I mean? People think that you're exempt from stuff because you feel that it can't be you. And nobody wants it to be them. Nobody wants to die. Nobody wants cancer. You understand what I mean? Nobody don't want to be abused. But we're born to die. We're born in a dying world. And so when we're here, we got to make the best of it. And see, like for me, I'm not living just to live this life. I'm living for eternity. You understand what I'm saying? No matter what I go through, good or bad, it's not wasted. And I promise you, and I know this probably sounds better said than done for a lot of people, but for me, I made it my reality. No matter what I go through, and I can tell you guys about some horrible things that's happened in my life. And you know what I did? I found a positive in it. Somebody can come and tell you a horrific story about their life and they survived. And that right there is enough positivity right there. I'm alive. You get what I'm trying to say to you? So it don't have to be the whole situation, which is some horrible stuff out of it. I mean, some man, if I told y'all some stuff on it, I done had to go out a window head first to keep from being violated when I was pure. And could have died going out head first. Could have had my life taken from me and my virtue. You understand what I mean? And I survived. And what could I possibly say positive about that? A whole hell of a lot. Because you know what? I can pass the word on. Make sure you know your friends. And I've had friends that I was hanging out with. And plus, I was and this is another time, I was a young girl. And I'm hanging out with grown folks. Grown folks shouldn't even let me be sitting in there drinking and hanging with them. Running away from home and problems of that there. And you sitting around people and somebody micking me. Let's just be real about it, okay? You have to know that you know. You get what I'm trying to say? So what can I say positive about something like that? A hell of a lot. Because what I can say about the first situation that I said I had to go out window first. You get what I mean? Right out the window. Which I could have fell to my death, or I could have stayed where I was at and died. It depends on what God had planned for my life, first of all, because I am a believer. I may curse, swear, get mad, but I'm going to keep it real.
I got to keep it real. I'm not going to say I'm a super Christian. I'm not going to play that game. But what I can say about that situation is that I was around the wrong people when I was hanging out with folks. And people all went downstairs, and I stayed upstairs looking at a photo album and got attacked. I'm just gonna leave it like that. And I decided to go out the window instead of letting them do whatever they thought they were gonna do to me, which could have been a whole bunch of stuff. But what can I take away from it positive? Well, I'm still here. I learned not to do that again. I learned that God has a plan for my life. I learned that wasn't time for me to go. I learned to start working on my self-worth. You understand what I'm saying? And then just being around too these friends that Mickeyed me and all this other stuff. Now I ain't gonna lie. You know, I don't know if you guys ever seen. I forgot the name of the movie, but it's a movie with Denzel Washington in it, and I think it's something he said. It was the guy that played Roseanne's husband on Roseanne. And he said something about the time I almost died. Do you understand what I mean? Just knowing that alone. Even with the situation, like I said, when I went out the window and I was a young girl and I was still pure, you understand what I mean? And I still didn't learn fully yet because I had other situations that occurred quite a bit in my life after that, until I got it right. God works in mysterious ways. Sometimes it takes years before you fully, yes, understand why things happen. Yes, because He has something better for me. Amen, 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 Paul. I feel it. I feel it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I received it. I think you got me wanting to cry happy tears. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just chilling and talking. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly, Nick. That's what I'm saying. And that's exactly what it is, Nick. And yes, Paul, you don't know what's planned for you. And like I said, I still didn't learn yet, though. It's like you said, it takes time, Paul. Yes, for hours on the phone. And do you remember ever being on the phone too? Back to when they used to didn't have no call waiting, and you'd be on the phone. It could be your little female friend or your little old boyfriend, and you'd be like, "No, you hang up. No, you hang up." You know, you remember them games, Nick? You remember them days? You know what I'm saying? But I promise you, we know what this is. Company. Exactly. Yes, people don't understand that. Everybody got to be in something spinning crazy. Online, yes, man. Listen, folks have gotten so far out of touch with reality that you can't even see how time is going by. People don't realize time is something that you can't change, and time is something you can't get back. And instead of indulging, just like I keep telling people, and no disrespect, but instead of always texting somebody all the time, sending them an email, why don't you see them in person or make a call? You know, something a little bit closer, so you can be around them. Don't know how to socialize. They sure don't. And when you keep it down, mellow and chill, they look at you like you crazy because they want to be in the boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? Press buttons and more. Yes, you remember that. Yes, on the phone, Neat. Yes, definitely. And you are right, sports card, because that's how it is. And I have a lot of people, like for instance, like when you're out at work, people act like this got to be a coffee break click all the time. Now listen to me, and please nobody don't misunderstand me. There's nothing wrong with getting together with few good homeboys, homegirls at work. You know, you find people that got folks to hang with. Some people don't want to be bothered. It could be some drama. But see, I'm the type that sometimes I want to go solo and do my own thing. I don't want to have every time we have a break, I got to get with 5 or 6 people. And then there's sometimes I could chill a little bit. But see, when you do that, people think, oh, they're trying to act funny, they're antisocial, they're stuck up. No, it's not that. I want to go somewhere and sit and read my Bible and chill out. Oh, thank you so much, Unc. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, and I keep trying to tell people, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. You got to look at what's happening here. And once again, people don't understand. Like I said, don't live just to live this life. Don't live just to live this life. Live for eternity. Do we understand that this is 2 parts? Do we understand that this is 2 parts? You know, and once again, no matter what we go through, good or bad, it's not wasted. I mean, come on, if we're going to go, don't let me go deep into this Bible stuff. Let me stop. Anyway, God uses us all, good or bad. When I was younger. He said he remembered a bit of that. I know that's right. He says, what's that? Yeah. Yes, sir, you got that right. And I keep trying to tell people, wasn't it just Christmas? We just about how close we are to March right now, and people are wasting their time and they don't see how fast things is moving. This time is something you can't get back or change. Yes, you saying that right. That's why I keep saying folks don't understand. We got to get about some business here. We got to get about some business here, because I'm telling you, all of this fast track, it ain't nothing but doing nothing but getting you in the grave quicker. We got to, tiptoe through the tulips, chill it back a little bit. You know what I mean? And stop running through this thing like crazy. Because I keep seeing people, and they feel like if you ain't running wild. I mean, a lot of the respect is gone out here, and I keep trying to tell people, sit down, relax, take a load off your mind, because there's going to be a lot of stuff you can't control. So if certain things you can control, make the best of it, instead of flying through here, bugging out, ripping and tearing, and don't know what you want to do with yourself, and then you all mixed up, and then you want to disrupt somebody else's life. I'm telling you, there's so many different facets here, and you know how you always think that you got something going on, and there's other people going through the same thing as you. But what I try not to do is, you know how a lot of times people say, well, just, if you think you got it bad, you should look at so-and-so life. I don't want to use somebody else's downfall against another person's downfall. I just feel bad that we're all going through anything. You know what I mean? I have sympathy and empathy for people that I don't know, because we're all family in this way. God has a way of hugging the whole world. You know what I mean? And what he's doing is, I feel like with us being able to reach out to each other from around the world, that is a divine connection. I don't care what nobody say. That is a divine connection, that God is connecting us with our brothers and sisters around the entire world, the universe, the planet. And we better know, and we better appreciate it. That's why I said, if you on YT, don't come on here trip bugging out. I mean, we're going to get the silly people, the trolls, the folks that don't know how to act right, but don't let that take you nowhere. You know what I mean? Keep talking about it, because one thing about, too, when I be over here talking, a lot of people don't understand that everything that I'm talking about, I can almost tell you, I've experienced so much of the daggone stuff at a very young age, that I can ride and boogie with the boogie, because I've been through it and I know what it is. But at the same time, too, we talk about a lot of good stuff. It depends on where the conversation needs to go, or what people need to hear. Just like I had a live going here a couple of weeks ago, and I had a friend that came through and said, pray for a family member. And and now this week, their family member passed away. You see what I mean? We were talking about shopping, and things are getting a little expensive out here. And they came in, had death going on in their family. See what I mean? It wasn't that I paint that narrative to have a negative conversation. It do what it do. A hater, yes they do. And I'm going to tell you, that's the thing too. You know what people always tell me, Neek, you got that right. People always tell me that when you come, not me, but they say out here in the world, whenever, when people telling you about social media, if you're going to do a social media, don't talk about politics. Don't talk about sexual orientation. Don't talk about religion. Why? Is that because you're a type of person that don't like to discuss it? Well, don't get into nobody's life, and don't get into the discussion with anybody. I just seen a lady in the store, and she said to me, and I'm keeping it 100% real, and I'm going to be real about my response to that. She said, no joke. Yes, Unc. Oh, you nailed it, Unc. Unc. You always come with wisdom. Physical pain, yes sir, like a punch. Man, you hit that right. Yes, enjoy your dinner, Paul. It's to dinner with the family. I hope you guys have an awesome dinner, and God bless you, and thank you for stopping in, Paul. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You're awesome. But yeah, that's the thing too. People are so quick to get in their feelings that you can't even have a conversation with somebody before they assume that it's something that's gonna hurt them or bother them. And I remember too talking to this lady in the store, and she was talking, and here we go again. And this is when the people like to jump out in the bushes, from the bushes, that's been listening all the while, but don't want you to think they ain't there. You know what I mean? And she was talking about, what's going on with all these prices, and this voting stuff is coming back around, and what's going to happen here. And I was talking with her. I didn't have a problem with it. And then she said, and plus you got to remember, the president that we have now, no judgment, she said, but I think he's not well. Oh my goodness, 3 or 4 people and 50 million aisles over had to join it. Well, what the hell you mean? What you talking about? I like him. That's the guy I voted out. And I'm saying, listen here, honey. Let me tell you something. You can yell all you want, but if that spit hit the side of my face because ain't nobody even talking to you, see, that's when you're getting in touch with your feelings. Nobody even talking to you. This conversation is over here. And she said, I think that he's going through something medical. Do you understand what I'm trying to explain to you? She was talking to me, A and B, not W, X, Y, Z. She was talking to me. She didn't say anything negative about the man, and if she wanted to, she could have, and that would have been her business and a conversation between me and her. But people got in there feeling 2 aisles over, and we all stand in this long damn line, and y'all worried about what me and this person is saying and want to argue with somebody about it. Hey, hello, how you doing, Jesse? Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. How's it going? Blessings to you. Thank you for stopping in. Yes. So we just having a little conversation. So we, and we talking, and we, me and her talking, and we got like 5 or 6 people that just butted in the conversation and flipped out on us with each other. Yes. Absolutely, sports. Yes, sports card, absolutely. And the person got mad, and the only thing that the lady was saying, this is election time again, this is going to get crazy out here, and I've been a little concerned about the president because he seems to be going through something. That's all the person said. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? You in this store, so you shouldn't be saying nothing negative. Nobody was saying anything negative, and once again, nobody was even talking to you. And why are you getting that upset? I've had people, it's crazy. He said, back in the Exactly, Be canceled. Yes, sir. You saying that right. Hey, Jesse, what's happening? I appreciate you coming by. Yes. It's true. You saying that right. You absolutely nailed that one. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jesse. I'm glad you could stop in. I hope you are doing well. Hey to you. Thank you so much. You are awesome. Blessings to you. This is why I kept saying that people don't understand how to agree to disagree, and that's it. That's all we got to do. And then also, it's not proper to get into somebody else's conversation and go off on them when what they're talking about is none of your business. If it's a conversation between them, it's not like they're talking about you personally. They're not talking about your husband, your kids, your wife, none of that. We're having a discussion in the line about something that we want to talk about. There's no reason for all you guys to get your drawers in the bunch and eavesdrop in somebody's conversation, because nobody was talking to you. And I promise you, and I don't care what nobody say, if anybody even have a little quick look at politics sometime, just to know what's going on, even if you don't want to get in it, even if you're an independent voter or you don't vote at all, just pay attention to who's rocking it out here for you, so you'll know exactly what you're dealing with to a certain extent. And a lot of people were saying stuff like, it seems like he's kind of this, he seems like he's kind of that. Well, what are you saying? And what's wrong with them saying that? They didn't say anything negative about nobody. They said they were showing concern, because you got to look at it. When you start getting, well, nothing ain't wrong with them. I voted for them, and I don't know what y'all running y'all mouth for. Who are you talking to? See, that's the kind of thing that I'm looking at. Who are you talking to? Because once again, the conversation was A and B. Now see yourself out. You get what I mean? This ain't got nothing to do with you. I don't care who you voted for. I don't care if you don't vote at all. We're talking about something, and the only thing that person said was, "Oh gosh, this politic mess is finna get started right now. But we need to figure out some stuff right now because I feel like the president ain't doing well right now." That's all they said, and that don't matter if it's true or not. That was just an opinion that was said to me in the conversation, total strangers in the line. And then you got people from other lines, and somebody came from an aisle to try to come over and say something smart. I said, "Oh my goodness, you people are definitely in your feelings without any wounds, bugging out, bugging out." Exactly, yes. You got that right, Neek. And I keep trying to tell people, when you get into this stuff, you got to try to vote for the lesser evil if you vote. And I know some people right now that ain't going to vote no more at all because they're tired of all of it. They feel like they can't win. The right people ain't stepping up doing the right thing. This one too much of that one too much of that. It's ridiculous. It don't bother me like that. I don't get in my feeling. It's meant to keep this. Yes. The status quo, yes. Meaning the folks in power stay in power, yes, and more yes. Picking the lesser evil. Because if you look at it for what it's worth, it's going down with or without you. You get what I'm saying? So it's up to you if you feel that you want to get caught up in it or you don't. And I promise you, I got a whole bunch of people right now that said they're not voting no more. They're tired of it. Rat poison, yes. Dad, you bringing out that good stuff. Yes, ma'am. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. It doesn't matter what you do. Do you know how many people? I'm going to give you an example too. Let me release it. Oh my goodness, are you serious, Unc? I didn't know that. So you hipping me to something right now. You dropping some gems. You dropping some gems right now, because I didn't know that. Because I'm telling you, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on out here, and you don't know whether you're going or coming half the time. And I don't understand how people get so caught up in somebody else's business. In 2018, on behalf of homeless people. Unc. Wow, Unc, okay, drop the gems. That's what I'm saying, because I promise you. I didn't know, and I know a lot of these people out here be conning and carrying on too. So I really, caught up in the trap. I did not know that. See how you learn something new every day? And it's good to be on here and making friends, and some people can bring some stuff that can help you and change your life so you know what's going on out here, because I had no idea. Wow, Unc, you bringing it in. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. And I meant to tell you, I've been learning a lot of stuff from you from the first time I met you. And when you were on that interview, a lot of good stuff that's changed a lot of things for me, and I appreciate you for that, and I thank you, and I mean that seriously. But I had no idea about this stuff with the homeless situation, no idea at all. And like I said before too, just like people know they want to have their rights, you know what I mean? I gotta find that video because I've been so because I've been watching you do quite a few interviews, and I've been watching you when you do your travels and go around. I gotta come check that out because I need to learn. I need to be educated more on stuff that I don't know about. Thank you so much. I gotta find that. I got to find that because I want to know what's up. Yes, I do want to because I need help. I don't know everything. I learn something new every day. This world is falling down. Folks don't know what's real and what's not. Definitely need to. Definitely need to check that out. I need this. I'm telling you, because I tell you, folks think because they're adults that they know everything, but we don't. We don't, and they always say you never get too old to learn something new. And I promise you, I want to learn. I don't want to be lost in the sauce. I don't want to take advantage of your content, Unc. I just open this up so that I can have it prepared. So when I end this live, I'm going to take this with me so I can understand it. Said Derek. So interview 2022 Oakland Mayor candidate and homeless advocate. Oh, I love that. That's just you, and I don't want you to think I'm messing with your content, Unc. So I'm gonna get off of it, but I want it to be there. So when I come back, I'll have that tab open for me. Thank you so much, because I'm ready to go to school. I'm ready to learn. I wanted to open that so I can definitely have that. I need that help, man, boy. You know, people will throw you a life raft. You better hang on to it, because I know a lot of the stuff I don't know like I thought I did. A lot of stuff out here. Definitely got to check that out. That looks so interesting that I don't even want to come back to the live. I'm serious. Oh, boy. The war on drugs. Oh, see, you the type of person that got your hands in everything smart and learning a whole lot of stuff that I don't even get around to. Wow, you definitely dropped some gems. Woo, woo. That interview is going to be good. That is something that I am looking forward to. Yes, yes, and more yes. I can't wait to check that out. And I know too, like with all this politics stuff, is crazy out here. Some of our own problems in society. You got that right. And I think too, it's meant to keep a division, sports card. It's meant to keep a division in us as people too, to keep people angry at each other. Because I'm going to tell you, I had times, y'all, I promise you, that, you've been working with people for a long time, for years or whatever, and then that voting season come back around. If you can see how people look at you, just say if you represent a certain party and you wear a pendant, you could see how people instantly change towards each other, and they've been friends all that time until they've seen what team you're voting for, and then everybody changes up. It's for me, I feel like it's meant to keep a division between people, and hate and anger and disruption. And then they don't want you to know anything so that they can, they can keep running everything, and you're dependent on them. You are so right about that, man. This is literally my interview. I definitely will. I have to, because I need to learn. I need to learn, Unc. And you're definitely saying the right stuff right there, sports cars, because they don't want you to. You know how it get. You know how it get when folks want you to depend on them. And then they realize if you can figure it out on your own, you won't need them. And they want to keep you under their thumb. And I think people, too, will be able to fix a lot of their problems in society. You know what I mean? Because I know even with me, and, and I know it's sometimes it's better said than done, I have issues with a lot of people that act a fool at work. And I realize that some things I can't change, but I can change how I react to it. And with that strength that I gathered, a lot of people are kind of disappointed because they can't move me in the wrong way. And now they feel like they done lost control, and they don't even bother me no more. Because it's a lot of clicks. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with being friends with a coworker, and y'all may grab lunch together or, a coffee or whatever. But there may be some days that you may not want to do that. And then, people whispering and acting silly and all that. I can't live like that. So what I do is I let them go on. I don't care if there's 50 people against me. As long as I got God, I know where I'm going and what I'm doing. The rest can fall to the side. Don't need them all. Don't need them all. And I promise you, too, if you get yourself together and live the right way in your life, you realize you don't need as many people as you thought you needed. Very, very, very fit people are very fickle. You know what I mean? They change up like the weather. And speaking of the weather, and I'm talking about people that's live in all kinds of different places around the world, the planet, the universe. This weather and stuff ain't right, y'all. A lot of people, I have been talking about this for quite a few years, and I'm sure a lot of you people here in the live are aware of it. But there's some stuff that's changing drastically, and people are not looking at how the sun is looking different, the moon, wherever you're from, the climate is a lot different than what it normally has been. It's going down. That's what I can say. It's going down. Because when I talk like that out, people be looking at me like I'm crazy, but they don't seem to be paying attention. Even when you go to certain stores, you can tell like these stores, and no disrespect, stuff is very scarce what they have in there. Places are not stocked like it used to be. Things are depleting in certain places that you go to. You know what I mean? Even with me, I have just for example, I have some perennials. And I remember, the perennials, how bushy and beautiful they used to be. And a lot of it is starting to look kind of, flimsy and stuff. It's just different little things here and there. If you don't get yourself with the right kind of doctor, healthcare, it's hard to find a decent doctor. You got to make sure you know something about yourself before somebody gives you a prescription for some medicine that you could just simply change your diet. Exercise, work out more. You get what I mean? Sometimes people sit here and say, oh, I got a headache, and they run to take every damn thing they got in the cabinet instead of thinking, you know what? I might be dehydrated. I haven't been sleeping good. You could be your back. Oh, my back has been bothering. You might need a new mattress or the way you're sleeping. You know what I mean? Some of those things can be answered simply instead of running and taking something. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole lot of different stuff out here that we can kind of make work for ourselves instead of running the opposite way and making a big deal out of it and going crazy over some stuff that you don't even have to make a big deal out of. You got to save all of that for things that you can't control. You get these things out here, and you're worried about how so-and-so act at work. You don't have to be bothered with them. But if you got to have surgery, that's more serious than so-and-so acting some kind of way at the job. Pay attention to the positive things in life. You know what I mean? Instead of worrying about the negative, just do you and just let it go. I got so many people that I see that got this other mess in their way that they forget how to live and enjoy life. And sometimes people don't realize in this life, less is more. Less is more in a lot of cases. Some people think that you got to have all this riches, this and that, and sometimes less is more, and I've learned that. A lot of the stuff that we got going on out here, you don't need everything, you know what I mean? You don't have to, and I'm not telling nobody what to do who might be rich, famous, and they like what they like, and they do what they do, but sometimes you got to look at it, chill back. That's an interview that I definitely got to check out though, Unc. It's just so much stuff, y'all. We just, you know how we do, we sit here and we live this thing called life. And sometimes we forget to be grateful for the smallest things. Everybody act like it's got to be a whole big old something for you to be happy. Once you get yourself settled in and what you need to do, get yourself, a decent job. If you want to be married, you want to have kids, get you a little piece of house somewhere and chill out and just sit back and realize what's really important. That's the whole thing. We forget how to live because we're so caught up. And I've seen people almost get hit by a car because they were texting, crossing the street, walking across the street, texting. Everybody is so caught up to the point that they don't even know how to put it down. And I promise you, even with me and my family, we go off the grid a lot. I haven't been going off the grid fully when I be doing these lives, but we go off the grid a lot. And for us, what does that mean? That means not to pick up any kind of devices. Instead of taking a car, take the bus, walk, about a mile or two to the grocery store, bring you a carriage. I mean, just think that you got to crawl before you walk. You know what I mean? Just little things like that. Around the house, and what can you do? Oh, I can't watch TV, I can't be on YouTube, what am I going to do? Go clean out your garage. Clean out your closet. Sit down and have some family time together. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot of stuff, and I promise you, when you get into those times, you won't even realize that you didn't miss out on half the stuff you thought you needed to have. I remember when I was younger, and a lot of people don't understand, like I said, less is more. I remember when there was no electricity in the house. There was no bathroom in the house. I've learned how to dig an outhouse. You understand what I'm saying? And if you had to do everything, if you needed a certain light from outside, and if not, there was, there wasn't even, I don't even think they had lanterns. I think we had candles when I was younger. Struggling and living life, but it wasn't really a struggle. It was a way of life. And a lot of us, you still wanted that stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure you want me to do that instead, though? So you're not going to have it now? Okay, because I can get up and do it now. Oh, okay. And I forgot, too, and you didn't mention it again. You said, L. Georges, hello, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming in. That's right. He said, do you really need it? I know that's right, because I'm telling you, listen to me. We, washing clothes by hand by the river. You understand what I'm saying? There was no TV in the house. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming. I remember there was, no TV in the house. No washing machines. You know what I mean? People, everything they ate and had, they grew it themselves. People lived longer. People were more healthier. You know what I'm talking about? And then when you look back at it, people, y'all poor. All that doesn't mean poor. Living off the land, living off the grid, that doesn't mean poor. You get where I'm coming from? That doesn't mean that you're poor. And I promise you, families were more connected. And I'm not saying people are not, that got TVs and washing machines. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying when you go back at them times, I look at it, even when we were younger, we used to play outside more. Double dutch, hopscotch, dodgeball. Well, we sure all need to read that book, because I promise you, a lot of stuff that people think they have to have, do you really need it? Because we've been doing this as a family here, sitting back, and if you would see the stuff that we've been purging in this house that we don't need. I have a family member, we getting rid of brand new shoes that you had in the back of the closet. Do you really need it? You get what I'm saying? Coats, jackets, jeans, stuff, all like crazy. We looking through the house like, what the hell have we been doing? I'm serious. We just had this a couple of months ago where we went through the house, and everybody has been purging all of the stuff that they never really needed. No, we don't really need it. And like I said, the days were more at peace. We did so much stuff that we didn't even need, that even if, and I'm not saying I don't enjoy modern technology, I know we all do, but I promise you, when you come back from times like that, you were fine. I remember finally when my, and this is from my American family, because I'm from a mixed race. I remember when my family finally got, and this was at my grandparents' house, when they finally got a radio. Because there was no TV, no radios. And when they got a radio, all of us would get in one room and listen to different stuff happening around the world. You know what I mean? My grandfather used to walk around with a 12-gauge shotgun. We didn't have bathrooms in the house. You had to dig an outhouse. I know how to do that till this day. You understand what I mean? I know how to mop a floor with a washcloth. I don't feel that was poor. You get what I'm saying? I know how to wash clothes by hand just as good as a washing machine. No, it's not poor. You know what I mean? I'm coming back from way back when they finally started getting some of these things, like the wood-burning stove. I remember when they got the first washing machine. It was one of them old-fashioned washing machines that, you could do, a little bit of something, and then you had to wring out all the clothes by hand. It looked like 2 rolling pins to get all the water out of it. Yep, you got that right. You got that right. It's all about the propaganda and the money, Unc. You got that right. I asked myself that question too. Yeah, it's true though, because I'm telling you, and I fight with it, and I still mess up too. But we've been going through. Like I said, I got somebody that just cleaned out a whole lot of stuff. Yep, it does help you. It does help you, because a lot of times we really don't need it. You got to look at the difference between need and wants. And that's the perfect way to put it. And I promise you, we've been purging. By the time I finish here, it's going to be just the way it's supposed to be because it's too much. 5 to 6 pairs of sweatpants. Wow. What, Monk? Wow. Yeah, it's crazy. That's why I said you got to be about the living. You know what I mean? And stop worrying about so many material things and get your mind right spiritually and where you need to be. Because a lot of this stuff that I have here, I know I ain't got no damn business with it. Buying the sausage. You is crazy, sports cards. You got that right. You got that right too. I got some spam up in here too, and I still love it. I still love it. And I got buying the sausages too. Yeah, that gets to be. I was gonna say that. Yeah. Nick, I promise you, I've been watching this with people, honey. This stuff out here, we getting crazy. I know exactly what you mean. I always do what I try not to go too far. I do a lot of donations and stuff like that too, and care packages. Just buy them. Yes, a bunch of stuff. Use what you got. Exactly, and I'm gonna tell you, I've been guilty of doing that, Nick. I have been. Crazy. It's bad. Listen. We're going to talk about that. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is like storing for you, the food away. Listen, let me tell y'all something. Boy, man, listen. These people done turned that stuff into a mental health hoard. And I'm not judging nobody. I don't mean to be disrespectful. But the way these people is doing, they ain't prepping. They hoarding. You know what a decent prep is. You know how much water you got to have before you run out and there's going to be a problem. You understand what I'm saying? You know what you got to have to sustain yourself for a certain amount of time. And I keep trying to tell people, no disrespect, I got a lot of people that be buying stuff and they be talking about I'm preparing. So you done went out here and packed that deep freezer. You done packed your refrigerator freezer. And then guess what? Your power goes out. Wow, that's good because I tell you, when I be going to a lot of these different places trying to say, why do y'all throw away this food after you done had it a certain amount of time? That's why people dumpster dive, George. That's why people dumpster dive, because they know that there's a lot of good food that's being thrown out and wasted. I know some restaurants that if, they got food, prepared, and if it's not sold by a certain time, they throw it out. I mean, I'm sure a lot of the workers probably take whatever they want to take, but a lot of people throw that food out. It's just a waste. It's a waste. All these dumpsters, and I'm not talking about even just food. These dumpsters have brand new clothes and sneakers and some of this and that. It's just a waste. And then they complain about that, we don't have this and we don't have that. I promise you, there's a lot of craziness going on out here. We got to wake up. Variety of ways. Yes, ma'am. Just like Neek, I was looking at one of your videos and you were doing like the staples of like seasoning salts and stuff like that. And it just take a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It just take a little bit of stuff to be all right. And see, there's a difference between need and greed. You know what I'm saying? And some people are going over the top. I've seen folks that go in, and I'm talking about, the stuff that they have, and then they don't even get to the stuff. And people think that the canned goods will never rot out, and that's a lie. Yep, that's exactly what it is. I wish they could, FDA approve a lot of that sports cards, because it sure would help save a lot of people. It would help a lot of people out. and they won't do it. And I think that's deliberately to keep things messed up the way it is right now. I really do. Because to me, that the food, is nothing wrong with it. You were going to sell it an hour ago, and it hasn't reached any kind of temperatures that is not safe. I hope so, Georges, please. I hope so. And that's crazy. Food shelters with food, fucking with food. Yes, that's what I'm saying too, Neat. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I'm talking about, Neat. They can do a little bit better than that. And that's the thing too, that's the reason why I try to be careful when I go and get stuff, because sometimes you don't know where that stuff is coming from. But if they check it and screen it properly, you can get it done better than that. And even accept stuff from a lot of places like grocery stores and stuff. Because I know this one grocery store that I had a family member that worked there for over 20 years, and I was asking them how come they have all of this extra food like this, especially like breads and stuff. Why do y'all throw that out? You know how many pantries and stuff that can accept that and stuff? And at some time and point, they finally said that if they don't sell it by a couple of days, they donate it now to open pantries and stuff instead of putting it in the trash, letting it go bad. So, that's come a little ways, but it's a mess. They can do a screening though. It's like you said, Nick, and then like he was saying, there's certain protocols that restaurants can't do, but why won't they FDA approve it then if that's what it takes to be able to get this stuff out to folks that need it so there won't be no waste? As I'm telling you, you gotta watch where you're getting food from, because you don't know what people are doing, just like how people act stupid around Halloween and all that. Folks do donate stuff and just to know that they done something to it. Because I done seen some women, and no disrespect to anybody, and some families that have done hauls of food, and there's some stuff that, honey, I wouldn't have took. Because it looked like somebody done had it and cut a piece off of it and put it back in there and had it wrapped in foil and plastic stuck through it. Shit, I said, I don't know what house that came from. That right there, somebody that's probably trying to help, but that got freezer burn on it. You gotta watch out, and I'm not trying to be silly, but it's true, You gotta watch out for where all that stuff is coming from and what's happening. After the expiration date. We just dealt with that in my house, talking about the expiration date. Because I was in the store, and they had these crackers, and they said that actually the day that I was in there was the expo date, and I still bought them anyway, and they're perfectly fine. A couple of days later, they're perfectly fine. And there's a lot of stuff that you got to know how to wage and gauge on, you know what I mean? Just like you can go and get, like a lot of people say, oh, I'm getting this meat, but I don't want to cook it today, and it's going to expire in 2 days. That's all you got to do, clean that meat up and freeze it. Stop the time, freeze it. There's so many different things that people count as throwaways when they could have done something with it, you know what I mean? Because that expiration date don't really, it doesn't mean anything. You got to really, really know what you know and do it. It's crazy out here, y'all, but I tell you, we can try to make a difference with every little bit here and there that we can, because it's doing good in a lot of ways, and then all of this stuff is kind of created to stay and meant to stay a certain way so that there's control with the government and all that kind of stuff. I honestly can tell there's some things that can be fixed, and there can be something done about it, and they want that to stay a certain way so that they can control everything in so many ways. I just be looking at stuff so many ways. And they're spending the money the wrong way and supporting the wrong kind of stuff, and you know, if folks really need something and can't get it because it got wasted somewhere else, it's just ridiculous. We really got to do better than what we're doing out here. And you know, one voice can't be heard. It's got to be a whole bunch of us people yelling out loud together to get this straightened out. And then I noticed too about how people are and how they treat each other out here in the world too. It's getting to be where people are so out of control and disrespectful to folks when they're out, shoving, rushing, rude, disrespect. We're way off the beaten path. I'm telling you, way off the beaten path. We got to be more careful. We got to do a lot better than that, because a lot of this stuff right here, you know, you're trying to have some kind of stuff for, you know, whoever got kids and grandkids to come in the future. There ain't gonna be nothing left here to fall back on. Everybody is just taking and grabbing, you know what I mean? And some things are left deliberately for failure. I know a lot of stuff that can be changed and stuff. And I even ask certain places when you're out like that, you know what I mean? Just like with the, you know, when you go to places like donating stuff to Salvation Army and Goodwills, a lot of the folks in there that work there, they take half of the good stuff. And then you have families, you know, just like with that work too, no disrespect to anybody, but that work at the Goodwills and Salvation Army, a lot of that work is supposed to be for handicapped people, and a lot of them are not getting the jobs because they're giving the jobs to somebody else. And I know so many families that come in there with a voucher from Red Cross or whatever, and they can't even get a bag of clothes. And everything has been picked through, and they figure what they want to give away free for them kind of programs, and they pick what they want to sell. So they make sure there's nothing hardly left for people that are coming in there needing some clothes, because they'd rather sell it than to give it to somebody, even though they got the stuff free. You know what I mean? And that's a big problem that I've been noticing out here. A lot of that stuff right there, it's not, you know, it's not going the way it should be. A lot of folks can get a lot of different type of help out here, just like with all this stuff here, where you got people working like a dog to get what they got, and they can't get no help. You know what I mean? Like when this situation with C-19 hit, there were so many people that, you know, their business, their place of employment was closed down, and they tried to go get some help from the government and can't get no help, and then other people can come in and get stuff absolutely free that they, you know, just getting it. And you worked and you can't even get nothing back to hold up with until, you know, things get better. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible, and a lot of this stuff is getting worse. And if a lot of this stuff don't get straightened out and left in good condition, what are your kids coming up, whoever got kids and grandkids, what do they have to look forward to when everything is being depleted as we speak? You know, that takes from the future, you know what I mean? And I know that you guys are all probably busy people, so I'm not going to hold y'all too much longer, because I'm enjoying this conversation, but I know that it's, you know, it's getting late and y'all got stuff to do, and you know, I'm good though, because when I spend this time like this, it's probably, I don't even know how to explain it. These friendships and conversation are priceless. You know, I got my life together here, my food is right, you know what I mean? Anything that needs to be clean, cooked, washed, folded, it's all Gucci. So I don't just sit on here and just let my life fall apart. I spend quality time with different people that are my family members from around the world. So I'm enjoying this, and I don't like to hold nobody up, because I know how it is when, you know, we all multitask, because I done got up and done went to the bathroom a few times, got something to drink. You know, you can get a basket of clothes right here and sit and fold something while you talk. So, you know, I'm definitely doing it, moving, and like I said, too, there's a lot of people out here, too, that are doing a whole bunch of lives and stuff, too. Stuff that you get it off your chest, yes. And you know that, you saying that right, sports card, and you know that you can't just go anywhere with this. You can't go to everybody's live, because there's going to be a lot of people that ain't with it, you know what I mean? It's hard to get with the right crowd. Sometimes you get on and you be trying to, you know, get there and fall in place, because that's one thing I noticed too about this YT. You have to be able You have to be able to get where you belong at with the right crowd of people, because like what we doing here, I don't find this everywhere. I'm not saying that there ain't hundreds of hangout spots and places that we all can go other than where we at right now, just hanging out over here. But I know that there's not a lot of it that you can really let your hair down. You know how you can go somewhere and chill and be like, yeah, that was all right, but I just didn't feel comfortable enough. I mean, it was good. I like being over there, but I mean, yeah. Yeah, no shade, no shade. And I'm the same way. That's why I try to find my happy medium around here, because of the fact that you can't be in everybody's business. You can't hang and ride with everybody. You got to know, where you are and what you're here to do. And sometimes we get off the beaten path because we get lost in the sauce. You know what I mean? So I try my best to be, over here chilling and us all keeping it real and loving on one another and not playing no games where we all can just do what we, want to do and chill. And I enjoy you guys too, man. It's nothing like this, I promise you. Even in my personal life, I don't get it in like this. And I have my family and stuff, but it's a different dynamic. You know what I'm saying, y'all? It's a different, there's nothing that I'm talking about here that I can't talk about with my family, but there's something about us that we bring different to the table than how I get down with them. And that's just what it is. It's who we are individually. We all bring something different to the table. And I promise you, this is definitely something that I'm living for. You know what I mean? To be able to sit down like this and relax in your own house, but we all feel like we're chilling with each other. We clicking, we understand, everybody feel the same way. And I'm not saying that we all have to agree for this to be okay, but for us to want to be together and spend time is what it is. We just doing what we do. And what's that? We live in this thing called life. And what's up? We all only got 24 hours in the day. And time is something we can't change or get back, so we have to do it moving. And you have to choose your time wisely. That's what I keep telling people. With me, I've been doing stuff like this. Just a little bit more self-care. But what does that mean? I get in the shower. I stay in there a little bit longer. You know what I mean? Stay in there a little bit longer. Go in the room. And you know what I used to do too, y'all, when I was younger? I used to be in my room and I would lay on the bed and I'd just be quiet. And I'd just listen to all the sounds in the house. You know what I'm talking about? Listen to all the sounds in the house, or sometimes you get up and just sit in the window and just look. And you know how when you do stuff like that, I could tell what family member that went in the bathroom, which family member just by their footsteps and sounds. You know what I'm talking about? Really vibing. And I decided that, from now on too, I want to take mini vacations throughout the day. Many little vacations of just chilling and really woosah. And I'm not talking about no bull crap where you sitting here, damn, I gotta go in there and do the dishes. Damn, I gotta get ready to go and get some more milk. Not like that. Free. Now, yes ma'am, I need to do it more. I do, because I sometimes we rush along. And you guys are fun to talk to, and I appreciate that, I promise you. Because I got some things that I need to slow down a little bit on. You know what I'm saying? And then also, I don't like to keep putting off stuff. I know that sometimes, even with me, I hate to have to soak a pot when I wash dishes. And you know what? It's not that serious. Those little things like that need to be toned down a little bit. You know what I mean? When I get up in the morning, I like to make my bed and stuff like that. But if I had something else that I had to do right quick, I don't have to break my neck to get back to do it, but I'm not going to leave it unmade. That's just how I get down. I don't like to go to bed with a dirty kitchen and that type of stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong with it. But don't sweat the small stuff coming back down 1 o'clock in the morning to hope that pot that you were soaking is ready for you to scrub it out. Just let that. You'll be okay. You clean it. You soak it down with some good soapy water. It will be okay. Don't bug out. Those things like that, I got to stop doing. It's a waste of time. You know what I mean? It's a waste of time. Stop playing around with it and chill. Don't do nothing. How about that? What do I do? Nothing. Nothing. Yes, you definitely too. You do have to have yourself together to take care of others, but you matter. That's the problem that we all seem to forget. That when we're especially with folks that that got kids or raising families or taking care of somebody else, you got to get yourself together. Because a lot of times we fall short from our own selves. We don't even show up for ourselves. But we're doing it for everybody else. No, that's not the ideal parent, mother, father, uncle, cousin, because you matter too. And while your life is falling apart, you making sure somebody else is taken care of. But if you fall too far down, how are you going to help them out? You're laying yourself up in the hospital, stressing too much too, because a lot of that stuff with kids and stuff, we got to get that stuff. A lot of people don't get it right with the kids. Folks think that everything is equated to material things because your child got to have the new PlayStation, the latest sneakers. You ain't got them doing no chores around the house. They spoil. They answer you back rudely. They don't have no respect for you. You're letting anything go down in your house. You know what I mean? Other people, kids coming up in your house, you don't even know the damn parents. There's a lot of stuff that's happening with these kids too, and they become a product of their environment. And then when they get out here in life, they don't know how to act and behave because you ain't taught them nothing. You ain't taught them nothing because your whole basis is all about trying to buy them instead of spending quality time. And I had this nice YouTuber on, and she said that she had her son. He's doing, and I haven't heard nothing like that in a while. I'm not saying that we all don't do good things with our kids. I'm just saying some people, they miss that flight. You know what I'm saying? And she was saying that she has her son doing chores around the house, and she said that she's going to give him allowance, and she went out and she bought him a wallet. So she's showing him the value of working. And then also I keep telling people, just like when you're raising kids, when they wee little, when you're potty training them, you're showing them, you get a sticker for this, you get a sticker for that. But after a while, you're not gonna get no reward for going to take a dump. You grown. Ain't nobody gonna be raised up like that permanent. It changes. You know what I mean? It has to change at some point. Everything can't be rewarded. Even when you have chores around the house, you teach them that though. You know what I mean? When she said that touched my heart because she's showing him the value. Then after a while, he's going to realize that it's not when you're in the house, you don't necessarily have to get paid, but that's how we do it with kids. But you know that when you go in there and do laundry, you're not doing it just to help mom and dad out. This is a way of life for you to continue out when you get out and get grown in the world. But a lot of people are more so teaching their kids about, having everything. You know what I mean? You got to have this, you got to have that, instead of saying no sometimes. And I just got through talking to a crowd of people about, how when you go in the store with these kids and you let them cut the food and then you try to act like you got control. I've done it before. You see where I'm coming from. You have no morals and values. You get the kids in the store, and I've had this, well, you can get something, you'll get a toy, we're going to go in here and you get something, you're just trying to go negotiate with them because you didn't teach them no kind of respect. You let them act a fool at home, so when you get out in the public, they're going to act a fool. Now, when I say that, I don't mean that a child that's well put together and been taught the right way ain't going to act a fool because they're kids. They don't know anything. Their frontal lobe, our frontal lobe is not developed to way down the line in our 20s and further down. People don't understand the psychopathy of the brain. But what I'm saying is when you make up these things with these kids, it gets crazy. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Get it started early. Because I used to do this stuff too, rather than somebody else's kids, your own kids. You go in the store, right? And I'm going to keep it 100% real. You go in the store with these kids half the time. You keep telling them, when we go to the store, if you behave, you get a treat. We'll take you later. If not, they're going to learn the hard way. And the hard way is going to be the wrong way in a lot of cases. You got that absolutely right. Hello. Autograph Fisherman. How you doing, John? Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. We just kicking back, talking about a little something here. Just enjoying some good friendships on here and chilling. I'm glad you stopped in. I appreciate it. Just like I've had these situations, and I'm not saying every parent has done this, but I'm going to give you an example. You get the kids ready. You're going in the store, whether they're yours, nieces, cousins, whoever, steps, whatever. You get in the store and you say, well, if you be good, I'm going to get you something, right? So now you get in the store and he want to buy a basketball, she want a doll. So y'all go over in the area to get them something just to keep them quiet. You get up to the daggone register. You know that you're not buying that stuff. Your child done played with that stuff, done slobbed on it, done touched it, and then you want to go and stick it back because you're too embarrassed to hand it to the cashier because you know you're not going to pay for it. You're letting them manipulate you right there, and then you're not teaching them nothing positive either. And I got to the point, I'm like this, yo, we going in, I don't even say yo like that, but I'm just saying, we're going into the store, I got enough money for a gallon of milk and a loaf of bread, and that's it. Hello? Sometimes you may have to go back out to the car. I'm not telling nobody to spank their kids or none of that. Sometimes you may have to go in the bathroom and have a talk with them. If they're screaming all out in front of everybody and throwing their stuff on the floor, you allowed that. You allowed that because this ain't the first time they did that. They've been doing this at home, and then you expect them to behave differently when they're out in the store. You have to show them the value of that, and you have to let them know too. I got feelings. What you're doing ain't right. You know what I'm saying? People don't want to do this stuff. She said, "It's the biggest complaint when people have." Exactly. I know exactly what you mean. Amen. Amen. Yep, that's what it is. That's why I said you been the sap before the sap been you is what they say. You understand what I mean? Because the children they're representing your parenting when they do this kind of stuff. And I'm not saying that people that got kids that they're well mannered that they're not gonna cut the food, because they will surprise you. It happens because they're kids. You know, and if they knew everything, you wouldn't be their parents. They're learning from you. I know a lot of folks in the stores with these kids cutting the food, and you sitting up there and you acting like, everything is Gucci. And then I know a lot of parents too, though, it's their fault that the kid is doing what they're doing. I know a lot. I done seen this girl here, and no disrespect, and I'm not judging anybody, but this girl was in the store with her son, and it was so sad what she did to the child for him crying, but I see why he was crying. He was she had him in the carriage, but she didn't have him in the part where the kids are supposed to sit, and you can put that little belt around their waist. She had him sitting in the back of the carriage, and she had opened up some chips or something, and he was making a mess. And I guess after he dropped half of it on the ground, she started cussing him out and jacked him up by one arm as if it was his fault of what was happening. Yep, exactly. And I keep saying there's a lot of positive shows that we got Coco Melon and all this back in the day, Barney and stuff. And it's nice for your kid to have a nice program to interact with. But the same stuff that Barney's teaching your kids, if you had a few minutes for them, you could teach them the same damn thing. And a lot of people want the TV to babysit because they don't want to be bothered. You get what I'm saying? But like the case I'm saying about this female in the store, the child was crying. First of all, y'all, you done came out with pajamas on, and I'm not judging. Please don't misunderstand me, nobody. You done came out with pajamas on, no bra on, cussing and bustling through the store. Your child pamper was bloated up like a floating device, and you wonder why the child is crying. Chips is not the choice for breakfast. No disrespect. A lot of that is the parents. You feel me? Seriously. I'm not judging nobody. I'm calling a spade, you know? You got that right. Toy or candy will be everything. And see, that's the whole thing too. And when they do that, that's what the child is expect. So that's how they're gonna act. They're gonna be, their personality is gonna jump and pop for some candy, and that ain't gonna last long. You know what I mean? Yeah, you see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous though, and it's unnecessary. And once again, like I said before, we got a lot of good stuff out here that is good program. I'm not gonna say that I've never been around kids that they watch Barney and Sesame Street and stuff like that. You find some good, adequate programs that can help them learn. But you are the real teacher. You are the real teacher. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, and that's the whole thing. And I'm telling you, the way this, and this is the name of few. You ain't got it together. Like I said, it's a wonder why you looking at the child, right? Like I said, this child got a busted bag of crackers or whatever, and they're not even sitting in the area where you sit the kid and strap them in. They're sitting in the back, so when you roll in the carriage, the child is bumping all around. You got some juice next to them, this next to them, and they crying, and then you're gonna get mad. But look at, come on, look at this. Let's draw the diagram. You came out here in some pajamas that you done laid up in that's not even appropriate. I'm not telling nobody what to do. I'm just saying, you're not fully dressed. The child got on the onesie. Their pamper is bloated up. Don't you think a child would be feeling uncomfortable and cry if their pamper is that wet where it's bloated up like a life-saving device? The child is hungry. You angry. You mad. You ain't even washed your face. You got sleep in your eye. You came out incorrect with the child, and then you're going to bust open a bag of chips or whatever for them to eat to shut up and get smacked back down and sit down and shut up and F you and all this other stuff. And you're blaming the child? This is how you living. This is how you living. This is how you get down at the crib. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for coming and take care. Enjoy that dog walking. And that's what I'm saying. Honey, you can do so much more in your kids' lives, and people don't understand that being a parent is not just bringing home the bacon and frying it up in the pan. You know what I mean? It's not just for providing for a child financially. You have to be there emotionally and in any other way that counts as being a parent to bring up a decent child in this world. You know what I'm saying? It's not all about just doing financial things and the clothes on their back. They need all of that too. But I'm just saying, people need to stop relying on that only. When the last time you said I love you or you hugged the child? And irritated. That's why I was saying you got to have your game plan. When you have kids, like you said, sometimes you may have to have a babysitter, or you got to plan it out right in the store. You know that your child, you just came from the house, they fed, they good to go. You may have a few little treats that you may need to give them because of their attention span, but you don't play around in that store. You don't try it on 4 and 5 things in the dressing room. The child is sleepy, they're in the carriage, leaning their head to the side, and you in there trying to chill and all that. You got to know how to do it. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And that's why I always say, whenever you're in the store with the kids, sometimes you may have to go to the bathroom, get them out the carriage, find a little area for them to stretch their feet and whatever they need to do, and then keep it going. Sometimes when you have your child is a little bit off and they acting up in the store, you might have a grocery carriage full of food, milk, and meats, and you might have to tell the cashier, somebody, can you hold on to this for a minute and go outside and give your child the love they need in the car. You know what I mean? Yes, ma'am, Neek. You know what I'm talking about. We have to. We have to. Yes, space sometimes. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And I keep telling people, sometimes you got to call it a timeout. Because first of all, and a lot of times, people are rushing to go nowhere. People are rushing to go nowhere. And you up in here in this tomfoolery, acting a crazy fool mess, rushing through, flying around, bugging out, and ain't got nowhere to go and nothing to do. Nothing to do. And you got this child all jacked up, you cutting the food, it's all turned upside down. You gotta sit down somewhere. Because that's one thing I noticed, and no disrespect, I noticed that a lot of people don't respect their kids. They think respect is due for them, but they don't respect their kids. And that's when they treat them any old kind of way. Especially when the kids get past a certain age and they don't feel that you're the, little nuzzling arm baby. When they start crawling, walking, and talking, you feel that, you don't respect them, but they gotta respect you. And that's where parents go wrong at too. You have to have respect for your kids. You can't expect them to respect you only. No, that's a shame. What? How did she even come out the house like that? No, I did not see that. Hey, what's up? Oh, shit. Shivering. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. No, I did not see that. And the thing is, why would they fire the girl for helping out And what's wrong with the mother to come out with the child in that condition? Oh yeah, they'll turn up on you. I just had, honey, don't go there about them foolish mamas, honey. Cause I just had a woman that tried to finna get ready to try to come over near me like she wanted to try to point in my face and try to say something, but she came up on the side back, honey, and she better be glad she was where she was at. So sad. That is sad. Because if you know, if they came out this house like that, first of all, you can tell that she wasn't doing no TLC at all with that child, and you could tell that she needs some parenting classes or somebody that need to call her some help, because that's not gonna get it. That right there is child abuse right there within itself, and neglect. Straight up, child abuse and neglect. Baby had nothing on. What's that all about when people do that, Nick? What is that? What you think that's all about? Because that's some wax-ish right there. Yes, you got that right. Some people are not fit to be parents. You got that right. And I'm trying to tell you, it's bad because, like I said before, I see a lot of people that don't respect their kids. And they think because their kids is younger than them and depend on them that they're supposed to bow to the parent. And some people really, they get kids and they're not fit. And that right there, that is sick. Because I don't understand why they would fire an employee, and I don't understand why anybody ever, because you know everybody's mandated to report. Why didn't anybody kind of call somebody about this situation? Because that child was being neglected. I don't even understand it. Then how does she got the nerve to have a coat on so she knows it's cold outside the mama? So how she think the child is feeling? That's sick. That right there, that's sick. Poor baby too. That's damn. Oh, that's horrible. That is, yes it is. He's saying that right. He said yes, mentally, yes. That is so true, Unc. That's why I don't understand what that's all about here, but I'm telling you, I've seen some people, just like with that girl that I said that was in the store with them pajamas and that child wasn't dressed right. The way she got mad at him, and because she had him in there, some chips or crackers or something he was eating on, and she had him in there with a lot of food around him in the back of the carriage, and he was touching and opening and bothering stuff, and the way she jacked his arm up, I thought that boy, she probably broke that boy's arm and pulled it out of socket. I was so worried because he was screaming, and I had to go back around to the next aisle so I can run past her and look and see if that child was hurt, because the way she grabbed his arm up, it looked like she was about to break his arm out the socket. That's just, ooh, honey, that hurts my heart. That's disgusting. That's bad. Are you serious? And what I don't understand is how the mother know enough to have a coat on herself and not the child? How is that? How does the mother know enough to have a coat on herself but ain't got no coat on the child, though? That just doesn't even make no sense to me, because if she got sense enough to put a coat on, it's obvious that she don't care nothing about the child. That's what that's all about. It has nothing to do with anything else. She don't respect the child. She don't care about the child. And that was an abuse situation right there. Unfortunately. Hey, that's weird. That's crazy. That's what I keep saying about folks too. A lot of people have kids just to try to keep a relationship together. Some people have kids just for some type of income. If they're living somewhere, they can get some assistance, or they can get some child support from some man, and that makes them not have to work or do anything, but they abuse the kids instead of, doing anything for them. Because if she got the sense enough to have a coat on herself, and she out in the store shopping, she got some sense, you know what I mean? And a lot of them, they don't want the kids no way. That's terrible. That makes me feel terrible. Yes, they are. He said mental. Yes, they are. Yes, that's the problem. Definitely. Yes, she is a crazy fool and don't care either. Some of them ain't right either, though, because people don't pay attention to the psychological mind. They really don't. People don't even understand that, with your mental psychopathy, and a lot of people got chemical imbalance and got mental health undiagnosed. A lot of people don't realize their frontal brain ain't kicked in. Some people was raised up a certain way and they repeat the cycle. There's a lot of whack stuff going on out here. And it's hard to tell what is wrong with each person, but at the same time, you can't just sit back and just let a child be abused because this person is messed up mentally too. You know what I mean? Somebody got to help somebody somewhere. And a lot of times that don't happen. You know what I mean? Kids is lost in the sauce, and mama, and some of these people too, ain't nothing wrong with them. They just ain't fit. And they don't want the kids. And like I said, a lot of people have kids for different reasons. Some people in these marriages and stuff, unfortunately, will have a fix-it baby. You know what I mean? It never works. But some of them will have a fix-it baby where they think that if they have a child, that will strengthen the relationship. You know what I mean? In a lot of cases, that makes the relationship even harder because now you got another mouth to feed. Or either that you got, the first child that your relationship wasn't healthy enough to bring a baby into it. You know what I mean? And then that child has to suffer the consequences of parents that don't want them. And then I know a lot of parents too that, you can see them and it looks one way. The kids got like decent clothes on. They look like they're taking care of the child. Their hair is right, fingernails, trimmed and looking good. But are they being loved at home? Are they being hugged? She said, "That's a mistake." Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that's why I don't know why they even bother, do it. Because sometimes I've seen some people, and a lot of people don't understand, but there's a lot of people that had children and gave them up after a certain amount of time because they realized that they wasn't fit to be a parent. And I even had somebody on here that said that they decided not to have kids because they came from abuse and they knew that they would abuse their kids. So they decided not to do it, and that was the best decision they made. Because if you already know how you get down, you don't need to bring a child into it as a crash test dummy. You know what I mean? Yes, this is bad. All this kind of stuff out here, y'all, and it's so hard because of the fact that we don't know what it is for each person out here. So I try not to be rude and judge and assume anything about anybody. But a lot of folks out here is out of pocket, crazed. Bugging out. You know what I'm saying? Look at you looking over like, what's going on, right? It's crazy, y'all, and it's sad. And the only thing that we can do is pray. Just keep praying for them and hope that their life gets turned around in the right direction. Or if they want to go on and trash themselves, pray that somebody come along and save the kids. Because for a fact right there about what you said about the female with the child in Walmart that was cold. You know that if they didn't call no kind of services or nothing at all, that child is going to end up going right back into suffering. And then them women get mad at you too, because I had somebody, she said, so you can fix the problem. You got that right. And I told you I had a woman in the store that tried to set to me. And honey, I'm going to tell you something, I served her the cold coffee. Because she didn't have that stuff together. And she tried to say something about giving unsolicited parenting advice or whatever. And the thing is, I wasn't even talking to her. And I was saying because the child was completely turned up. And I was saying to a family member, I remember, when so-and-so was little, kids get like that. And she tried to, we were in the line. And she tried to wait a while and tried to come a little bit behind me on the side while I was getting ready to, pay for my stuff. It says, don't give unsolicited parenting advice. And honey, let me tell you, first of all, this is how I look at it. If I gave you some advice, which I did not, because that's your business. You know what I'm saying? But if I gave you some advice and if you would listen to it, you wouldn't have been in the situation that you're in now where your child is opening up all this stuff and going through all these food items in the store. This was a totally different woman. And then she got talking about, I was lucky that she got her child with her. I said, honey, a child with you, what does that have to do with anything? I tried not to, I didn't want to get turned up with this woman, but she came over near me. And that doesn't mean just because she came near me that I have to act a fool too. But but she she had 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. And she needed to hear a few things, because don't ever run up behind my back like you finna do something, first of all. Because you don't know what I'm carrying, you don't know how I get down, and you don't know me. You understand what I'm saying? Don't ever come up over here and say something, because that child turned up in that store, and it was very offensive to a lot of different people in the store. And the only thing that I was saying to my family members that I said, when we was coming up, honey, we tried that, man, and that's all. And she talking about unsolicited parenting advice. Well, first of all, nobody will see what I mean when people's in somebody else's business and you're not listening, but the guilt in you have you so pissed off that
you remember talking to her the first time or the second.
Exactly. And then you're gonna try to come up on somebody. Listen, sister. Listen, I think you need your clock cleaned. You get what I'm saying? Don't come up on somebody like that behind their back. And she's talking about, and because if I wasn't with if I didn't have my child with me, I said, well, first of all, you got a cashier right here. There's a police officer at the door. What time is it? What time is it? I'm not just talking. I ain't making no threats. I ain't acting silly or immature. But what are you talking about, though? What time is it? Because you got a child with you and whoop and whoop. What's gonna happen? You know what I mean? There's nothing here. What's gonna happen? Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what I said. I said, well, I don't understand what's going on. And the thing is, she didn't even know if I was talking to somebody on the phone about something. She don't know what I was doing. She was just all in her feelings. And I promise you, we had made a stop before we went out the door, because I think she was next in line. And when we left the store, she was having a complete meltdown at the door, and they were offering her some help. So I could tell there was a problem there. And she tried to use that to flim off on me, but I promise you, she would have got her clock cleaned. You know what I mean? Putting your hands on me and coming like you trying to point like you're finna point at somebody's face. Oh, no. I'm not a violent person. I don't mean no disrespect, y'all, but it ain't going down like that. You know what I mean? There was that type of thing walking away when somebody walking up on you. I'm not going to turn my back on somebody that's coming up on me angry or whatever it is. It was weird. It was a weird situation. She said, don't make me discipline you like you need to discipline your child. I'm trying to tell you, honey, it's about to go down. It's about to go down 1, 2, 3, and it ain't going to be me. You don't come up on somebody that you don't know and you don't know what's going on. Guilt got your goat. That's exactly what happened. The guilt got you because you was embarrassed in front of everybody in the store, and people were saying stuff about how your child was out of control, and if that child threw one more chip over here, spitting over this way, I'm going, that's what she had, one of them kind of whack things going. And she was mad at that because she know that that's how she was raising him at home, and the way the child was talking, I could tell that that's how he's been treated. So he's a product of his environment. And this little old fella was no more than maybe 2 years old or so. But the way he was talking to her, she had already opened up something and he was eating on something, and then he said something, Mommy, I want something. And she was saying no, and this is a big scene that she was making in line. And he said, I want it now, Mommy. Look at me, Mommy. And when he said that, I already knew that that's how they talk to him at home. You know how when you got kids and they acting a fool and you say, look at me. You know how we said, I'm not saying we said it like she said it, but he was screaming, yelling in her face the same way that she treat him probably at home. And that's where he got that mess from. But see, you got to be careful, because when you're in stores, I don't care what your child is doing, when they start throwing and yelling all at other people and stuff, folks ain't gonna put up with it. They don't care if it's a child. They talking to the mama though. You get what I mean? They talking to you. But see, I didn't say nothing. I just, we was in line, and I was like, oh my gosh, honey, I remember when folks had kids at young, that age. I remember them days, that type of thing. And it wasn't even necessary, and she didn't even know who the hell anybody was talking to. She just wanted to try to turn up on somebody, and she don't realize that, you got the right one today. And see, I'm not the type that run up on nobody and try to outdo nobody and try to fight nobody and act a fool. Honey, I'm past that. I got something more powerful than that. But you know what, I see you better watch yourself. You understand what I'm saying? Check yourself before you wreck yourself or get wrecked. Because there was no way, let me tell you something. You sitting here on that Debbie Downer tune, playing it over and over again in your head. And, honey, and I'm over here smiling so hard you can see my cavities. So I know you don't think nothing finna happen here. Don't ever come near me. Don't ever come near me like you finna come up. You know how them kind of people think they can just walk up and try to get up in your face, but the way the setup was, they couldn't. I'm like, this chick coming, 2-3 minutes later after something was said, not to her, and not necessarily about her, and she gonna try to come and walk past other people in the line and get near. Honey, let me tell you something. You got that finger been broke back in 3 or 4 fractures. You better watch what you're doing here. I'm sorry. You're gonna put your hands on me though. I'm not saying that you can't walk away and be the big person, be the hero. That wasn't that kind of party. You came up, didn't have no balloons or nothing, trip bugging. Honey, let me tell you something. You know what? I've been working on it, you know what I mean? And I've been through a lot of different abuse and stuff in my life, so I know that I don't come out of pocket like that and disrespect nobody, but I tell you, don't try me. Because you can get it on Monday. You can get it on Wednesday afternoon. I'll wake up with you on Sunday. You get what I'm saying? Try me. You get what I'm saying? This ain't going to be like everybody running around trying to figure out who can fit the slipper looking for Cinderella. There ain't going to be none of that. You know what I mean? You better go somewhere, and then you left your child unattended in the carriage, thinking you finna try to come up on somebody on the side where I got my peripheral view that would have just took you all the way apart. You understand what I mean? Broke down. I said, I know, and it was so weird the way it happened, because what I was saying was to a family member, and that was said, quite a few minutes ago prior to that, and I'm paying for my stuff. You got your wallet, getting credit card, whatever you're doing, and you trying to slide up on somebody. When you come up on somebody by surprise, what could happen? Do you need me to lift up my shirt so you can see that I got Betty Boop with me? And I'm not talking about no junk in no trunk either. You understand what I'm saying? We know what lead is, don't we? We're not talking about the pencils, We get number 2 now, don't we? With those. You get what I'm saying? You better ask somebody. I'm so sorry, child, but it is Nick. You tried to coming up on somebody. I'm like, who? Hey, wait, what? And the thing that's so weird about it, she should have been ashamed of herself anyway. And I don't mean to judge anybody, but you should be ashamed because you ain't got your child together. Why is he bugging out? What happened? Yes, bad things happen, especially when somebody come up on you in your space, on your backside like that, and come yelling, pointing their finger, don't know you from a can of oops paint, bugging out. You better ask somebody, because see, we can dial 911. We ain't got to call nobody talking about if I didn't have my child with me. Well, first of all, you done walked away and left your child unattended in the carriage. So I know we're not trying to act like parent of the year all of a sudden. First of all, you get what I'm trying to tell you. First of all, plenty of space, time, and opportunity. You got the cashier there to look out for you, police officer at the door. I said rewind. What did we say again? Parent of the year all of a sudden, you done left the child unattended? Oh, I don't think so. And I think that was trash, wasn't it?
The child unattended to say that.
Yes, walked away from the child.
I was like, what? I was like, that was so random.
Yeah.
It came out of nowhere. Unsolicited parents.
Yeah, honey.
I don't remember talking to her the first time or the second time. And then that second time, the conversation wasn't even about you.
Exactly.
So you took that on your own because you're not doing right with your child.
That's exactly what that is.
Because you said, well, you just have to give him what they want to shut them up. And then when you did give him what he wanted, he still continued on. Just like we were talking about, that don't work.
Thank you. Yes, you got that right. You got that absolutely right. And I promise you, I don't know what she called herself was trying to come up to hit me or whatever, but that was weird. That was weird. Yes. You hear that? That's Unc talking. Yes, Unc, yes. You got that right. And that's all of that. You can tell that's what it's a check. Even if it's child support, government, they got some trap, a noose around somebody's neck, and that's the only reason why they're being bothered or even tolerating a child. They decide to lay down and have. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of birth controls out here, People who go discipline and teach their kids yes, the public trying to act like they do it. Exactly. Only the kids, yes, pay for it. That's exactly what it was, too. That's right. Okay, no joke. He bringing it to the table. Yes, sir. That's why I said, and I don't know how, how do you react if somebody come up? And I mean, I think I handle myself well. And a lot of times, I'm not going to lie, situations like that, I could have walked away. But it wasn't that kind of thing. It was something that happened sudden. And I had to have my guard up because I didn't know what this woman was going to do. She was already bugging out on, the neglect of her child. Yes, sir. Ooh, that was good. That was good. He said, look at that, Sue. Comes back to fight this. Yes. That's what I'm talking about, and I can tell.
You didn't teach him no lesson by giving him what he wanted because he still acted up, and then he ended up grabbing your face or whatever that was.
He grabbed her all in the face and stuff. And I promise you, this was.
But you said if you give him what they want, it'll shut him up, but it did not.
Exactly.
Which is why you should have never gave it to him.
And how? And that's
not going to learn nothing if you're doing that. If you're giving him what he wants when you don't deserve it,
exactly.
It's not going to work. That's not how life works.
You're not teaching them no good values either. And how you going
to end up coming out into the world and being a problem for somebody else, and then teachers in school are going to be coming to you and other people about your child.
Exactly.
How your child comes into the world and acts is based on how you raise them.
Exactly.
And if you don't shut it down, somebody else will.
Exactly.
And they're not going to do it the way you're going to do it. They might harm the child or something else.
Exactly.
So, you got to be careful on how you raise your kids.
Exactly.
And if somebody's giving you advice, you should take it.
And that wasn't even what happened, though.
Exactly.
And she needed advice. She, and they keep on saying with these parents, no daggone parenting course for what? You go to a parenting course for a week and that's gonna make you be able to be a parent. There's way more to it than just being able to have the capability to produce a child. There's a difference between fathering a child and mothering a child and being a mommy and a daddy. There's a big difference between that. Because just because you have the tools to make a baby don't mean you have the tools to raise a child, because there's going to be more to it than that. After you get out the bedroom and out the delivery room, this is when life really hits. This is when it goes down. And then too, that kind of feeding kids that kind of way is not going to be something to supplement. When you don't eat right, you are what you eat. So if you got this child sitting here packing down some Oreo cookies just for you to keep them on hush-hush, and they ain't had nothing to eat, and you done been in this store, and it's so weird too, because both of these things happen in a Walmart. And the child is actually needing their body. They need nourishment, not no kind of sugar that's going to wear off quick and have them agitated and acting the fool. They needed something to eat. There was a damn Subway right there. If you would have got yourself together and say, my child needs something to eat, get your butt out of the damn line then and go over there to Subway and sit there for a minute and give the child some damn food and some milk or something, and then get back in and pay for your stuff. You didn't want to do that. You had that child frailing up and acting the fool in there, and I didn't even say nothing to her. I was talking to a family member, and I said, I remember them days. There was nothing big like that. She didn't even necessarily could even prove that I was talking to her, because we weren't that close together. And for her to try to slide up, and I promise you, anytime somebody act like that, that's that guilt kicking in, because you're not doing right no matter what it may be, and you got offensive. Even if somebody would have gave you a compliment, you was on the offense because you knew that you ain't doing right. You're not doing right. That child is crying out, and the thing is, the little boy, I felt sorry for him, because you can tell the way she raised him, that what he said, I promise you, I have seen, and I've said that to kids before. You know how when you're talking to a child and you say you got to stop behaving like that, and they act like they ain't paying attention, and you say to the child, look at me, I'm talking to you. Anybody knows that. And it don't mean abusively cursing them out. I'm just saying, when you're having a conversation with a child and you tell them to look at me, that's what he said to her. But he said it and he yelled at her, and then he pulled her chin up and said, look at me. And this little boy was no more, I'll say maybe 3, if that. I knew immediately that he learned that from because somebody did that to him. There's no way a child that age, unless they're watching something crazy on TV, could know how to do that. and I could tell that she was ashamed, she was mad, and she was frustrated. So when we got out of the line, we made a stop before we went to we left. And by the time we finished what we were doing and we headed at the door, she was standing inside with him having a complete meltdown. And wondered, you know how they got the people to stand at the door that want to look at your receipt when you leave out the door in Walmart. They kept asking her, can we, they said, can I help you? You need some help with anything? And she looked like she was about to start crying right there, eyes all watery, child still turned up. Something was going on because you didn't have yourself together and you had a meltdown in there. Now, if you would have did what you were supposed to do and not tried to bug out on somebody, that wouldn't have happened. She couldn't even make it out the store. And I felt sorry for you guys. I'm not trying to make fun of this woman or disrespect her or nothing. I felt sorry for her because she looked like she was way in over her head. And the thing is, if you know that you got some problems like that, you need to try to go get you some help as soon as possible. See, that's a situation like that you don't know if she's going to get that child home and harm that child or what may happen. And in that kind of case like that, she needs to be able to call Aunt Mary or Sam or somebody and say, please, I just had a meltdown. Little Jack is acting up, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how I'm feeling right now. I'm right here. I'm at Walmart, and they're watching him until you guys pull up because I need some help because that's looked like it kind of in that kind of situation. I don't know whatever it was, but she wasn't going to come up on me and clock me in the back of my head when she didn't even know what I was talking about, and I didn't say anything to her. Just like you're out and just I remember stuff like that. And that was it. Let me tell you, honey. Let me tell you what. Honey, I promise you, we got a lot of stuff going on. That's why I usually just mind my business. And when I left there, I left feeling bad for her. And then I said, you know what? I shouldn't have even said nothing back to her at all. But I didn't, I felt that I had to because she came up in my space near me. You know what I mean? Talking like she wanted to do something to me. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying two wrongs make a right, but I tell you one thing, she sure didn't go no further than that. Because I already told her, I said, I don't know what's going on with you, honey, but I'm not the one for all that kind of stuff like that. Don't ever walk up on me like that. And she said, well, if I didn't have my son, what's stopping you? You left him over there in the carriage by himself to come over here like he was going to do something to me. So I could see that it was like a circus there where this thing is going to be, bouncing off the other. And like I said before with me, I have learned like with stuff like that, take the high road, but it's like she came up to me. So I had to find a way to address it without her thinking she can do something to me, Either way, I felt bad at the end of the day. I felt bad for her, and more so for the child. And stuff like that is going to keep happening if people don't take responsibility for their situations, you know what I mean, and their kids, and do what they need to do. That's all I'm saying. I promise you, y'all, I felt sorry for the child more than anybody because the kids are the innocent victims in this situation. And I keep trying to tell people, just because you have the tools to be able to create a baby, that doesn't necessarily make you a parent. You have to do the work. And then just because you had one child, it doesn't mean that what you do for this one child is going to help the child number 2, 3, 4. It takes work, and you learning as you go. You don't have all the answers. I mean that you're the adult and you know more than this child, but you don't know it either.
Back pregnant again. That's not enough time to know everything.
No.
To be able to raise another child, not even close.
Nope, you got to get yourself together. And sometimes,
that was a lot of strain on the body and a whole new experience. And for that soon to be right back pregnant again, too soon.
And then you notice too that they always say out here in the world that it takes a village to raise a child. You know what I mean? And it's true. That's why we have what we call a family. You got grandmothers, you got uncles, you got aunts, you got siblings. It really does take a village to raise a child. I'm not saying that one person can't do it by themselves, but it'd be nice that all of the people that's a part of this beautiful life would help out. But I promise you, when you're a strong woman or man and you can do it single-handedly, honey, do your thing. Because sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like that. If you got a mother or father, sometimes people don't even understand. And I remember a lot of people being discriminated against because they've been a single parent. And a lot of people don't know what the circumstance is. You know what I mean? You know it's not. And a lot of people say, well, so-and-so come and they don't have a dad. Well, you know what? Oh, yeah, they're from a single parent home. But how do you know what the story is? This person was married and her husband died, and she decided not to be remarried again. So the child has to be discriminated against because they don't have a father in their life. You don't know a person's story that makes them a single parent. Some lunatic I had a child with, and we have to stay away from him forever. So I'm raising my son by myself or daughter. I mean, think about it. And the same goes for a lot of men that are single parents.
Somebody who pretended like they wanted kids and did not.
Yes. Yes.
Or you were with someone, you guys wanted to have kids, the relationship didn't work out.
Exactly. What you supposed to do, the child, what you supposed to do with the kids just because one parent don't want to be in the picture. I know a lot of guys that are raising more than one child by themselves, and they said that, you know, the woman that they was married to decided that she didn't want to be a parent no more, and she walked out on him and the kids, and he's raising the kids now by himself. What are you supposed to do? When you have kids and everybody then walked out and only you by yourself, you got to be that soldier. You got to fight that army. You got to do what you got to do. And I promise you, I've seen kids that came from a single parent home that turned out just as good as a child with, you know, the father and everybody else in their life. There was no difference that you could tell if they came from a good, strong parent that raised them properly with morals and values and love. Because all of that stuff was all running up under the TV, so you can go out on the porch and smoke a blunt and all that old crap like that, laid up in the bedroom, and even get up to fix a child and eat all that ain't raising no children. That ain't even no parenting skills. It doesn't even take nothing to know how to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? That stuff right there is you know, it's horrendous. And once again, you know, a lot of times when people come up in the world, they speak about all of this stuff like this, and you realize that a lot of the stuff is because they're a product of their environment, and then they try to go to school and don't know how to behave because they're allowed to run around the house while you still sleeping 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. Then get up, nobody didn't make no food. And then when you do, you open up a can of ravioli right quick and get out right here on the couch and smoke a cigarette and tell them to shut up half the day and hitting and yelling and putting people in rooms and cribs and closing doors off and all that old foolishness. And then when that child gets out here in society, you wonder why they're messed up out here in life. They didn't have nothing to grow or stem from. They know what you showed them, which is nothing. You know, and sometimes these parents can't help it. They can't be what they're supposed to be, but you ain't trying to get no help to change it either. You know what I mean? You have to call it for what it is. If you need some kind of help, if you need some kind of people to take your kids for a while from you, it's better than harming the child. You know what I mean? It's way better than putting a child in harm's way if you're not woman or man enough to realize that you can't do this and you ain't doing it right. You got to get some help. And you know that when you call these services, a lot of these places are not here to try to take your child from you. You know what I mean? A lot of folks don't get that. Hello, happy girl. How you doing? Thank you so much for stopping in. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you. We're just talking about people non-parenting. Folks out here having these children and they're not raising them up the right way. And the kids, you know, suffering. A lot of abuse and neglect. And a lot of people don't understand that just because a child has a roof over their head and food, that ain't going to be enough to get them through life. You know what I mean? They got to get, they need more. They need more. Honey, I'm going to tell you, you got to give up some of your life when you want to be a parent. And that's for true. Yes, it is. There's a lot of sadness to it, unfortunately, happy girl. There's a lot of sad stuff that goes on with the kids where they're inside of a house and nobody cares. Because, see, a lot of times, too, you can have the kids that's in the house and their mom and dad is both there, but if you're not fit as parents, it's like the child is on their own. Y'all stand up in the bedroom all the time, all booed up, laid up, and the child, you know, crying at the door and looking for something to eat. You know what I mean? It's whack. It's whack. And like I said, they go around other people or they start schooling when they don't know how to act right. You know, you thinking, oh, the teacher's writing up, oh, this child coming in, they can't sit still and whatever. You need to go see a psychologist. It's possible ADHD. And sometimes it ain't even all that. It's environmental. The product of their environment. Neglect and abuse. It emulates so many mental health disorders. And now your child, you know, you're glad too because now your child is diagnosed with something, now you're getting the check, so you really gonna be an a-hole as a parent. Ain't gonna work out that way, and a lot of children are being used just for income. Just for income, because they're not wanted, and some people, like I said, be trying to have a baby and keep a man or a connection, but the child ends up getting abused. That doesn't work. You don't keep the man. They sure deserve so much more. I'm telling you. And like that what you were saying, Miss Southern, about that child in Walmart. I never seen no people publicly seen something like that going on with a child and not calling no service or nothing to get help. To me, that should have been a 911 call. It is sad when the baby's abused like that. That should have been a 911 call right there, instead of them trying to fire some people for trying to help because the child didn't have no clothes and it was cold outside, but the mother had on the coat and she was dressed. How are you gonna worry about firing? These are lightly salted, by the way. You hear me? Those are lightly salted. They may not taste healthier. Oh, okay. Lightly salted on the package. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's why I said we gotta watch what we're doing out here. And there's no way that you, even if you didn't want that woman to know, anybody in that store could have called 911, because right there, that was a form of abuse and neglect. You know what I mean? And nobody did nothing but trying to fire somebody, and then the mother trying to go off on somebody. And that is so, that sound like such a sick setup. I can't believe that even happened like that. That is totally weird. Ain't that weird, though?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. That is totally weird.
What you say?
That a person can come in Walmart. I think she said the child just had on like a pamper, no coat or nothing. It was shivering, and the mother had a coat on, and people were trying to help to get the kids some clothes, get the child some clothes, and the mother tried to get mad about it, and nobody called or nothing, and let her have that child there in that condition. Somebody could have went and called.
Because you know what? It's weird. I mean, that's terrible. The way that people are nowadays. We live in a generation where somebody sees somebody getting harmed, instead of helping, they want a videotape.
Yeah.
That's how we feel. And you just have to hope that people are going to do the right thing. Nowadays, people got that. They want to see you get harmed instead of helping. Like, what's up with that?
Or ignore it.
Right, ignore it like you ain't seeing it. But in that case, you shouldn't be getting mad about that. Someone trying to do what you can't do. You know?
He said it's crazy that parents are to get away with that kind of behavior. Kids have to suffer. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand that.
And then other people, certain things, they get called out for something that they didn't do, they get in trouble.
Exactly.
That kind of situation happens too.
And I don't understand how that's legal. Especially now, see, it's bad when you have a child that's being abused in the home and nobody don't know about it. I mean, if somebody have a child out in public like that that's abused, and everybody's mandated reporters, how can nobody not say anything about that? Yeah, I never heard of such a hideous mess. Nobody in the store called, the manager, supervisor, nothing. Even if that lady was getting ready to leave the store, even if the cashier that was dealing with her, was afraid and didn't want the woman to do anything to her, y'all still could have let her think she was leaving the store followed her out to her car, got her license plate number before she can get far. Hopefully, the police would have came and pulled her over, or the police officers that's in a lot of those stores like that could have detained her. There's no way you can tell me that they're sitting back let that happen to a child, and nobody did nothing about it. I'm not trying to be funny. That's not really a normal function. But a lot of times, it's like my family member said, people are quick to videotape stuff or turn the other cheek and ignore it. It don't make no sense. They don't care. That's why they let it go. They don't care. Well, a lot of people say, I'm minding my business. Well, you can mind your business. You can sneak over somewhere and make a phone call. You can sneak over somewhere and call. No, they don't care. Because you got to look at, you saving a child's life. You don't know what that child is going through. And like I said, with that girl, she was having a total meltdown with her child. And see, when you get like that, catatonic, and you got a child and you bugging out and you know, separating from what's really going on, you're capable of anything. You don't know if she's going to get that child in, beat him to death, because people don't understand that. They think because it's a female, everybody don't have maternal instincts. And one thing people always try to they want to blame everything on men, act like women are so innocent, but honey, I know for a fact women have criminal minds too. It ain't just no men. Anybody can have it. No, we don't. A lot of people just ain't what it is. You know what I'm saying? And folks want to ignore that, but it's the truth though. I know women, just as many women that's crazy, wild out here, and I know just as many women that have abandoned their kids the same way a lot of men have abandoned kids. They want to say like men do so much wrong, but I know hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of women that have abandoned their child the same way a man wasn't there in the house helping raise the child. So they need to really figure that out and change that up. Because I see a lot of women out here that are straight up gutter and very abusive and sick. About the important thing. That's what the whole problem is too. Because if you look at it for what it's worth, from what you were saying, Southern, about that woman in Walmart, you look at it. She didn't care nothing about her child shivering and stuff, but yet she was gonna try to cuss somebody else that said something in the store trying to shop. What kind of sense does that make though? Don't care nothing about your child shivering and they got no clothes and stuff on, but yet you got a coat on and you're in the store shopping and you don't see that there's something wrong with this issue. That wasn't mental health either. She didn't give a damn. And then gonna try to get mad when somebody says something. That's a lot of nerve right there. She needed some silver bracelets and a whole lot of other stuff. It just ain't right. It don't make sense. I don't understand what's going on here. But I tell you one thing, this is getting worse and crazier. And for anybody that's got kids coming up in the world or grandkids, honey, y'all better watch out. I'm telling you, look at that face. I love that emoji. Yeah, happy girl. Look at the emoji. I know that's right, girl. It's sad. Empty, cold-hearted, lockdown. And they got a lot of horrible stuff that I keep seeing about kids being abused in the house, you know, by parents, and nobody cares. And you know that's all you have to do. You don't even have to let the people know that you're going to do anything when you can secretly make a phone call and save that child's life or save that child from any further abuse instead of, you know, turning the other cheek. Where, like I said, a lot of people are afraid of confrontation. A lot of people are afraid to do something about it. But you don't have to let the person know that it's you. You know what I mean? You don't have to let the person know that it's you. And unfortunately, I know that in a lot of cases, children get removed from the homes and they end up in some kind of abuse and foster care too. But what can we do to help the child out, though? What is the right recourse? What is the right recourse to help a child out, honestly? What can you do to help them? Because, you know, a lot of people keep saying if they go to the system, it could be worse than where they was living at with their own parents. But where are you going to stop? Where are you going to stop that at? You help the mother get well, the father get well. What did you do? Because if you don't do nothing at all, the child's going to stay in that predicament. So there's got to be somebody saying something or doing something. If not, the child is going to be ruined. And you know, one thing people don't understand, we are all people, and we can be very resilient, but I promise you, a lot of the boogeyman stuff and bad stuff that happens to us can stay with us a lifetime. I know it may get better. I know, you know, when you have a relationship with God, but a lot of negative stuff that happens to you kind of forms your future for you, unfortunately. Yes, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm happy girl. I don't. And I'm telling you, I remember even when I was coming up as a child, people act like all of that kind of stuff that they were doing to kids was normal, and that stuff was straight up child abuse. People are trying to say almost so, yeah, because when we came up, we used to have to kneel on rice when we did something bad. That's not no that. Man, listen, that ain't no discipline. That stuff right there is straight up child abuse. There's no discipline there. And I got so many people. I remember one day talking to this man, and he was saying that he wouldn't even say what it was, but he said he was raised by his grandmother, and he said that, you know, when he used to get in trouble, she used to make him, you know, spend hours kneeling on rice, raw rice. You know what I mean? I had some other friends that said when they were younger and they got in trouble, they would get locked into a trunk. You know, like a trunk that they had, one of them old trunks that they have in the house. Other folks saying that they got whooped with a extension cord and made to get in a salt bath. And you say, yeah, because that's how it was, honey. Our parents didn't play, honey. They used to whoop our butts. You consider that as discipline? You lucky you still alive. That somebody was trying to kill you. That ain't cool. Oh, you did, happy girl? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So you know what I mean. Yes. She said I had to kneel. You know what I mean? And it's very prevalent in a lot of the Spanish community. Tú sabes que yo lo dice, ¿verdad? Yes. Oh yeah, I know about it. Yes. That was very prevalent. That was a form of like a custom punishment to kneel on the raw rice. Yep, she said, and I got whoopings. Yep. And some of it, you know how you know when you're being disciplined and when you're being abused. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people say that that's okay. A lot of people say that that's okay. I promise you, the majority of the people that I talked to about that said that, you know, that was okay. But I'm telling you, you know, and I'm not judging anybody, but there's a difference between getting a spanking and being abused, brutal. Anytime somebody's getting lashed up real bad with a belt and that kind of stuff like that, breaking skin, you know, getting hit in the face, got a black eye, you know what I mean, the busted lip, that is not discipline. No way. Yes. Like eternity. And see, and honestly, you as a grown up now, do you feel that was the right kind of discipline? Because I'm not judging anybody, because most of the people that I talk to that's been in those predicaments of any kind, they said that it was they deserved it. How do you deserve because you didn't finish your dinner, or because you was jumping around in there and making too much noise, or you ran through the living room and you knocked the knick-knack off the end table and you got to kneel on rice for hours, or you getting whooped with a stencher cord for something like that, and that said, yeah, no, we turned out better. Our parents didn't play that. No, you were being abused. That, I don't give a damn what nobody say. I mean, you can't tell nobody how to raise their kids, but I'm going to tell you, that ain't where it's at. Yes. Some of it, yes, you got that right, Southern. And I promise you, and I know a lot of that stuff. Yes, she said cussing kids out like these. I'm gonna tell you, you know now, I'm gonna tell you, I done been through that too. Physical and that. And I, remember people telling you you're worthless, you're trash, you're not SH and all that, and dot. And I promise you, those sometimes the words hurt more than the physical scars. I promise you. And I don't understand how, and this guy was talking to me, and he was saying, yeah, because I deserved it, you know what I mean? Abuela, ella no juega, no, abuela, no, man. And I'm like, what? And And I'm talking to him, and he's looking at me like I can vibe with him, and I understand that was okay, because I know a lot of stuff that happened to me. That was not no spankings, I promise you. That was not no spankings, and I promise you, whatever I did wrong did not merit for me to be hit and treated that way. And the verbal stuff, too, makes you lose your self-esteem, don't know your self-worth, confused all over the place. And when they cuss you out like that, that's a nastiness. That's gutter. And I got so many people that believe in it. I remember, people telling me that, when they got whooped with the belt, they had whelps and they had to go to school and make sure they wore something to hide it. So if that was something that was okay to happen, why would you want to hide it from the teachers then? You know what I mean? That's because you know that you did wrong with that child. And you know people to know what they're doing with these kids. You know, you got a lot of people that are really, I remember spankings from back when I was younger. Oh, you are so sweet. L. Georges, I appreciate you coming by. God bless you. God bless you. And you brought a lot to this live. We appreciate you and we thank you dearly. And I hope I see you sooner than later. You take care, get you some rest, and enjoy your life. Thank you so much for your time. I really, really, truly appreciate it. We all do here. We all rise together and stand together and live this thing called life. Thank you so much for coming in. Have a good one. I appreciate it. You are welcome, sir. It's abusive, yes. Less painful than right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Until I was grown and I was, yes. Did hurt. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. See, you don't know it when it's happening to you because, see, one thing about being a child or in the family, anything that you're introduced to and it's new, you don't know what's happening. You don't know what's happening. You think, you think it's okay. Just like a lot of kids that are molested and stuff, unless they know otherwise, whether it hurts or not, they don't know that it is not right until they get a certain age. And then some people too, they repeat that same cycle when they grow up because they think it was okay or they think it's what you're supposed to do. It's less painful than the belt. Yeah, at least, because if you're kneeling on the rice, and I'm talking about it I know what that is. When you're leaning on the rice, if you get yourself where you get the rice to settle down and you try not to move, and I know this sounds bad, but I promise you, I'm going to tell you something. Oh, boy. And you try not to move as much, you get the rice kind of impacted. You know what I mean? But when you move, it's like you lift it back up and then press it in again. But when you get it and you stay in that pose and that person leaves out the room, because I had a lot of them that they used to stand over you and make you bounce and move to keep it hurting. But when you getting switched and hit with that belt, and even switches, when they used to take the branch from the tree, a piece of that, and whelp your skin and stuff up. Beating you all over. I don't care if they hit you in the face, back, wherever. It's a problem. It's a problem. And then, like I said before, and that belt, the belt is worse because they keep lashing so many times, and it stings and burns, and you can get hit just about anywhere. But when you get that rice and you get it, because we start learning, you know what I'm talking about. I'm going to get to it. You know what I mean? Learning how not to move. Because when you first kneel down on it, and it's a form of torture, they set that up for torturing pain. Yes, I do, and I'm telling you, honey, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. That right there, and I promise you, a lot of people were raised up that way, and they continue that cycle because that's what they thought was right, no matter how painful it was to them. But I never thought it was right. I never would repeat that. Nah. To me, once you get kind of grown up and you look back at your child self, you knew that stuff that happened to you. And some people really don't. I've talked to people straight across the board. No, there was nothing wrong with that. My mother kicked my A. My dad didn't play that, honey. When they got that belt, we knew. And I'm like, I don't understand how y'all comprehending that it's okay. Yes, it stays with you for life and it scars you too. That's what I'm saying, because I promise you that steals a little bit of your life from you. I don't care what nobody say. I know that we're all good people. I know that we all believe in God. We all have a relationship with God. We're trying to live and do the right thing. But I promise you, a lot of stuff that happens to us, even though it may get a little bit easier because time passes, that is a part of you that still always hurts from certain things that's happened in your life, especially childhood trauma. Because anytime somebody's getting hurt like that as a child, it builds a fear in you. Just like I was saying about this one child that went to school, and they noticed that this child is shaking and carrying on, seemed to have a nervous condition, and all it was about was not knowing when they finna get whooped again. Just anything, just thinking already, when I get home, I gotta go back there. I gotta go back there. And if I come back there and at lunchtime, I got a little stain of milk on my shirt, and when I get home, I know mom or dad's going to get the belt out. And they couldn't even participate in school. And then as they grow up as an adult, they kind of, got that kind of way that they got to have everything perfect. Or they're kind of afraid of stuff, and they allow people to abuse them. You know what I mean? That's a trained behavior. And once you get wrapped up into that, honey, you don't even know what the heck is going on. And you live most of your life with some kind of fear and emptiness. You know what I mean? Where you think is something bad going to happen all the time? And people going to hurt you? And how do you feel, too, when you get grown and you're around your parents and you know that you were abused and you try to confront them about it and they flip out on you, too? You know what I'm talking about? You ever had any times when you confronted somebody and they'd act like you grown, they act like they want to go upside your head and you be ready. I'm sorry, let me stop. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not saying disrespect mama and daddy, but ain't nobody gonna swing on me. If anything, I'm gonna walk away. You may hit me in my back a few times, but if you facing me and you trying to hit me like you did when I was a child, I'm blocking and I'm gone because I don't want to hit my mother, father, whatever. But I'm just saying, heck no. Heck no. It stops here. It stops now. Because I know a lot of people right now as adults that get abused by family. And they're grown. I done seen grown men get slapped in the face by their mother at a cookout. You know what I mean? Because she, told him to do something. Go in there, Benny, and get some more sodas out to put in the cooler. They having the cookout. And he said, wait a minute, Mom, what you say? What you say? This guy's 27 now. And go right over there, smack him clean in his face in front of everybody at the cookout. His wife and kids looking at it like, what in the hey? That's because their parents is always controlled. And they allowed them to keep controlling them all the way through adulthood. You got some kids that grew up with that type of abuse, and then they start fighting and hitting on their siblings, and then they start beating their own kids. Because I know a lot of people that really don't see no fault in that at all, and they will argue all the way up the hill and back down. And I kept saying, you didn't feel like that? When I talk to people, you didn't feel like that was abuse? Don't that scar you got on the side of your face when they hit you with their belt and that mark, that don't bother you? Nope, it just showed me that, I was wrong and I had parents that disciplined me and cared about me. I said, damn. Ooh, wow. Brainwashed. That's what I keep trying to tell you. You know how a lot of people do say that, I didn't raise you like that. And the whole thing is, when kids get grown, they become who they want to be. You don't control them forever. I mean, there is a lot of stuff that, if your kids get grown and they done robbed a damn bank or something, and you be like, I know I didn't raise you up like that, but still, they become their own person and form their own personality, just like you saying, Southern. Just like you're saying, and you can't control how they want to be. Because I know somebody right now that is seeing how their adult daughter is living, and they like, she know damn well I didn't raise her. That house look like she Horton over there. I never raised her like that. But guess what? That's what she doing up in her crib. And even with the kids and stuff, you got, some people that have grandkids, they come over to your house acting fresh and stuff, and you know for a fact that you their mama's mama. and you didn't raise them like that, and then they get mad because you let them know ain't nobody grown but finna come over here and be fresh and talk back to me. You better go and sit your butt damn down. I don't care what your mama let you do. You at mama, big mama house. I don't know who you talking to, but I tell you what, it ain't going down here. And see, you're able, at this day and age, to be able to talk to a child and put the fear that they need without pulling out a belt or cussing somebody out. You know what I mean? Shutting it down. Ain't nobody playing no games, and that's one thing I can't stand is fresh kids that talk any old kind of way. You calling them what? What? Looking at you crazy. They ain't no more than damn 4 or 5 years old, and even got their permanent damn teeth yet. They're looking crazy. Yeah, like I said, you at Big Mama house. You know all that's going on over there. It ain't happening here, and you ain't got to whoop nobody and act a fool. They already know when they look in your face. Ain't nobody playing with you, because you won't bring your fresh ass over here no more. I tell you what. You're looking over here, honey. Don't ask them. Tell grandma what you want for Christmas. Ain't you getting nothing. The way you talk to me, Christmas 3 months down the line, you won't be getting nothing, because I ain't going to be ready to forgive you yet. You're too damn grown. What's 2 times 2 since you know all of that? What's 2 times 2? Don't know nothing about no damn math. They're going to talk about what to me, and I'm telling you to do something. You know what it is. Oh, thank you so much, happy girl. We got to shoot it out here, y'all. You know what we got to do. Yes, exactly. Thank you so much. That is so sweet, and thank you for the compliment, happy girl. I really appreciate that. But you know it's true. You know that it's true, and they don't seem to want to believe that, but you know what the truth is, and I promise you, I remember seeing stuff to go down in the house, and by me mentioning something, got jacked up over it. And then you sit back here, and these kids, I don't even know why people think that it's so cute to have these kids dressed like this too, the way they're wearing the clothes, the way they try to put them up like they running something, and they're too grown for their own good. Exactly. Because to me, being fresh like that, everybody's not going to put up with that. And I promise you, I got a lot of friends that got some fresh kids, and I keep trying to tell them, no, let me tell you something right here. You know what it is, Southern. Let me tell you something right here. I don't care what you be doing with your kids over at your house, but they're not going to be running up down here being fresh and talking all kinds of ways. Here, somebody better go sit down. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what this is. You let it happen. And how many times have folks got with friends and they got kids and they let their kids do all kinds of stuff and you ain't putting up with it? You know what I'm saying? Ain't a whole bunch of boys and girls going up in no damn bathroom together over here. Y'all know it. Y'all past the stage pee and boo-boo. Y'all know what's happening now. Y'all know what's happening now. You know when you got kids and you start potty training. I don't care if you got a little boy and a little girl. They're a couple of years apart, and you teach them both. Oh, that's your pee in the front and boo boo in the back. Okay, now it's time to let them know what body parts are and why it's different. You know, now they're 6 and 7, still up in the bathtub together and all that crap. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Do you understand that children don't know and they're very curious? Hell no, all that stuff too with the girls running around with see-through nightgowns on with brothers and wrestling down and their nightgown is coming up and their little mosquito bites growing in and you ain't teaching them nothing because that's their damn brother. Anything can happen anywhere with anybody. You got to understand when children going over, I don't give a damn if you're going over to grandma's house and it's just grandma and grandpa and your 2 kids going over there with the grandparents. What about the man the next door to come and sit with grandpa sometimes on the porch with his little weird 9-year-old nephew next to your 5-year-old daughter? Do you know what the hell could happen? Let's stop acting silly, y'all. Come on now. Wrong, yes, wearing crop tops and halter tops and carrying on. And can't even count 2 nickels. Exactly. Exactly. She said, if you don't play and be a little girl, because you know you got this going on here, and I'm watching this stuff. Why do you see the bathing suits and clothes and stuff that folks is buying? Yes. Exactly. Just because they're making it their size don't mean that you got to buy it. You're too fresh. You're too fresh. You need to sit down somewhere. Yeah, be a child, and the thing is, you ain't doing nothing but growing them up fast because you got to look at for. And then they'll probably most likely regret that. Yeah. You got to look at it for what it's worth, though. Just think about how many kids that you have here that's beyond their years and they don't know what to do with it. Yes.
Their years in the wrong way.
Exactly, happy girl. Yes, you can. She said she want to ask me a question. You got to watch that. Yes, you can, happy girl. And I hope I can answer, and if I can, I'll be honest about it. But I'm trying to tell you, all of this stuff that we got going on out here, we got to watch it, she said. Oh, she said, okay, get with it, sis. Come on with it, happy. Happy. Fun name. I like the name of your channel. Yeah, we got to watch what we're doing out here because it's not working out. I'm telling you, it's not working out. I keep trying to tell people, especially when you hang out with folks and they think because their kids do something that you finna sit here and cut the fool and let your kids do it. You understand what I'm saying? People don't know the guidelines. Beauty patches. Oh my gosh. You know what? Let me see. I want to say a few things, and then you know what? I'm gonna start somewhere, and then I'm gonna come right back to that happy girl. Good question. She said, "Letting children be yes, no, it's a no." And I'm gonna tell you one thing too. I got two things here that I want to say to y'all right quick, and I'm gonna say this, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, and I have to say it allegedly. T.I. and them daughter, she's a cute little girl, but she's too grown. I'm sorry. I don't care what talent, cutie pie, she's too grown. And I'm going to tell you, too, not to be rude, what's her name, Regine Carter and them, that little sister, not to be disrespectful, these little girls are too grown. Okay, you got Beyonce right now. So far, she got Blue doing a little bit of performance. I'm trying to give her some. I don't deal with them like that, though. I don't follow them. But I feel like Blue, I haven't seen her wear anything too grown, too sexual, and too much crazy makeup. But they got to watch that nightlife as well. Them patches, them turned out to be little grown-up tricks. No. Them patches used to be nice and innocent back in the day. Happy girl. Competition, sexualized.
And these girls are trying, it's like teaching them that they have to
be beautiful. Yes.
To get in their way in life. And
exactly.
The wrong message.
No. Pageants, hell no.
They're not the way they used to.
No. See, they took the innocence out of this.
Right. And then the parents are putting too much pressure on the kids to be perfect and to win. And it's not fun. And
yes.
It can actually turn very toxic.
It is very toxic. And they're teaching these girls that it's about sexuality and you got to be cute. And how you look on the outside, my family member is saying, right? I don't like it. No, these kids are getting their damn false teeth and wigs and stenching, wearing more damn makeup than the drag queens. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say it like that to be disrespectful to anybody. Too much makeup. Too much makeup. It's too grown. It's too fresh. The clothes that they're wearing now, their personality, how they talk, shaking their little butts around. It's trash. It's trash. Sending the wrong message. I think it's totally trash. And like I said before, all of these kids is growing, and I'm getting so tired. And not to talk bad about kids, but it's played out. She said, "Yeah, Blue is." I tried to give her something before, but I've been watching her. She said Blue is too grown, and then she's what? Let me say it. I'm talking about a child. She said Blue is too grown too. She had they white V-cut. Oh, I didn't see. I haven't watched her. Oh, she said with the push-up. See, now I got to take that back then, Southern, because I only seen Blue perform 2 times, and she was dressed appropriately, and I never bothered with it, and I didn't even watch that fully through, because I don't care for that crowd, and I don't want to talk negative about a minor child. But I didn't know she was dressing up like that. I only seen her perform, and all that stuff to me is whack too. I'm sorry. Some of that is past dancing and bugging out. Even Beyonce, she's not popping the way she used to dance before. It's getting a little satanic, a little cultish. Something ain't right, and all that Illuminati and throwing up them signs. 1 minute wearing bull ram horn, the next minute got a halo on. I'm not with none of that. She says something. To push up. No, she don't. No, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Push-up bra don't help support.
They don't give you no support. And the thing is, I promise you, Southern, I had no idea that Blue was getting down like that. I've only seen her caption real quick on Instagram 2 times, and she was dressed properly, but I didn't know that, so I have to, and I have to take that back then. I didn't know that Blue was getting grown like that. But I tell you, that dancing that they're doing, and I don't talk, like I said, I never like to put kids in nothing. But that dancing, I'll just say whoever taught these dancing, that dancing is whack. It's too much popping, jumping around crazy out of their mind, acting weird, standing there gazed all out and stuff like mental health. Something ain't right there. Too long to be. Exactly. Exactly.
And then what are these stores? Aren't these stores like when you have to practice for these stores, you have to practice for days and hours?
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. He said, "I'm glad I'm not the only one who feels that way." Hell no. No.
It ain't right. Like,
it ain't right.
It's the wrong message to these little girls about how they're supposed to act in the world.
Exactly.
Like, you're not supposed to rely on your looks to get what you want. No, you're supposed to do hard work.
Exactly, and care about your inner person instead of your outward, how big your breast is. Do I need lip injection? Do I need a BBL? Do I need an XYZ? Because you're worried about how you look. Yeah, and just like my family member said, even Blue should not be involved in that because when you deal with that stuff, ain't you on tour? Got to do a lot of practicing.
You have her do one performance, sure, but it looks like you having her on like she's full-time crew member.
Exactly, like she a full-time crew member and a grown woman. Oh, I can't stand her. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. She said Northwest. You know what? I listen. Allegedly, I'm so sorry, y'all.
Allegedly saying she looks more like Courtney.
No, who cares?
And then there's all of that going on where they just saw her allegedly. She was wearing a wig and saying she looked ditzy.
Listen to me, y'all. I'm gonna tell you something here. And
I ain't doing no parenting, in my opinion. You ain't wrong.
No, you know what? She ain't. Listen.
You ain't wrong, honey.
Listen.
We've seen her with them kids.
No.
And it looked like she don't even really have no real connection.
No, she don't. She ain't. Listen to me. None of them. Kylie, look allegedly. Courtney, Chloe. None of them are parents. These kids are objects to a trap set for a man and some control. Them women ain't got it in them to be a parent. Them women is not mothers. They have these kids and they throw them off on babysitters and nannies. Exactly. And
they didn't really express that they wanted to be parents before they had the kids really either.
And the thing is that's so bad about it too is that these kids, you're more hanging with them and they're thrown off on all kinds of babysitters and stuff and you don't have it in you. I could look at her and I promise you, I don't even know, I'm going to say this for real. I don't even know if she carried any of them damn babies. Kim, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if she carried any of them babies. Look, allegedly. I don't know if even, what's her name, Chloe carried any of them children because these women are lying and running some kind of scam. And Kai, all of them, allegedly, because they think their bodies is too perfect. Something is weird. And like with Rihanna, no disrespect to her, but I have to say allegedly, but she, I think she carried her babies, but they would seem weird. I'm sorry. Let me stop. Not the kids. I'm not talking about the kids, but her and what's his name, the boyfriend, ASAP Rock. No, gotcha. I'm sorry. Nothing about the kids, but I'm just saying that Rihanna and her baby father be out looking crazy with them kids. Something ain't right with that. You understand? And then I'm gonna talk to you about what's her name too. No disrespect, and I know a lot of y'all like her, and I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, but the way Cardi B parent and jump back, I call him jump back, flip back, I don't give a damn what his name is. That ain't no parents. That all that man, that ain't. No.
You notice that when certain people who aren't parents have kids, it seems like them having kids in general is like out of the blue. Like, you want to be a parent, really?
Yeah. No,
you never expressed it before anyway, and then you all of a sudden you with somebody and you having a kid.
No.
You just don't see it.
No. And I can tell that those people, see, you don't have to act like you love your child. If it's naturally, you're going to see it. Do you ever notice that when they have their kids, especially when they had that time, I forgot whose show they was on, but they had, look, the Kardashian crew, allegedly, they had the grandmother, and then they had Kim and all of them with their kids. Allegedly, these women didn't even know how to act with their kids on stage. It was all like an act, a play.
Was that the Ellen show?
It was on somebody. Was it Ellen show or one of them shows? Trash. Don't want to put in the work. They don't want them kids. This is all about having babies for money and control over some kind of man to keep some kind of income coming in and some people that they can control and run over. These women are not parents, and I'm so tired they keep trying to show, look, allegedly, Kim a lot with the North girl, and you can't even tell which one is the parent, and she trying to act like she trying to do something and trying to lay her hair down. You're arguing with the girl backwards and forth. This ain't hitting. Beyonce ain't no parent either. I'm sorry, allegedly. That they all that crap, twins carrying fake pregnancy on some damn boat, looking brainwashed out of your mind on some type of drugs, dilated pupils. Man, let's sit down. Sit down. I'm sorry, allegedly. I'm sorry. Hell no. I'm sorry. No, they don't. None. She said none of those hoes. Yes, she said none of them hoes. I know that's right. I don't care what nobody say. Beyonce's situation is whack, allegedly. Just like what she got with that daughter on stage. Just like she hanging with a girl her age. Pop locking, drop scocking.
It seemed like the girl was on tour. Like,
yeah, she said she was like.
They were able to show progress of the girl on the first time doing the dance on tour to the last time recently. Like she got it down pat. And I'm like, is this girl practicing the dance like she on the group getting paid? Like,
yeah, she is involved, but she's a full member of the team.
I feel like they have kids like publicity stunts.
It is that. She said, hey, what's up? How you doing, Miss T? What's happening? Thank you so much for stopping in. I feel like all of them are these kids are game, just like I promise you, and I'm no disrespect to anybody, but I feel like even back in the day, no judgment, because I know he's not here no more, but remember when Michael Jackson, who was he married to? Marie, what's her name, Presley? That wasn't a real marriage. All these people need to stop. And his stuff trying to get blankets and pillows and stuff like that. And like I said, I don't like to talk bad about nobody kids, but those kids are all grown now. Them folks ain't them kids ain't them folks ain't parents. You can tell the whack disconnection. You can tell the whack disconnection from them. Thank you for coming in, Miss T. You can tell right off the bat that these people do not have a loyal connection in any kind of relationship to be a parent, because when you do stuff like that as a parent, it's nothing that has to be scripted and acted out. These folks are not connected. This is a situation, it's arrangement. I don't care if nobody's saying, I have to say allegedly, B and Jay-Z, that ain't no marriage. That's under convenience. That was no marriage. People are trying to marry somebody that's equally yoked to a certain extent financially. And if babies come out of it, that's what they do. But these people, that Kanye and Kim, and all their marriages, no. Let's stop, he said. Let's stop. You know what I mean? None of this stuff don't make no sense to me. I'm looking at all of this stuff and I'm saying to myself, I don't know how y'all folks can sit here and flip out on all these damn people and look at them. What about their mother? Their mother, Miss Queen Kardashian. You know, Jenner / bodyguard, wife, girlfriend, whatever, allegedly. Look at her. What kind of relationship does she have with any of them? You ever notice that the brother ducks out from them, allegedly? Where is he at? How come he don't come on the scene? Yeah, he got some problems. And half of them, too, look, allegedly got some kind of anxiety or mental health disorder. And I'm not judging nobody that have mental health disorder. I'm just saying, you could tell something wrong with all of them. Look at what's her name right now, Chloe. She wanted these kids here from this basketball hoe man and all that, and now she got the kids and she's over here starving herself to death. They're all taking this medicine that's supposed to be for diabetics to stay skinny and trying to look prim and proper. This is ridiculous. Y'all know what you're seeing. Look, allegedly. This is why I keep saying, I don't roll with none of that. I don't roll with that. Because I can tell that half of these people are on something. Exactly. And all of it's fake. And everybody sit here and they bug out. And I'm going to tell you, too, that even what I said before, no disrespect, that situation with, look, allegedly Rihanna and the guy she with, that ain't busting. And no disrespect, Nicki Minaj, that ain't busting. The marriages, no. All this, you're referring to your kids like they're somebody else's child. Oh, thank you so much, Miss T. I appreciate it. I'm telling you, this is not. You can look, y'all. You know. See, the one thing about with these people, they know how to act in the script, but they can't pretend to really care when it comes to their own family. You know what I mean? They can get on here and be an actor, a dancer, a celebrity, but when it comes to showing who they really are around their own kids, they can't even act that script out at all. You get where I'm coming from? They can't act that script out at all. It's all about for show because they're not really connected. And you can tell with a lot of these women, you know how they've had a lot of women back in the days, they said that had Munch House syndrome and by proxy and all of that type of stuff. These people are like that with their kids, not the part of harming their child, but they have no motherly instinct, no connection to these kids because they're just not in it. Even I just seen a sister, not to be talking, like allegedly. So just like with these sisters, if you see any of them when they get together as a bunch of these sisters with their kids, it's out of whack. It's out of whack. You can look and tell. And then you got that other sister there, and I have to say allegedly, the one named Courtney. She got them 3 kids. You can tell that her whole parenting is based on spoiling them, letting them have anything they want, and they run the show and they're telling her what to do. A lot of these couples are not what we think they are, but everybody's so quick to kiss AZZ of somebody rich and famous that they don't realize that this is painting the narrative of fake. This is all fake. Yes. Oh, yes. You know what? I'm going to tell you something right there. And I'm going to tell you something, too, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. She ought to be ashamed of herself. And first of all, let's be raw, and I'm going to say this, y'all, and I got to say allegedly because you know we on YT. The thing that I'm trying to say about this situation right here is that if you look at it for what it's worth, right? First of all, with her, exactly. First of all, with her, she was in a, what's his name? And I don't like him either. She was in a relationship with Meek Mill. That relationship, first of all, he admitted that they were junkies together. Come on, we already know about the lean back, in the cup. You get what I'm saying? First of all, they were a couple with issues. And I don't know if you guys are familiar. I'm not saying it to judge nobody or tell nobody what to do. But if you ever notice when you see Nicki, and I like a lot of Nicki's music too, but I don't fool with her. But if you ever notice how she can't sit still when they're doing interviews looking crazy, loud, bossy, mean, nasty, that's the true personality. And if you ever notice Rihanna, the same thing with that throat and stuff, seems like she smokes, she's doing something, but she's another nasty bee too. I'm going to tell you that right now. And then the man that she's with, that's the lane that she walks in, because you got to remember her brother, what happened with her brother, and she defended her brother, then she turned around and married somebody like that and had her first child with somebody like that, coming off of being in a relationship with a man that ain't with you no longer, said that y'all were drug addicts together and you still getting high now. I know the signs. The pupils are dilated and fixated. You're lit half the damn time out of your mind that your eyes are bucking wide open. You may be able to get on that stage and take a downer to calm down enough to be able to rise up to woo the crowd. But when people do a serious interview with you, you act nasty, your eyes are popped wide open, and you don't give a damn. Ruthless. And then you marry somebody like that and knowing what your brother did. I know y'all know the story about her brother. We have to say allegedly, but I know y'all know the story about the brother. You understand what I'm saying? There's a problem. Just like with T.I. and Tiny, allegedly, that's not a real couple either. Their relationship is based on trying to be with somebody that you think equally yoked financially. They got a drug problem. You understand what I'm saying? Ecstasy was their drug of choice as a couple with 3-some, 5-some, and 8-somes. Let's keep it real. And I'm not talking off the top of my head. I do the research, huh? Look, allegedly. Marry a man like that. Her brother was that too. I don't know if you knew that, Southern, about Nicki's brother, allegedly. Yes. All right, God bless you. Take care. Have a good one. Stay happy. I enjoyed this conversation, child. You got to work with. We got to rock with this again, because you know we're going to come with the brom. You know what I mean? To keep it real. And I promise you, no disrespect to nobody, but I don't come on here and talk about any kind of commentary that I don't back it all the way up to the curb. I'm not going to make up no lies on nobody famous. I'm not going to go by with no tabloids. I'm going to dig deep in the dirt before I run my mouth about anything. And I promise you, just like with this Candy, we're going to get into that the next time she come around. We're going to talk about Candy and Todd, allegedly. All them people laying up with Jermaine Dupri and all that, Tiny, all of them. Yeah, I got the same boyfriend. He's screwing all y'all, but he's y'all manager allegedly. We're gonna dive off the top of the diving board into the 12 feet deep end. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna keep these good chats going like this, but we're gonna talk about the real choice. People ain't paying attention to like all that stuff. They're trying to brush everything under the rug about Tiny and T.I. Look, allegedly now because they got the new little daughter and they got her up there on the stage and she's cute and she can sing a little tune and she's very smart and y'all forgot these people were just brought up on charges of drugging and raping people allegedly, and y'all forgot that because they're famous and you looking at the money and not the booty call. Stop playing. This is sick, y'all. The way we idolize these people, and I'm not saying all of us here, I'm just saying in general, and these people are beasts and monsters. And they're just like everybody else that's out in the street. You know what?
They're famous because we made them.
Exactly.
So,
and it's like Whitney Houston, and crack is whack. But what happened to you? And I'm not saying about her death. I'm just saying in her life, what did crack whack for you? You thought you were a wealthy basehead? Do y'all remember, allegedly when Bobby's sister exposed and took a picture of Whitney's house while they was active in this usage? Do y'all remember that? And it was real pictures. Bobby's sister was in their house and took pictures and put that all in the Inquirer and all that, and it was real. It was real. I don't care what nobody said. It was real. You got to do your research on these people because you got to realize that these folks come from somewhere that people seem to forget that they got more than talent going on with them. They're human beings like us. They done been through hell, molested, abused, bugged out, weird, crazy, making wrong decisions themselves. And everybody want to mix up the man with the fame. What do you know about him? What do you know about this famous guy? What do you know about him? Don't y'all remember everybody tried to say it was just R. Kelly allegedly swarming around Aaliyah and married her and played her. All of them, Jay-Z and all of them was perving around them girls. All of them. And it wasn't just her, it wasn't even just Aaliyah. It's just that she became a lot more famous than a lot of them. Because there's another girl there, I keep getting her mixed up. Her name is Foxy. And she got blackballed by Jay-Z because he laid up and screwed her as much as he wanted to. And then when he didn't want to be bothered with that young girl, which was a minor, he kicked her to the curb and made sure her career wasn't successful. You understand what I'm saying? All of them was perving. All of them was perving around them. And I don't know what's his name there? I forgot his name. Then, allegedly that Aaliyah was supposed to be dealing with Damon Dash. They tried to say, that was the last guy, and they were supposed to have it. But how much older is he than her? He was another one that was swarming around her. Y'all got to go way back, lean way back, lean back. Go all the way back to when these girls was out here and how these men was swarming around these underage. Timberland, what's his name? How he was all over Aaliyah talking about I'm in love with her and trying to make it like a joke. And you're a grown man trying to perv on that girl. And how was her mother? Where was her mother's responsibility? Allegedly, all of it. Yes, exactly. Saying it openly, allegedly on radio shows, and you take that for a joke. A man's supposed to be managing your daughter, and she's 15 and 16 talking about I'm in love with her little cute booty and all that kind of crap, and you think this is a game, and he's supposed to be her manager? And where your mama at? Where mama at? Getting the money, buying houses. What happened? The mother's brother came out and called out Leah's mother, allegedly for allowing a lot of that stuff to happen to this girl. We got to do our research so we can come out swinging his bat in every direction if we're going to talk about it. You understand what I'm saying? You understand? You are awesome too. You take care and bless you, my dear. I know she probably gone now. Happy girl, I'm talking so damn much, but I did type it in. Yeah. That's what I'm saying about this stuff here. This ain't no kind of joke. And I know a lot of people, they may do different type of commentary. But see, with me, this is how I get down over here. I don't mean to offend nobody. I hope nobody don't get upset with me, y'all. But I promise you, I am so tired of people looking at somebody's money instead of their heart, mind, and soul. There's more to it than that. You got to remember, just because a person is wealthy and they got a talent, everybody don't get everything. We all get something. But everybody don't get everything. You may be sitting up here, you can dance and you can sing, but you suffer with suicidal thoughts all the time. And people see you on stage thinking you chilling, but back at home, you done cut your wrists up and stuff. Can't perform for a couple of months because they got to heal you up and hide it. But because you're famous, that's all they see is the money and the music. What about the man and what about the woman? You see where I'm coming from? People are not looking at none of that because everybody's so quick to kiss ASS that they can't even see straight. What about church hurt? We're going to go there another time. But what about church hurt? You running up in the church, the pastor sleeping with 3 or 4 y'all up in there. First lady, that's all she doing is sitting up there with that big damn hat on. Every time she swing her head, it feel like her air conditioner's on because she ain't worried about nothing but a fashion show. You know what I mean? She ain't laying with him no more, so she don't give a damn what he doing long as she getting the money. People don't realize that these pastors are not teaching these churches what they need to know because it's scripted. They're getting paid for a lifestyle. They're getting paid for a script. Ever go to a church where they got these Bibles and they're giving the free Bibles out in the church? So when the pastor reading the scripture, oh, go to Leviticus. It'll match up with what he's saying because he done made the book. You understand? One of them got the Bible where it says God name there. He put his name there. You understand what I'm trying to explain to you? When you don't know church, honey, any place can be called itself a church, but is it anointed? You understand what I mean? Is it anointed? Is God up in there, or you just hanging out? Because I'm going to tell you, just before Thanksgiving and several times, I done had a conversation with a woman in the store. Me and her don't know each other from a can of Oops paint. And me and her talked like we knew each other, and we held church service right there in a grocery store. So you can't tell me that this pastor going to tell me whether I'm going to heaven or hell when he ain't even saved. You can't out-Christian me. You can't judge me. You can't be God. You're not God. You are a portal that God uses, just like a surgeon. You may go in there and say, exactly, a Christ ambassador, but you're not God. A lot of people go to church and get that mixed up and start praising this pastor and this first lady like they got to get down, knee and knuckle and kiss these people's butt and can't even bend over and kiss your own AZZ. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. We got a lot of stuff that we got to get out here as people around here in the world and talk to each other and understand what's going on here, because there's a lot of foolishness jumping around here and everybody bugging out and act like they don't even know who God is because they're so busy up somebody else's butt. You know, working for the devil, tap dancing, you know, around here like they got it going on. All of these churches are not anointed. Every place that they got a building up here, you go here somewhere and you see this pastor, he wearing $3,000 shoes, and look at some people in his congregation to walk to get there. He won't even, service a van. You remember years ago, if you want you to go to church and you ain't got no way to sit in the van, you driving off in the damn limousine, you and your wife, and these people walking to the bus stop. And you can't even help them out, or you come in and say, yeah, well, me and my husband going through something right now. They cut his hours back at work, and we need a refrigerator. First thing he say, we'll pray on it. Well, you can come out your pocket right now. Didn't you just get a $4,000 chandelier put in, sir? And you mean to tell me you can't give this family an extra $200? Hello, are we in the building? Let's stop playing games with this, y'all. The hustle and the bustle. Ain't nobody flowing nowhere. Because I guarantee you, at the end of the day, we came in here naked with nothing, and we going naked with nothing. When you stand in front of God, he's not going to say, because she's Beyonce, she's going here, and because you Rruk, you going there. When we come together and we drop this false image that we have in life, we're all going to stand in front of him and we answer for ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? We have to answer for ourselves. Mama can't get saved for you. Daddy can't get saved for you. Oh, my mama used to talk church around me. I know. No. You got to learn who God is for yourself. Exactly. Exactly. Secondhand faith. Sit with God yourself. Your salvation is between you and the Lord. And that's the whole.
You can't also ignore God and do other things.
Exactly.
To get into heaven either.
Exactly. No, it don't. And a lot of times what people do out here is that they always seek God's hands and not his face.
Right. And then they seek him at a terrible time.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Well, they got a lot of people that say they're atheists and they don't believe. As soon as they need something, they go crying for God. But you never cared about them before, though. And sometimes you ain't got to be asking for something all the time. Sometimes you go to him and say, thank you. Thank you that you're you. Thank you for loving me. And knowing you need something. But you don't ask all the time because you don't supposed to seek his hands all the time and not his face. He's there for more than one reason. And you got to look at it. And if people don't understand when I be speaking about this, who is God? Who is God? He's my father. He's my mother's father. He's my uncle's father. He all our daddy. You understand what I'm saying? He created everybody equally. And like I said, yes. Yeah, and like I said, any of us that go up under him, it's not going to be what I did and because I had money and because I was famous. Do you honestly think that because somebody else is rich and I'm living in the ghetto or whatever they want to call it, that God is going to welcome them in heaven, and because I wasn't talented and I wasn't a singer or actress, I can't get into heaven? Do you understand that the gates to heaven is short and narrow? The people you think going to be in heaven ain't going to be in heaven? People don't understand. Many are called, few are chosen. You understand what that means? Ain't nobody playing no games. All these pastors with these slick suits on and their wives and all these people trying to sit back in the back row and judge somebody and act like they're holier than thou and you can out-Christian me. That don't even go by that. Can't nobody judge you. And I keep trying to tell people, even if we're walking on the same path to become Christians, there's nobody perfect. You understand what I mean? There's nobody perfect. So I don't understand how a person can tell you if they have gotten... Exactly. Exactly. How can you say that you more of a Christian than me because you go to church 5 days a week and I may pop up once a month? Who are you judging, first of all? Because if you were a true Christian... No, it's just sitting up in a house somewhere with a bunch of people. That don't mean that's an actual church. Yeah. Yes. Are you, is this place that you're in anointed, or is this a hangout spot so that y'all can come up here like slabs of meat, looking to try to get with a pastor, or looking to find a man? And it did not to be disrespectful, and I'm gonna say allegedly, just like with Fantasia. Fantasia run around here and supposed to have been raised up in church and made a mistake and turned herself around after she had a baby, as a teenager. Then she got with somebody else's husband and had a son. Now she finally married, but look what she wearing. You understand what I'm saying? I know that you ain't got to put on no sharp suit and be all cleaned up like that, because God says come as you are. But I tell you one damn thing, I ain't gonna go to church with no Daisy Dukes on and a bra top. But I am not finna get ready to act like I'm stepping in here with my Sunday best on and you can damn near see my damn nipples. When I'm standing in front of you, when I bend over, you can see my tampon string. You understand what I mean? You're dressed for the streets, honey. You're dressed for the street with your 4-inch stilettos. Look like you came off the strip pole, but you standing here talking about praise who and where. It's a dress code. Okay. You understand what I mean? All this sharp shooting and all this other stuff like that. Please get it together, y'all. Exactly. Yeah, you're worried about a fashion show. And then I notice these women, they get together, these crowds of folk, and they all, honey, you see what she got on, child? She knows she should have been somewhere better than that. How are you in the church and you in there gossiping about somebody? And then I'm going to ask y'all, you know what, I'm going to slow this down, because I know I'm going in, but I'm going to talk to y'all about, what's her name, Shawnee. Look, I call her Shawnee O'Neal from the Basketball Wives, and this pastor that she done married. Y'all, we're going to talk about this real deep, because y'all already know that that's not popping. For her to be supposedly the first lady, for her to be on YouTube advertising, talking about church and advertising the sleazy show that she's the producer or CEO of, and she's an active, and she's an active participant in the shows as well. And she's sitting on YouTube talking about the congregation negatively, but yet your husband is the one that's training these people. They're under him and you. Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're definitely going to do this. We're going to just wait another time, because we got so much to talk about. I promise you I can go for miles, heavy-winded. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of things and a lot of grounds to cover, and I'm going to get ready to tap off here, because I see people are clearing out and they're chilling, and it's all good. We've been on here rocking for a minute, so I'm going to get ready to shut this down, and I promise you, anytime you come back and knock on my door, we're going to get it. She said, yeah, we got a lot. We got, honey, listen, we about to get ready to blow the roof off. You understand what I mean? Kites will fly. You get what I'm saying? Anybody playing with this. That's why I said, if you're going to come on here and do it right. Stop being phony. I don't care what nobody said, because I had somebody in the live the other night, and like I said, I was talking some real stuff. I said a couple of cuss words, and they tried to act like their wig fell off. You understand? If you got a lace front on it, you should have glued down. If you're wearing a lace front, you should have glued it down. Because I know you're not shocked about anything. Like I said, if you say pussycat, it's okay. But if you take the cat off and you just say the word, then the people looking at you like you crazy. It didn't have me thinking for a minute. Maybe I was coming on too strong, and I said, you know what, so what? So what? Take a shot of Henny then, okay? If it's like that. Because when I was checking you out, you went crazy in your live, standing all up, yelling and screaming and swearing and carrying on. And then you're going to come trying to bat your eyes over here and see, I can see you. I can see you and you're typing. What? What are you talking about? Because you turned up in a way that, I get the scriptures 1 minute, go to hell and F you out the next minute. I know you ain't coming over here with it. You understand what I'm saying? I know you ain't going to bounce your ball over here in my court, because you will not shoot not one hoop. Not over here. I see what you're doing, and I watch how you backed out with your fake ASS, and you know what I'm talking about. Oh, girl, I got you, and it wouldn't be nothing without y'all coming in. I appreciate you, and I've been watching this like she just popped up and said, Miss T, about your hack. Honey, I was checking that out, honey, and that the stuff that you use, I wash clothes, and like you said, certain fragrances, because I got certain stuff that I like to smell a certain way, and I like to try and buy a lot of different products, and I also love to get a hold of some industrial stuff. And I got a family member that's working somewhere. They got a lot of good industrial stuff. We're just trying to find out if we can, ask them to have some, because we don't want nobody taking nothing. You get what I'm saying? So I watch your videos, honey, and I believe in you, sister. Thank you so much for coming. Oh, Southern cooks throwing down over there, child. And I told you I know my way around the kitchen, but when I seen you over there throwing down, I had to start taking some notes. It is what it is, child. You got it going on over there. And God bless you for raising that child and being who you are. And I'm going to see you on the next one. Definitely sooner than later, my dear. Thank you. Bless you. And I appreciate you guys so much. I don't even know how to keep the words popping. But I got you, boo. And I definitely will keep in touch and keep rocking, because I don't know if you noticed or not, but if you go check out one of your videos, girl, I done already seen you about 3 weeks ago. I had came over to you and checked out some of your videos and left some comments, because I went over, I said, let me check her and get caught up, but I kept saying, but I remember her from somewhere. And when I started going to check out some of your videos, I seen I already left comments about 3 weeks ago. I appreciate you. Have a blessed one. Thank you so much for your time. I definitely appreciate everything. And as they say, I will see you sooner than later. Bye for now.